What's the number one theory about public comment?
To do your full 3 minutes.
No. Generally speaking,
To do whatever you want.
people's attitude in their brains.
To do whatever you want, right? To speak about freedom of speech.
What is the typical attitude of the average person about public comment?
You're going against.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. Everything that we've been doing about cleanup for the last, you said, how many people do you think are going to go to that podium and talk about it?
No one.
No one?
You.
So what's my point?
Is that people have a ton of shit to say, but no one will go and say it.
Bingo. Why won't they say it?
They're scared.
Yeah. That podium right there is like
intimidating. This big old thing to punch you in your face when you walk up.
You know what that podium is to me? It's like a handful of ancient coffee.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, this
My addiction.
Yeah, get your seat. I warmed it up for you.
I got right here.
Why so far over? Yeah.
Oh, God.
They said they're not gonna let you speak unless you have your guitar. That's what he just said. The security.
You can get in my car and back.
Yeah.
Don't forget to lock my door back. was arrested for riding his bicycle hazardly, whatever, and then they threw him in jail. I didn't quite follow the story there. So just go tell your story. Did you lock him in there?
I made sure to beat it. So I heard it go clink, clink, and then
I'm sure you did. Well, what's going to be an encore of my music? Every time I'm here, he asks me to bring my guitar. Who? Oh, ooh, you almost like
I know, no, I know. I did lose it. I put it back in.
Oh,
It fell out. I was like, oh, what Sam do? Well, I just locked it on and just dragged it. I think it's all right.
no, I just, when I go to put it on, is it a T number? I don't want to have to think about it. Hey, so this, back out there, get me just a bottle of water. Just get it for yourself if you want. No, there'll be somebody there. There was a minute.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here this morning. At this time, I'd like to call this meeting to order, Madam Clerk, and we will start out with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would love for Rishma to lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Ruckus. Dewar.
Here.
Delgado. McKenzie. Jarden. Bobzine. Sheevy.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we will take public comment.
Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Mark Markell, followed by Sam Dene.
Good morning, Mayor and Mr. Mayor and City Councilman and whoever the heck you are. I'm just Edward Klinger. I think he did a good job for the city and he's going to be sorely missed. But anyways, I'm here to warn people about getting in the car with a drunk driver. I was in an automobile crash 27 years ago. It'll be 27 years ago next month, October 12th. And now I can't walk well. I can't my daily chores are all messed up. I just want to warn people not to drive with drunk drivers. It's a terrible thing. And I don't, can I talk to you, Ms. Mayor, about they're gonna kick a person out ESI and make her homeless. They're making a homeless person. This person, it has an addiction, and they changed her medicine, and it messed her all up, and they took pictures of her and said she was drunk, and I'm an advocate against drunkenness, and I wouldn't stick up for this person if I thought she was drunk. But they made a mistake. They thought she was drunk and she was just on medication that they changed. Can I talk to you about it later? Or?
Absolutely. You can come to my office anytime.
Okay.
Set it up through Rick.
And ASI does a good job, but it's just the manager, the regional manager. But ASI is cool. And if it weren't for ASI, I wouldn't be here spreading my wisdom to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Sam Dene.
I noticed that the clock doesn't start until a person starts talking. Actually, I got an extra second just then. I'm Sam Dene. I am the Encyclopedia of Reno Government, and I am the DNA of Reno government and Northern Nevada government. What we have on the agenda today is analyzation of what to do with the city manager, Mr. Klinger. And I'll be talking about that in a couple of minutes on the regular agenda item. But before I go any further, I just do want to announce that we have a very important dignitary in the audience today that the media mouses have been totally ignoring. Probably the story of the decade, potentially, that you're ever going to hear, and I'm only going to spend a few moments on it. But right here, sitting behind me, is a young man who is going to the championship game. He's going to the championship game. She's smiling. She didn't even know what game's being played. See, nobody knows. The media mouses over there, they know, but they won't write about it because his only thing he has going against him is he knows and he's friendly and he recognizes Sam Dene's greatness. This young man is going to the championship game. Nice smiley face over there. Everybody's wondering, what championship game? It's not basketball, not football, not baseball. The real championship game, which they call the general election. He's going straight to the finals in the general election, and does anybody in the room even know who this is? Put a hand up. No hands went up. Thanks to, he doesn't know.
I know, but
What's his name?
I don't
Never mind, we don't. No dialogue. This man is Levi Hooper. Came all the way from Florida 10 years ago to find out about Reno, and he's now going to the championship game against, I won't tell you who his opponent is. You're never supposed to name the opponent. Anyway, he should get some credit right there. Levi Hooper. And the media mouses over there are immediately putting their pencils away so they won't have to say they wrote his name down. Nope, you will not hear about him. I will bet my $100 bill that you will not hear about him in the newspaper tomorrow, even though 2 minutes of public comment was spent talking about him. At any rate, by special request from the gentleman in the back of the room who basically ordered me to bring my guitar. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not feel obligated to stand up. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight? She almost got up. Twilight's last gleam. You're a grand old fly. You're a high-flying flag. Ever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I thank you, and thank you for the request.
Levi Hooper, County Commission, District 1.
Yay!
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you, Sam.
our next public comment is from Jenny Martinez, followed by Steve Smith.
We can come back to Jenny. She. Oh.
Too late.
Excuse me. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
That's all right.
I wasn't prepared to speak till after 10.
You're fine.
I apologize.
Well, do you want to wait till after 10? I mean, we have 2 public comments.
Yeah.
I'm here in support of affordable housing and good job support. Support the poor and the homeless in our community. Fight for the poor in the community. It would be, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Take your time.
I just wanted to make a statement on the world is a dangerous place, not because of people who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing, by Albert Einstein. I remember that we stood here some time ago and we talked about believe. We talked about the future. And I ask you now for compassion. The regentification and the upgrading of our community is prosperous. However, our poor need homes and affordable homes. So I ask you to support affordable housing and good jobs for the poor and the homeless. It's been known that our Reno City Police have gone down and given over 22 to 30 people, homeless people, tickets. These tickets cost $500 each. One, that they cannot afford lawyers and nor can afford $500. I ask you to have compassion and ask our Reno City Police to stop and to help. Maybe support organizations like Action or Plan that care for these people, or just give a thought to that. Thank you so much for all that you do, Mayor Hillary Sheevy, and thank you.
Thank you. Nice job.
Steve Smith.
I think he's across the street as well.
Oh, okay. We're going to have another public comment
Yeah.
at 10 o'clock, so just let him know that he can come back then. All right.
Madam Mayor, we have no further general public comment.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. All right, at this time, let's go to item number 4, approval of the agenda.
Second.
So I have a motion and a
Second.
second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. All right. Item number 5, I will call up our city attorney for a staff report.
Is there any public comment on item number 5?
Oh, okay. Is there any public comment on item
Yes,
number
Madam
5?
Mayor, Sam Dene would like to speak on this item,
Okay.
followed by Trey Abney.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sam Dene, the DNA of Reno government. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation against enemies inside of the border and outside of the border. And after my airline, Pan American Airlines, was blown out of business by the terrorists over Lockerbie, I started my new philanthropical career of being the watch angel, I don't like that watchdog. I'm the watch angel against bureaucrats and especially against media mouses. And if I haven't proven it to anybody in this room or up there on the dais, just please go to YouTube and type in Sam Dene, and you will have 2 weeks of continuous YouTubes to watch, and you'll know more about Reno government than you ever dreamed you could know about. At any rate, that's the short version of my leading into this situation. Now, what we're doing here, and according to the media, according to the way the media is spinning this, Mr. Klinger, the city manager, not that man, the other man who's not here today, Mr. Klinger is taking the citizens for a ride, getting somewhere in the area of $200,000. No, that's not true. That is what his contract calls for, whether he leaves of his own volition or if he leaves because you want to change course. The media is making him sound like he's raiding the coffers for $200,000, and that is disgusting. Everybody I talk to say, what is that guy getting away with? Well, he's not getting away with anything. He's getting exactly what the contract called for. And by the way, when he arrived on the scene, sitting right in that chair there, Mr. Cashel brought him in and recommended him. I was the only person who nominated him at this podium, and you can look that up on YouTube too, word for word, 3 minutes of recommending that he's a good man. I was a little bit sarcastic, you might say, but I did recommend that you hire him. I said I could probably do the job as good as he can, and that's not an insult because I'm pretty up and walking good myself. My point is, I hate to see this man go. I've never even talked to him. I've never talked to him. At any rate, I've watched him though, watched him for all these years, and for some reason, he's leaving, and I don't know the background of it because all I can rely on is the media mouses over there. But he's leaving, and I think he's done a darn up and walking good job of running this city, a really good up and walking good job. What is the purpose of government? The purpose of government is to protect the citizens. Well, he's been running the government. We have arguably the best police force, the best fire force in the nation. The buses are on time. The airlines are on time. We get to park some people get to park their cars free on Fridays downtown. I'm telling you, it is a shame. It is a shame that this man is leaving, especially considering whatever the circumstances are. I don't like to see him going. And by the way, Andrew, if you need a reference, Sam's here.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment is from Trey Abney.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Trey Abney, today appearing on behalf of myself, not on behalf of any organization or anybody that I'm employed by, appearing as a Reno taxpayer and as a friend to Andrew Klinger and his family. I've known Mr. Klinger for 10 years, ever since I moved to Reno in January of 2007. When I met him, he was the budget director for the state of Nevada. And under his leadership, he had to both cut the hell out of the state budget and find efficiencies because of the economy we had. And then when brought over here, he was able to build back up a budget and build back up a city. His experience surpasses probably anybody I've ever met and his expertise in this field. Mr. Klinger is a man of integrity. He is forthright, transparent. He's a very smart guy. I always called him a numbers nerd, carrying around his budget papers with him when he was state director. There was a reason that the former mayor and former iteration of this council sought him out. He took a devastated, indebted organization and made it a progressive, active, alive again, despite the challenges that he had from above and below him. But now, after almost 2 decades in public service, his name and his integrity has been impugned and sullied. The initial investigation cleared him of any wrongdoing, yet the witch hunt continues. He voluntarily goes on leave, yet it's painted and thought that he must have something to hide. He receives a certified letter from this body to discuss the termination of his employment, yet it's somehow painted as him resigning and scurrying away. This city is losing one of the best, if not the best city manager it has ever had, and it's going to cost us all a lot of money. Money that could be used for blight, for parks, for trees, public safety. The list of priorities goes on. And all of this plays out while his wife Stacy and his kids Nathan, Kayla, and Maddie read this trash about her husband and their father. And so we have allowed disagreements with management, style, and decisions to be turned into a perverted attack on a solid man's character, whose name, when Googled forever, will be associated with this issue. I can only hope that when his name is finally cleared, the people responsible for this will be dealt with. Character counts, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Klinger has it in spades, and we should all be sorry for allowing this to happen to him. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, at this time, I will call up our city attorney. I did want to say that I felt that this special meeting was imminent to move the city forward. I also want to remind this council that this is a proposal brought to the council from Mr. Klinger's attorney. And it's important for us to discuss and debate this situation in an open and public process. I want to make sure this is as transparent as possible. And so at this time, again, I think this is an important process in moving the city forward. So with that being said, I will hand it over to you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Carl Hall, Reno City Attorney. Today I'd like to present you with an option that was prepared by your attorneys for your consideration. So I'd like to first discuss Mr. Klinger's contract. But before we get there, I'd like to caution members of the City Council that the open meeting law directs that a public body shall not hold a meeting to consider character, alleged misconduct, or professional competence of any person unless it has given written notice to that person of the time and place of the meeting at least 5 working days before the meeting. In this case, Mr. Klinger has not been properly noticed in accordance with NRS 241-033 for this item. So I'd ask you, City Council members, to please refrain from making any comments regarding the character, alleged misconduct, or professional competence of Mr. Klinger. So first of all, how did we get here? So there was certainly allegations made, and there was a call for a special meeting by Madam Mayor, and notice was sent out to Mr. Klinger, and that notice allowed us to enter into negotiations with Mr. Klinger's attorney, Mr. Gallagher. And during the course of those negotiations, we were able to reach an agreement that we are bringing to you today for your consideration. Let's talk about Mr. Klinger's employment contract first. Mr. Klinger's employment contract is patterned after the International City-County Managers Association Model Employment Agreement. Now that agreement is universally used throughout the nation. It's a standard contract, and it does have a severance package. And the reason it has a severance package is because the tenure of a city manager typically is from 3 to 5 years. Those jobs are typically hard to find, and the severance package allows a city manager an opportunity to seek other employment if his employment is terminated. That's standard throughout the nation to have a severance package, and our severance package is, again, modeled after the ICMA Model Employment Agreement. We also have a proposed separation agreement and general release patterned after the ICMA model. And again, that is a standard that is used throughout the nation. It's respected industry-wide, and that's what we used in terms of our separation agreement in conjunction with Mr. Klinger's employment contract. Let's compare. This slide allows us to compare the ICMA model agreement with Mr. Klinger's employment contract. So the ICMA model agreement provides for a 12-month severance package. Mr. Klinger's employment contract allows for 6-month severance. The ICMA model allows for accrued leave. Mr. Klinger's agreement allows for accrued leave. ICMA model allows for deferred compensation, as does Mr. Klinger's agreement. The ICMA model provides for 1-year employer-paid health insurance. We did not provide any health insurance for Mr. Klinger in his employment contract. And then there's also an indemnification provision, which is standard in the industry. Now, this slide talks about the removal under Charter Provision 3.03 versus the separation agreement that was negotiated through your attorneys. Now, if we had proceeded under the removal charter pursuant to Mr. Klinger's employment contract, he would be allowed to receive a severance in the amount of approximately $100,000, accrued leave, deferred compensation. However, we would not have release of liability for all claims. So the total, if we were to proceed under the removal under the charter, would be $197,000. However, there are unknown litigation costs, including attorney's fees. So if Mr. Klinger were to sue the city and we were to proceed through with litigation and try and bring this to trial, we can estimate that the attorney's fees that would be accrued during that litigation process would be approximately $100,000 to get us to summary judgment. If we go through the separation agreement, Mr. Klinger, pursuant to his employment contract, is entitled to 6-month severance, accrued leave, deferred compensation. However, we have a mutual release and waiver of claims, including any federal, state, local laws prohibiting retaliatory, wrongful discharge, etc. We agreed to recommend payment of attorney's fees in the amount of $30,000 for a total of $227,000. I believe the contract does provide for, his employment contract does include indemnification from the city if he is sued. So I believe that we are responsible for his attorney's fees in this particular case, and that's why it was part of the separation agreement before you. This slide talks about the advantages of separation under the agreement that is before you today. The separation agreement liquidates and eliminates city's potential exposure to legal claims from Mr. Klinger. And as I mentioned before, even if we were to argue about attorney's fees, if that was one point of contention and we wanted to litigate that, I would suggest that we would spend in excess of $30,000 litigating that issue. So in terms of a business decision, I think this makes sense for the City Council to accept this agreement because of that liquidation of our exposure. Another advantage is we don't have any delay. There's no waiting for completion of an expanded investigation. So we're taking prompt action. Mr. Klinger's employment will be terminated, and we're not looking 2 weeks down the road to have another hearing, which could also be a basis for additional litigation over the hearing process and due process and how that hearing should be conducted. Thirdly, it allows the city to move forward and appoint a new city manager. Obviously, we want to move forward in a prompt fashion. This allows us to get this issue behind us and move forward with the new city manager. It allows city staff to move forward and prepare for transition and administration. Overall, the advantage of this separation agreement, less time, less money, less city resources spent in defending lawsuits. So in conclusion, the recommendation of special counsel and the Reno City Attorney's Office is to approve the separation agreement and general release. And so thank you, and I'll take any questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Carl Hall. Okay. At this time, I am going to open it up for discussion from this council. I would like to remind you again, going back to our city attorney's first statement, due to open meeting law, I stress that you stay on topic on this agenda. So with that being said, Councilwoman Dewar?
I'd like to just hold. I don't have a question at this time. I understand the presentation. I appreciate the work that's gone into it. I understand especially the advantages that you've pointed out, Mr. Hall, and specifically in terms of allowing Mr. Klinger to move forward, the city to move forward, the staff, the council, and allow everyone to resume their normal life. So I think, well done to the attorneys and to Mr. Klinger for proposing this.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobzien.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And two questions come to mind immediately. immediately. Mr. Hall, if you could go back to the slide, your comparison slide of the costs by scenario. Thank you. You know, I think the big unknown here is the fact that we've never gone through the 303 process. I mean, it's laid out. We generally know what it would entail, but we've never done it. You haven't read unknown litigation costs, including attorney's fees, and I'm going to push you on that a little bit so that we have a better understanding of just what that could be, because obviously your raw numbers right there, it's okay, 30,000 over what that would be, but there's a big unknown and a big question mark. Could you give us a little bit more about what would be the components of that process? How much would they cost? Generally, hypothetically, what it could be? Just, I think we need a little more understanding of what that potential exposure is.
Sure. Well, I think one case that we can look at that gives the council some guidance is the school board case. When you look at the school board case, initially they tried to terminate Pedro Martinez because there was a question as to whether or not he had his accounting certificate. That turned into a lawsuit, and it went to mediation in front of Judge Hardy. And at the end of the mediation, Judge Hardy recommended full payment of Mr. Martinez's contract in the amount of $777,000, so almost $750,000, $80,000 in attorney's fees, and extended litigation costs. In this case, you know, Mr. Klinger has an opportunity to sue us for attorney's fees if we wanted to, you know, say, hey, wait a minute. If we go under the removal provision, he's not entitled to, arguably, not entitled to attorney's fees, although there is a clause in his contract that does require the city to indemnify him. In addition, there's a requirement under NRS 41, Chapter 41, for indemnification of city employees. So if we were to fight over that issue alone, I would suggest that we would spend over $30,000 defending that lawsuit with our time and money, or if we were to spend additional funds with outside counsel defending that lawsuit. In addition, you know, Mr. Klinger could file a lawsuit with respect to, you know, defamation, libel, slander, breach of good faith and fair dealing. Now, those allegations may or may not have any merit. However, if we were to retain outside counsel, we all know how expensive that is in light of our past experience. And my understanding is that just getting that lawsuit to a summary judgment stage where we could file a motion to dismiss that would be approximately $80,000 to $120,000. So when we look at the cost-benefit analysis, we look at the savings of time, we look at, you know, certainty in this process. Certainly, those are the reasons that we recommend approval of the separation agreement.
Madam Mayor, if I could continue, I said I have two questions. I want to
Yes,
further
Councilman.
drive on this question, then I have another final question on a related matter. And I think the other piece that we need to discuss is the fact that it's sort of inevitable as the public looks at this process and tries to evaluate whether or not this is the correct path to take or not. It's inevitable that comparisons are made with the private sector. And as you've laid out, we have a contract. It's a pretty standard contract with the severance provisions and everything else. But the other dynamic here in play is the fact that we are a public employer. And so there are certain constitutional rights afforded and potentially in play. Does that also sort of compound what our liability exposure is in this situation?
Well, you know, in this case, whether he is, you know, if he's terminated under the terms of the contract, whether it's for cause or without cause, he is still entitled to the severance package.
Right.
So, you know, either way, we're going to be liable for $197,000 under the contract. So pursuant to that contract provision, that's what we're liable for. His contract, as I mentioned before, also has an attorney fee indemnification provision, and so that's why we, you know, agreed to pay his attorney's fees as well to move this along and bring it to council so that we could resolve this matter in a timely fashion.
Okay, and then, Madam Mayor, last question. You made the statement, Mr. Hall, no need to wait for completion of investigation, and that kind of stuck with me, that maybe that wasn't the best way to say that. are we continuing with the investigation
Yes.
into the existing complaints? And I want to make that very clear because it's inevitable that some are going to see this as this is the attempt to close down a situation that is untenable. And I don't want to get in trouble with this, but I just want to make it very clear that our obligation to consider that matter and to further bring that to completion and conclusion, that remains. That is separate and apart from the
Thank you very
agreement that
much
we're
for
looking
bringing
at
up
today.
That issue, and I think it deserves clarification. So, steps going forward. So, we have engaged David Wall, who is a former judge, to continue the investigation or expand the investigation into the allegations that have been lodged. And the reason for continuing that investigation is to protect the city, protect the claimants, protect Mr. Klinger, so that when that investigation is done, we can bring that investigation back to City Council. And certainly, the results of that investigation would be, disclosed to the public after the investigation is completed.
Okay.
So
Thank you for
we're
that.
not running from that issue. We're going to investigate it to make sure that the facts are known, and we'll bring those facts back to the City Council.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I did have a couple of questions. So just to kind of dovetail on what Councilmember Bobzian was saying. So the continued investigation is it fair to say that is an obligation, not a choice that we have?
Yes, that is an obligation, and we will be fulfilling our obligation to conduct a full, fair, unbiased investigation. And again, we'll bring those facts back to you when that's completed. And we expect to have that completed mid-October.
Okay, can you speak to, Mr. Klinger put out a resignation statement. Can you speak to how that does or does not impact the conditions of his employment contract?
That does not impact the employment contract or the separation agreement. I think those were the words that were used by Mr. Klinger. However, Mr. Klinger, through his attorney, negotiated a separation agreement with the city attorney and outside counsel. And that written agreement, that negotiated agreement, is what has been, is presented before council. So his statement that he was resigning is not necessarily accurate in terms of the agreement that we have reached.
Okay. And then just to make sure I'm clear, so we could potentially continue and not accept this separation terms and potentially spend over $100,000 of taxpayer dollars trying to collect $30,000. Is that correct?
Yes. So you do have an option today to accept the agreement or not accept the agreement. However, as stated, there are unknown litigation costs. I mean, Mr. Klinger may or may not sue. However, if he does, it is my opinion that we would incur a significant cost in defending a lawsuit, whether it's over attorney's fees or whether or not he has other causes of action that he alleges. So I think this is the best course of action to save time and potential risk to the city.
I spent 20 years with a law firm. I think you're even light on the $100,000.
Probably a little light on the estimation.
The thing that we're not talking about, and because we can't put a hard figure to it, is the immeasurable cost with the continued disruption that this whole thing is causing to this organization. And I think something that we have difficulty in quantifying is the overall health of this organization and the need to protect that. So I just put that out there because I think that is something that is so significant, but tough to put a dollar figure on. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I looked at your slide here and you talk about unknown litigation costs. We don't know what's going to happen up there and we don't know what the costs are going to be. I'd refer to you to a couple of portions of the agreement. Section 6C and Section 6E, and if you can put a price on those sections of this agreement.
Are you talking about the separation agreement?
Yeah, the separation agreement or the agreement that was presented to us that you're asking us to approve that we can't put a true dollar figure on because there's two undefinable clauses in this agreement. C says the employer further agrees to indemnify and hold the employee harmless for any and all losses, cost, damages, or expenses, including reasonable attorney fees incurred by the employee, arising from any employer's release claims that may hereafter be made by the employer. The second one in 6E says the agreement between the employee and the employer made and entered into on July 1st, 2015 shall be null and void except for the indemnification obligation in paragraph 13 of said employment agreement, which will remain in full force and effect. We have a provision in his existing contract, which we have to pay all his legal fees and indemnify him for his actions in employment. And we're now saying that even if something he did was criminal, we've still got to defend him, where under the contract, there's an exemption for that we're saying is null and void, but the indemnification continues to be in place. So can you predict what the cost to that might be if there was claims filed against him personally that the city remains responsible for?
Well, two things. First of all, I respectfully disagree that we would be indemnifying him if he were charged criminally with a crime. I think that is outside the scope of the contract. And secondly, we're obligated to, indemnify him under the employment agreement, and we're still, required to indemnify him if he is sued by the claimants in this particular case. However, in light of the fact that we have a termination agreement in front of you, and if that agreement is ratified or approved by the city council, that I think that mitigates any potential damages that the claimants may have against the city. So, I think overall we're in a much better position under this separation agreement.
But you're arguing that the unpredictable, unknown litigation costs are why this is a more favorable way of going.
Right.
When there's a clause in his contract that says if he resigns, he gets zero.
Okay, so he didn't resign.
Well, and I'm not arguing he did resign. I'm saying if he resigns, he gets zero.
Okay.
If we terminate, he gets the amounts that are outlined here.
Right.
And you're arguing that the reason that giving up $30,000 extra in attorney fees that we're supposed to provide if he's involved in a litigation under his contract, which there's no litigation standing out there at this time. There may be in the future, which he's going to come back and ask us for attorney fees, which might be warranted under the contract. But currently there is no litigation out there, and that's the only time we're entitled to pay attorney fees. But you're saying that because we don't know what may come in the future as far as attorney fees, that we should approve this separation agreement, that if in fact he was to resign, he would be entitled to zero as far as his severance pay. But we're going to pay $30,000 more because we don't know what the litigation costs might be in the future, and we're going to pay this $30,000, and we've got no idea what the litigation costs are going to be in the future. Absolutely no idea.
Well, in response to that, I think we're responsible for his attorney's fees under his employment contract. Second of all, there's many unknowns with respect to who's going to sue and what they're going to sue for. In our separation agreement, we essentially preclude any lawsuits being filed by Mr. Klinger. And if we're looking at that unknown, I think that unknown alone ensures that or insulates us from exposure to the tune of anywhere from $80,000 to $100,000 or more, even if we were just going to litigate the attorney's fees. So, when I look at a cost-benefit analysis, I think this is the best path going forward, and that's my recommendation for those reasons.
So you've been guiding us through this process, and this is the faith you have in the guidance that you've given us, is that we've left ourselves open for litigation if we terminate his employment.
That is the guidance from my office as well as independent counsel, yes.
So we don't trust that the guidance that you've given us through this process was good enough to protect us from any lawsuits. So we need to make sure that we don't that we sign something that keeps Mr. Klinger, who I don't think the council's taken any action against up to this point, and we have 100% right to take an action in the future, if we were to terminate him, we have that right as long as we follow the appropriate procedures, which you're guiding us through. But you're saying that you don't trust that we're following those procedures closely enough that we need to be concerned about litigation from Mr. Klinger?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying even if you follow those procedures, even if you followed the removal through the charter, and all the procedures were followed correctly, you're still subject to a lawsuit. And that's the concern. That's one of the reasons we're paying $30,000 is to ensure and buy the city indemnity against that potential exposure. So even if you did everything by the book under 3.03, Mr. Klinger would say, you know what? I'm still not happy with that. I think council disparaged me. I think they ruined my reputation. I think they violated my First Amendment rights. I think they violated good faith and fair dealing. And as you know very well, any person can file a lawsuit for any reason. And you know, so you know, when I take that into consideration, I think I'd like to buy the city some insurance, and that's what we did.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just to that point, follow up, I appreciate Mr. McKenzie's comments or questions because, you know, I deferred my questions. I wanted to see what the other council members were going to ask about. But I knew that if I waited to this day to ask you about all of this, I could take up the whole meeting or an hour myself. So I availed myself of, once we got this proposal, to go visit with your chief deputy and go over all of the indemnification issues, because I think it's very important to understand what we're paying and what we're getting. You know, the quid pro quo. You offer this $30,000 and here's what you get. And I too wanted to very much understand what we were waiving from our perspective in terms of any kind of forward claim. And I think you just did a good job of explaining it. I was very concerned. It sounds like we're dealing with many civil and organizational type issues, but if there was a criminal issue, that we could still move forward. I'm not saying that there is in any case, just to be clear on the record whatsoever, but this is the conversation we're having. And I wanted to make sure what we were waiving and what we were not waiving. And I appreciate your explanation. So, and I appreciate the other council members' questions. I didn't want to duplicate, so I need to have good questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Hall, question for you. Under the terms of this agreement, we've got 2 investigations going on, one by Washoe County Sheriff's Office, one that we've commissioned. Don't know if he's a subject of one. No, he is of the one we've commissioned. This agreement gets signed. Investigator knocks on his door, calls him next week. You know, I want to ask you some questions. Can you just hang up, shut the door, not participate?
Yes, everybody has a right not to, you know, make a statement to police.
Okay. Or an investigator, or a private investigator. Okay. You know, I'm having a hard time with this one. Seems to me at any given time, city's involved in dozens of lawsuits, some, and we've been involved with them. One current, one past that I know of, with employees. And we always discuss decisions we have to make on which way to proceed. You know, you're really coming to me, what I'm hearing is a lot of risk. Okay, I'm hearing a risk management recommendation. Sometimes we have precedent to think about. Sometimes we have a position to hold or not. And the difficulty I'm having with this recommendation is that, you know, he is a rarity in the public and the private sector who has an individualized contract, employment contract. We have provisions in there to proceed when we don't want to continue that relationship in the contract. And you are just walking away from that under this risk management philosophy. And I have a real hard time with that. I think that we have provisions in there. We should go with this special allowance, special allotment is just, to me, a very difficult one to take on an equity sort of perspective to the way that we deal with employees and in other ways. So I'm having a very difficult time getting to this point. And not only that is, we still are in investigations with him, and there still are 2. However those come out, if they come out adverse to him, then we've got to look back that he was given some special entitlement by this council above and beyond what he is allowed under a contract we have with him. So that is my greatest difficulty in accepting this at this time. And you know, I just want to say that I also feel that from the risk management, I mean, I've heard, you know, much harder approaches from your office in dealing with potential litigants, and we're not even in litigation with this person right now. And so, you know, I'm just wondering where that strategy is coming from, and it is just, you're seeing a lot of risk out there, correct?
Yes, this is definitely, you know, not your normal employment situation in terms of allegations of misconduct. But one point I did want to make with respect to the approach we've taken in this case, we would be responsible for the 197,885 unless there was, you know, a gross commission of a gross misdemeanor, a felony, willful or wanton conduct. So I think under the terms of the contract, there would have to be some significant wrongdoing, which we don't have any evidence there was, in order to avoid paying out the severance package that was agreed upon in his employment contract. So what we're achieving here is the release of liability, as I mentioned, which I think is a business decision and a sound business decision, and a prompt resolution of this issue. So, you know, when I'm looking at, you know, the pros and cons of this particular case and the unknown as to whether or not we could avoid paying Mr. Klinger's severance package, I don't think there is any way that we would avoid paying his severance package with the facts and circumstances that City Council has before it. And now to address, you know, we are going to continue on with the investigation, and, you know, those facts will be presented to council, and they will be, you know, made public. And, you know, apparently we'll have to look back and see what the facts and circumstances were or are, but I don't have any inkling that there is a commission of a gross misdemeanor or felony or misconduct which would allow us to avoid paying Mr. Klinger's severance package.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Can I get a follow-up on that, please?
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, willful and wanton. If somebody willfully commits an offense against another, does that fall within willful and wanton? Not necessarily a criminal offense, but an offense against them?
Well, again, you know, that can be interpreted in a number of ways. Certainly it has to be an intentional wrongdoing to another person with that conscious awareness that you're harming another person. You know, so are we going to argue over that? Are we going to argue over whether or not it was willful and wanton? And how much money do you want to spend on determining whether or not we have willful or wanton? I think we can, you know, everybody has, you know, different views on what could be deemed willful or wanton. And from what I know about this case, I don't think we're going to be able to avoid paying the severance package under the removal under the Charter Section 3.030.
And given those two terms, and my understanding what willful and wanton is, I think that we actually are way ahead of the game here, because we have an investigation out there that actually may find that. We don't know what it's going to find. And until we have the results of that investigation, we can't unring this bell. And if that investigation comes back and we find that there was something there, then this whole argument goes away. And we're still on the hook for undefined amounts of legal fees that may come our way, because we're still going to continue to identify him into perpetuity, according to this agreement. With that section of his hiring agreement never goes away. So.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Councilwoman Dewar.
Just to add an element of clarity. But today we're talking about amicable, so to speak, separation and negotiated separation. And as you've said already, it's not about our ongoing investigation, because that's still to come. And even if there was, I think, some findings there, if there were, and we don't know what they are, but if there were, it sounds like the remedy for that would probably be some kind of termination or some kind of other action, you know, in a different world, you know, under different laws, I think, even. Is that correct, or can you separate these for me a little bit?
Right. So let's just say we didn't go through with the approval of the separation agreement today. All right, we could go forward with the removal under the charter. And, so that would require, notice, providing him with the resolution, and then allowing him an opportunity to present another resolution. In the meantime, I believe that this investigation is going to continue on until mid-October. So we may or may not have the results of that second investigation, which is essentially geared towards looking at allegations of retaliation. So now we're going to, postpone the removal process, if I'm understanding correctly, until we have this second agreement. So now we're going to have, uncertainty with the city manager's situation, and then we're going to have to determine whether or not, what the results of the investigation are, and then whether or not, that allows us to argue that he is not entitled to a severance package.
I guess what I'm saying, Mr. Hall, is I view these as two separate proceedings. I do. From where I sit, one is still ongoing, has its own remedies, and this has been put forward, in response to our Madam Mayor calling a meeting. And so it's a negotiated settlement about other issues, is my understanding. So, we wait to see what happens, and this is what's before us. And that's kind of how I'm kind of parsing it, but I just wanted to get your confirmation that these are separate kind of actions.
They are separate actions.
Okay, that's all I was looking for.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. Okay, to just maybe simplify. The investigation that is ongoing, if at the end of that, and we don't know, because it is still an active investigation, Mr. Klinger is found to have violated city policy, we still have to pay the conditions of his employment contract.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Right.
Regardless. Yeah. I hear what you're saying, too.
All right. Any further questions from council? I do want to just say, anyone that knows me knows that I'm not a proponent of expensive litigation. Matter of fact, Councilman Delgado and myself halted a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against labor. And I think it's important for the city to continue to move forward and focus on the great things that we're accomplishing. So for the health and vibrancy, I strongly recommend it. So with that being said, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Troubling, of course, that we're all here today to talk about the termination of an employee. But hearing all the different comments that were and the questions that my colleagues have stated, I think we have a great opportunity here for cost savings. As we know, we have an opportunity and held responsible for the hiring of public safety in our parks, et cetera, and the liabilities there are we don't know of the liability that's hanging over us. So thank you, Mr. Hall, for presenting to us in this PowerPoint the clarity on that. The morale lifting that needs to take place here at our city. As we all know, we feel like we're hamstrung, and everyone feels as though they can move forward and be as productive as we all know that they can. And of course, the opportunity, as the Madam Mayor and everyone else here stated, that we gotta get things back on the ball and get back to business as we need to. So here's a great opportunity for that. And as I'm sure we'll hear later today, the need to tackle important issues such as housing, growth, safety, and quality of life. And Madam Mayor, with that, and hearing all the different discussion that's taking place, I'd like to make a motion that we move to the approval of separation agreement and general release between the City of Reno and Andrew Klinger, terminating Mr. Klinger's employment with the city effective October 10th, 2016, releasing legal claims and authorizing payment of a severance benefit package.
All right, so I have a motion from Vice Mayor Delgado. I have a second from Councilman David Bobzian. All those in favor say aye.
Could we have
Aye.
discussion, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm, it's best practice under our ethics guidance to discuss our reasons for voting often, and I just want to articulate my reasons for voting no on this. I think this is giving him a special treatment agreement above and beyond what is specified in the contract that we have with him, and I cannot support the motion. Thank you.
So you won't support limiting the liability. Okay, I understand. Councilman Bobzian, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too appreciate the opportunity to kind of weigh in on this before we take the vote. These are the times that cry out for leadership for the city and for our residents and for making correct decisions that are in the best interest of the future of our community. And I applaud all the council members for the amount of effort and time and bandwidth that has been devoted to this effort. It has been incredible to see the exchange with attorneys as we've been presented with this options, the guidance that we've been given, the feedback that we've had the opportunity to provide, some of which we've been able to see in public today. And so far, I think we are doing the best that we can given the circumstances. And this key decision point does not end the story. The story continues. We still have an obligation, as we've heard, to complete the investigation. We have the obligation to the city. We have the obligation to transparency. We have the obligation to our employees from a workplace safety matter. But where we are today, this isn't perhaps, nobody likes this solution, but I believe this is the best solution to move the city forward. So I will be supporting this motion, and I commend you, Madam Mayor, for getting us to this point.
All right, thank you very much. Any other? Councilwoman Dewar.
Just a final, I stated at the beginning that I too was very committed to moving the city forward and moving on to our bright future that we have in front of us, both for us and Mr. Klinger. And the time, the money, and the city resources that have been devoted so far, I think are important to preserve. And it's critical, I think, that we take this step for the health of the organization. So I too will be supporting the motion.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. You know, I think we can all agree that easy decisions are just that. This is not one of those easy decisions, and true leadership is doing what's right in the overall health of the organization and making those tough votes. And that's what we're faced with today, not taking the easy out, but making those tough votes. So I will be supporting this.
All right, thank you very much. Any further questions? Councilmember McKenzie.
Madam Mayor, and I too will be opposing this motion, and I think that Councilwoman Breckus and I are the ones that are actually taking the tough vote. Everybody else is trying to take the easy way out. I believe that we should find out what the investigation reveals, because if there was wrongdoing, we're just getting ready to wipe away any possibility of having a reasonable solution for the city. And this is definitely an example of how we treat different employees differently and how aggressive we get on defending the city against some employees, and other employees we're willing to just turn our back on and say, we'll give you what you ask.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I think that, excuse me, I think it's really important that I know this has been incredibly hard on this organization. It really has turned everyone sort of upside down. I've lost a lot of sleep over this. This has not been easy. So I want to commend my entire council for the job all of you have done, whether you vote for this or not. I'm excited for, the future of Reno. And I think that's what we need to really focus on. We all want to live in a better place. And I feel that that's what gets us here today. So, when you say that, it's a little bit hard to swallow, only because this has been very, very hard. So, and it's very unfortunate. So with that being said, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Motion carries. All right. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to open it up to public comment.
Madam Mayor, Sam Dene would like to speak in public comment.
All right, come on up, Sam.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Government, who knows more about the really important stuff than, I don't want to, my son gets mad at me because I use ominous statements, so I'm going to say nobody knows any more about the government of our community than I do. And by the way, I noticed that, and this is not trying to be critical of Ms. Sheevy, but she wanted to commend the City Council for their fine work on this project. What about Sam? And maybe even that gentleman over there, he's gone now, who had a few things to say. And I'm not trying to be critical, but you just kind of like leave out the public. And if 500 people came up here to talk, then I know you couldn't say that. I'm the only one who came up here and put this thing in perspective, and I've got a little bit more perspective. And this is public comment, but I'm talking about that agenda item where they just agreed to approve to give, and I guarantee you the media mouses are not going to spin it the right way. Mr. Klinger was, he had the right to $200,000. The right. Now the big debate, he spent 45 minutes talking about $30,000, which is not pocket change. Spent 45 minutes talking about $30,000, and you never even spent 10 minutes talking about $30 million when you bought this building with a perfectly good building over there. Just trying to put it in perspective of what goes through your minds up there relative to 30,000 versus 30 million, and you never talked about it, and that goes back a ways. I agree, but nobody ever brings that up. I was at the podium speaking against it time after time after time, and you still wasted $30 million on this building with a perfectly good city council building laying over there empty all these years. But I don't know, and I'm not really sure what's going on, why the media does not like Mr. Klinger. Maybe they don't like him because he did such a good job. The media doesn't seem to want good things to happen to our community. And that's just my opinion, but my opinion is as good as anybody else's. I'm going to say better. It's as good. Nice smiley face. My opinion is as good as anybody else's. They didn't like it when you appointed Jason Soto under my nomination. Jason Soto be to the chief of police. They didn't like that. Said he wasn't qualified. Nobody likes him. And they were wrong. He's doing a great job. And I could go on and on and on. And by the way, as I close out with a slight non sequitur, people keep forgetting, and the media mouses, this last week, Burning Man was here, all of the front page every single day. And 10 years ago, the media mouses and the government was trying to get rid of Burning Man. Who was the only person who came to the podiums over and over, especially over at County Commission, and said, do not get rid of Burning Man. They listened to me. Burning Man is still 2003. They were getting rid of it. I told them, don't do it. Gave the reasons. They did not. Burning Man was saved. Now it's one of the best things in our community. And the media mouses never, ever, ever mention the most important name in the community. One of the most important names, Sam Dene, the DNA of government.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment for this meeting.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Move to adjourn.
All right, so I have a motion to
Second.
adjourn. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed. All right, I would like to request that council stay here. We are going to go right into our next meeting. I would like to do this as soon as possible. Madam Clerk? Can you signal when you're ready?
I will let you know, Madam
All right,
Mayor.
thank you very
We need
much.
just a few minutes.
Trying to,
That was good. Good job. What's that? think it was a hard decision, no matter which way you go. And that's just the fact that we have a split vote means we're all weighing different things differently. I mean, you know, if it was easy. So what's happening here?
We are going into the new meeting. So
Okay.
We had to go out of this.
Okay, so where do we go?
So it's, with the new meeting will always pop up here.
Mhm.
It's downloading your agenda. and
Oh,
when
it's
that
still
happens-
downloading?
Yeah, so you'll click new meeting.
Okay.
It should take you right into it because I've already
Okay,
started the
I
download
gotta
for
go to
you.
the bathroom so bad.
It doesn't just push.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, we are ready when you are.
All right, Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes, Madam Mayor, ready when you are.
All right, thank you very, very much. Actually, before we start the meeting, I'm going to just sort of move up the city manager announcements.
We-
So, is that okay, or can we,
We need to convene.
Yeah,
can we
Madam Mayor,
open
so-
the meeting first?
Um,
Is that okay? I don't want to take any action if these are
correct.
just announcements.
Correct, Madam Mayor, you could do announcements. If you want to do the pledge before that, would be the one
Great,
option.
okay. All right, I just want to make sure we don't take any action before we hear these announcements. Okay? All right. All right, at this time, I would like to, everyone to stand for the pledge, and I would like Councilmember McKenzie to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. All right, with that being said, I will hand it to our city manager, Bill Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. It's my pleasure this morning to announce some new employees that have joined the city as of September 1st. I don't know if those employees are here. If they here, it'd be great if they could stand up. But we have Jessica Benitez from the police, who's a police assistant 1. Kimberly Coleman, a maintenance worker 1. Mari Demers, police services specialist. Carly Lindahl, police service specialist. Brittany Miller, police service specialist. Amanda Morrow, police service assistant 1. Catherine Opperman, police service specialist, and Jose Rodriguez, police service specialist. Are any of those employees here? It sounds like they're busy at the police department if they're not here, so. Yeah, that's, it's very important. Those individuals are going to really improve our ability to respond to the public. I see the chief just walking in, but we're very happy and proud to have those new employees on board. In addition, from the municipal court, we have Darla Clark, who's a court specialist 1, and Gracie Soto, who's also a court specialist 1. Obviously, we have them working today. I don't see them in the audience. And then lastly, but not least, Joanna Richards, who's a recreation leader in the Parks, Recreations, and Community Services. So I know the council and the mayor will join me in welcoming all these new employees to our organization and the many benefits that the community will see as a result of these people being added to our workforce. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Acela Trendsetter Award, which is this heavy glass award here that we got here. Like to
It's
congratulate Crystal. I'm sorry. Yes, Crystal. Mayor would know that.
Yes, Crystal.
I'd like to congratulate our city clerk, Ashley Turney. She's primarily responsible for the reason the city received this award. Acela, which specializes in digital engagement solutions for government, honored 13 of the most innovative customers as recipients of the Acela Trendsetter Awards. One of these recipients is, of course, us, the city of Reno. According to Acela, our organization simplified meeting management and follow-up, integrated video management with timestamp features, and enhanced the city's image through online citizen engagement. Congratulations to Ashley and the rest of our staff who were responsible for winning this award.
Nicely done. She's always hard at work.
And I will give the crystal to Ashley.
Okay.
Not the glass, the crystal. We would invite the public to check out our upcoming Art Blast event, which will be held at McKinley Arts and Culture Center. The event is this Friday from 3 to 7 p.m. and also Saturday from 10 to 5 p.m. The McKinley Arts Center is located, for those who don't know, at 925 Riverside Drive, and for more information, you can visit our website, renoculture.com. We have a friendly reminder, which is the city has launched its crowdfunding campaign through fundyourpark.org to raise money to bring an inflatable obstacle course to our pools. These are tax-deductible donations to the campaign, and they can be made through that website, again, fundyourpark.org, by clicking on the Mighty Medley Project. The fundraising campaign will run through September 23rd. We'd like to invite the community to join us on Sunday, September 25th, as we celebrate the Virginia Lake Dog Park grand opening. We'll be hosting a ribbon-cutting ceremony at 10 a.m. that day in celebration of the improvements to the park, which include dog agility equipment, a new shade shelter, water fountains, and benches. I'm assuming the benches are for the people, not the dogs, but hopefully we'll see a lot of people out there. The dog park is located at Mountain View Drive on the lake's southwest corner. As far as announcements for upcoming meeting, the council has a special meeting set for 6 p.m. 2 weeks from now on September 28th, and this meeting will be focused on the Downtown Action Plan. Specifically, we will be talking to the consultant about what they call their Downtown 101, which is a important, I think, training for both the community and the council and planning commission on how we might proceed in terms of addressing some of our issues in downtown. There will also be an affordable housing workshop, which is scheduled for next Wednesday, September 21st. That meeting will be held at 1 p.m., and that meeting will be specifically targeted on affordable housing. For more information on our meetings, I'm sorry, there's one other one, which is our meeting on September 28th, which is our next regular meeting, will be held at 10 a.m. So I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. So lastly, anybody who's interested in following us in terms of meetings, times, dates, can go to reno.gov/meetings and check on the view agendas. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. I think those meetings are incredibly important, so I urge all of you to come and be part of the process. Certainly affordable housing, gentrification is really, really important, so I'm going to stress it to everyone to please make sure you show up and have your voice heard. Very important.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Quick question.
Councilwoman Dewar.
I think it would also be useful before public comment for our acting city manager to mention what items might be pulled off the agenda or deferred, just so.
Councilwoman Dewar, I was going to go back to down here so that we start that and then everyone can. look
Yeah,
at
when
the-
they're making their
right.
comments, they can.
Since everyone is very used to sort of that process, and
Great.
so I just thought that might be easier to stick to it that way.
Certainly.
Are you fine with that?
Yes.
So we stay on point. Okay, great.
So
Right.
I'll announce the changes, and of course, that would be subject to, after public comment, your vote on the agenda.
Right.
Item A.7.3, which is minutes from the August 16th special meeting. There was a technical error, so those will not be acted upon today. In addition, item E2, which is approval of the Dragonfly art sculpture, that is on the agenda, but there's been a request to move it to 5:30 p.m. time certain on Wednesday, September 28th, which would be the next regular council meeting.
But if people are here, they can still comment today?
That's correct.
Okay.
Item J3, which is approval of converting 4 tennis courts to 12 pickleball courts, has been moved and was tentatively rescheduled till November 9th. We have today a proclamation from September and the United Cerebral Palsy of Northern Nevada organization. We have a presentation, RPD Meritorious Service Medals and Recognition. And then we have, at 1 o'clock, no sooner than 1 o'clock, we have public hearing items, which include today relocation of a medical marijuana establishment, an ordinance introduction to Traintown zoning map amendment, an ordinance introduction regarding boarding and rooming houses, and then 3 collective bargaining agreements with RPSAE sergeants, lieutenants, and DCs. And then there's no public hearing this evening at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you
was
very
great.
much. I would
Thank you.
also like to add that Vice Mayor Delgado would like to remove item J1 from the agenda. So council members, please note that. All right, thank you. At this time, we will move forward. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor Breckus. Dewar.
Here.
Delgado.
Here.
McKenzie. Jordan. Bobzine. Shivi.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to move to item A4, public comment. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Steve Smith, followed by an anonymous commenter, followed by Joel Grace.
All right, thank you very much.
Steve Smith. We will move forward to an anonymous commenter, followed by Joel Grace.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. I'm speaking anonymously due to the retaliation we survivors of domestic violence are facing. And I'm here just to update you on what is happening to Reno regarding domestic violence. Now, in 2013, the Nevada legislature passed SB 27. That bill was unanimously passed and became language in NRS 41.0338, I believe. It was all new language, and it gave the Attorney General for the state of Nevada added duties. And it was very significant legislation because now the Attorney General for the state of Nevada can defend criminal activity. And before this legislation was passed, the Attorney General would only prosecute criminal activity. When the legislation was passed, or still in committee, going through the procedure of passage, the Attorney General testified, and the Attorney General had written a letter in support of the legislation, yet testified not to pass the bill. That should have been a red flag to all Nevada legislators. Why the contradiction? Although the bill passed unanimously, the bill was addressing all of the child abuse cases in which evidence was going missing. And these were ongoing court cases. So the legislators were eager to get protection by the Attorney General under this statute, because prior to the passage of the statute, they would have to engage their own attorneys. So it was a money-saving move. October is the Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I think it would be valuable for this panel to have someone speak on domestic violence and why it's increasing in Reno. This legislation is fueling and is the catalyst for why domestic violence is increasing, and we would appreciate your giving it consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Joel Grace, followed by Mark Stone.
I don't see Mr. Grace in the audience. Okay, let's skip to the next public comment.
Mark
If you
Stone,
see
followed by Glenn
him out there,
Carano.
would you let him know, please?
Thank you. My name is Mark Stone. I'm a veteran of about 30 years experience in the food and beverage, venue, stadium, hospitality management aspect. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Reno Puck Club and specifically Mr. Ken Lehner. I'll give you a little bit of how I know Ken. One of my projects was to open up a new arena in Raleigh, North Carolina for the Carolina Hurricanes. And when I got there, lo and behold, I got to meet Ken and his lovely wife, Barbara. We're both from Buffalo, New York. However, at the time, we hadn't met. To kind of illustrate what kind of a person Ken is, he immediately offered his home for me to kind of set up camp until I got a place to live there. And I enjoyed that very much for 2 or 3 weeks, along with Ken's dogs. He's a big dog guy. I want to talk about my hockey experience. I've worked for the Buffalo Sabres, the Boston Bruins, and the Carolina Hurricanes. And I want to talk a little bit about Ken, the individual, as I know him. First of all, the qualities that really come to mind when I think about Ken are his integrity is above reproach. His business acumen is among the most focused and productive I've ever seen. His enthusiasm is infectious, and his experience in stadiums, arenas, and especially hockey is substantial. I've known Ken now for about 17 years. And he let me know that he was coming. One thing I was remiss, I live down in Weimar, California, between Colfax and Auburn, for those of you who know that area. And I was talking to Ken, and he told me about this opportunity to bring professional hockey to Reno, which was extremely exciting to me. I get up to Reno quite a bit. I'll be up here in a couple weeks for Street Vibrations. I come for the air races. I come for the rib cook-off. I love Reno. And I thought, clearly there's a dearth of hockey of any sort in in this part of the country, northern Nevada, northern California. And I think there's a great market for it. And I don't think you could find a more substantial team to be able to pull this off here. Ken is the somewhat rare type of marketing executive that understands what kind of teamwork and communication is necessary to be successful in this business, and consistently demonstrates it. And I don't think you could find a better group to kick off professional hockey here in Reno, and I think it's going to be just a great thing for the city, revitalization downtown and the area in general. I'm sure there's thousands of untold hockey fans here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Blaine Carano, followed by Joel Grace.
Morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Glenn Crono. I'm from Reno. I'm here to speak to you in regards to the Reno Puck Club. I'm really a fan of bringing visitation to the city of Reno, to the Washoe County, Northern Nevada area. I believe hockey has that opportunity of bringing visitation, outside visitation to this area. As we have softball, fast pitch baseball, we have bowling, we have wrestling, we have basketball, we have all sorts of different activities. I believe if we had the ice in Reno, we'd have that much more visitation coming to Reno, and it'd be great for the entire community. Hockey's a fabulous sport throughout the country. I think you'll hear that we're the largest metropolitan that doesn't have ice in the country, and so I think it'd be fun to kind of grow into that and give people more reason to come to Reno. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Nice commercial, by the way. I saw that last night.
Joel Grace, followed by John Killoran.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. So I'm here to speak about the same agenda item that Glenn was referencing. I am here on behalf of our board and our board of advisors. We are here for the Greater Reno Community Ice Skating Association. So first and foremost, our goal is to bring a hockey rink, which we will be doing, to the city of Reno. Not just a hockey rink, but an ice facility that can support figure skating, curling. Probably asking yourself, well, how does this tie in with what's happening downtown here? These gentlemen have come to us about 18 months ago and talked to us about what they wanted to do. Their wherewithal and their support of what we're doing was off the charts. So their ability to come to the community and offer support, which has been obviously, as you've seen how ice has kind of gone over the years here, has been unparalleled. But now the support and the need and the desire to have this use, as Glenn just said, us being the largest MSA in the country without ice is kind of crazy. And I know figure skating is near and dear to the mayor's heart here. So we are in full support of this, and we've already started working with them on various different plans on how they can help, how we can get them involved in our fundraising efforts, how we can get involved in getting more kids in the community involved in all ice sports, not just hockey, but figure skating, curling, broomball, and whatnot. So we're in full support of this.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Killoran, followed by Christina Bezos.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is John Killoran. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Reno Tahoe Winter Games Coalition, a nonprofit organization that was created 13 years ago, and since that time has worked to put together an Olympic Winter Games bid to bring those games eventually back to the Reno Lake Tahoe area. In that role, and in my previous 20 years before that as a sports broadcaster and a television station news director, I rarely have come in contact with an individual such as Larry Leisure, who for the past 16 years, I believe, has held on to a license for a minor league hockey team in a league that was named something else back when he took it. It was called the West Coast Hockey League when we last had the Rage and the Renegades here. So it's rare to see somebody with that kind of perseverance and interest in our community to develop such a plan. Obviously, our organization was built to bring the Olympic Winter Games as its sole focus. But when the United States Olympic Committee is working on Summer Games bids and not Winter Games bids, you have to find some things to bide your time. And while we put together plans, we've also started to stage elite World Championship events and competitions throughout the state. As a matter of fact, we, this January, for the third time in 4 years, will be hosting an elite world level curling event at the Orleans Arena in Las Vegas. These events are the kind of events that we might be able to bring to Reno even before an Olympic Games would come here if there were ice. It's been a little interesting working on an Olympic Games program in a city, the largest in the country, that doesn't have a sheet of ice permanently for it. So an ice rink moving in, whether it's for economic reason at the Downtown Event Center or what Joel and his team are working on, are great possibilities for this. I was also part of a development opportunity survey a few years ago put on by the Reno Gazette-Journal and then Mark Curtis and other community leaders that reached out to the general public for what they felt the city and the community needed. And at the top of the list was an ice venue and to bring ice events here, especially since we have a lot of weeks during the winter months where our hotels aren't quite as full as we'd like to see them. We, our organization, would certainly like the opportunity to work with you, the RSCVA, the Reno Puck Club, as well as any other person or organization that wants to work on this project, because we do see great social and economic benefit to not only bringing a minor league team here, but then to have the ice so that folks like our organization with augmenting events and curling and other sports could bring them forward. So I thank you very much for taking this topic up. I know there's some urgency to keep in mind because of the East Coast Hockey League rules for expansion, some deadlines that are coming up. So oftentimes we work maybe a little better in urgency. So we stand ready to help, support, facilitate whatever our organization can do to help this move along. And I thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you so much. And I was lucky enough to attend one of your fundraisers, and it was absolutely outstanding. It was phenomenal. And I will also admit that you were my favorite broadcaster growing up. So. But I also, and I think this is an interesting fact, and correct me if I'm wrong, but curling is the largest growing sport in the country? Yeah. Just, sure, come on up. I just think that's fascinating. People would never think that it was curling.
It is the closet sport that people watch in amazing numbers, second highest rated NBC sporting event during the Olympic Winter Games. And it's the largest growing participatory sport. I visited clubs in Minneapolis, and I just came back. I literally am back. I'm a little jet lagged from the World Curling Congress that was held in Sweden. We held it here 2 years ago. The only North American community that has held that prestigious conference that brings 130 delegates from all the regions around the world. And they were excited to hear because they saw the Downtown Event Center and the possibilities if we were to put ice in there. So they were excited to hear of this project and the possibilities of bringing some events in the future.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you so much for being here today. Always great to see you.
Christina Bezos, followed by Ricky Jones.
Hello, I was here once before with my photographs. On this photograph is God's angel. When I was here before, I didn't know angel's name. And after 9 years, angel led me to Carson City Library. And then I didn't know where I was going. First, I have to go to Carson City, and I didn't know the reason. And then he directed my steps towards Smith Stores. And I thought I going to Smith Store. And no, he wanted me go further. And then I recall, there is the library. I already know, I was there 20 years. And then happened. When I came there, he directly my steps to place where I should go. And I would love to go to the place, and there he pointed my eyes to shelf when was book he wanted me to grab. And the book was written was on the edge, something about angels. And when I open it, as God instructed me previously when he started teaching me when I had too many questions. So it opened on the name Metatron. And when I read about this name, I will never forget. I feel so horrible. Metatron means next to God's throne. This angel is very powerful, and I didn't know it. And I would be much better in delivering God's message than I was. I was really not that good, and even I was afraid. And there is written in the Holy Scripture, resist evil, because if you don't resist evil, it will grow over you and overcome you. And sometimes I feel I should be much better than I was. But I cannot fix it. But believe me, the message is from God, Creator for all people. Here is wonder on heaven. White symbolizes innocence and purity. Red symbolizes blood and love. Purple, royalty, ruler. And the message is great. Approximately 2,000 years ago, God reconciled with people in pure and innocent blood of promised Messiah. We know him as Son of God Jesus because his name was hidden to not be profounded, like God's name was profounded previously. And in his pure blood, God promised forgive people sins, all those who repent from sins and return to God. They will be resurrected for eternity in paradise, like God resurrected promised Messiah. After 3 days, his soul was separated from flesh. It will happen after tribulation. And after tribulation, only those who repent from sins and return to God will be resurrected for eternity in paradise. Soul of those who rejected God, who gave us eternal spirit of life, everything we ever had, even entire universe, and promised paradise will not be resurrected. Their soul will be trapped.
Thank you
And
so much.
you didn't disturb the others. This is God's message. And better is reject evil.
Ma'am, you have 3
sustain
minutes
evil.
like everyone else. So
Because
let someone else be able to
yes,
have their voice heard.
this is also God's photograph of the
Thank
tree
you.
with blood branches.
Thank you very much.
God's warning for the people. Trees dying all over. Carson City, even in state of Washington.
Okay.
Madam
We
Mayor?
repent from sins because God is coming to reshape surface of the earth. And
Miss, we
always
will have other
take
public
into account
comment items that you can
all of us
come back and
without
speak on.
exemption. Without exemption.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
our next public comment is from
Okay.
Ricky Jones, followed by Diane Campbell.
Okay. We just need to let someone else come up and have equal time. So you're fine. You're more than fine.
Ricky Jones?
All right. Ricky? Is there Ricky?
Okay, Diane Campbell?
Okay. Diane?
I too have pictures. Thank you for your attention. This picture, I was personally moved by this picture, published in May regarding the eviction of this woman, her little dog, and other residents of the neighborhood that now stands empty and boarded up and supposedly awaiting a sale. I would be interested to know her current situation. As a person who has spent her career in female-dominated support jobs, my retirement package landed me at that low-income designation myself, so I feel a kinship with her. Social Security and PERS are not designed to provide entire incomes, but as jobs available to senior citizens disappear, this over-reliance on pensions becomes more and more widespread. I personally find it impossible to find a decent apartment for less than at least half of my basic income. Added to that pressure is the reality of regular annual rent increases. Apartment living continues to be exploited and disrespected. This community would benefit by looking beyond weekly motels or simply destroying and starting over for housing ideas. This brings me to a second point regarding the big plans to the west of the student housing, which I believe is in the paper today. The UNR Warren Nelson building on 2nd between Arlington and Walston is planned to be the first existing structure to be leveled to make way for a steam plant or transformer to power an undefined but extremely large undertaking by UNR and the city. The Nelson Building houses a nationally significant Osher Lifelong Learning Institute chapter with a membership of over 2,000. That building also includes a Head Start program, senior connections, and other counseling and community support initiatives, as well as an auditorium/movie theater. With the possible exception of Ollie, these programs depend upon the downtown location and public transportation for optimal participation. It is my guess that for the occupants of the project under consideration, proximity to a bus line would be unnecessary and possibly unwelcome. It's time to reconsider development exclusively serving the almighty dollar. To really reimagine Reno, you need a spectrum of reality beyond upscale entitled. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
John Lewis, followed by Levon Reed.
Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good, thanks.
With making Reno better, just from my perspective, people are going about it backwards because there's a woman living by the river right now. She's 7 months pregnant. So the child would be born in November, and at night, right now, it's reaching about 37, 35 degrees. And my last count, there was 40 abandoned houses that from looking at it cultural wise, they look fine. Why not point people to get those buildings livable? They wouldn't be that much because it's mostly hard on payments. That's why there are abandoned now. But to set up a group to get the families from the position they are in and give them jobs, give them a chance. Because there's a lot of real good people living on the streets that really shouldn't be living there. So that's a reason I'm here today. Thank you very much, y'all.
Thank you very much. Very well said.
Levon Reed, followed by Katie Calling.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. We haven't
Good
seen you
morning,
in a
Paul
while.
McKenzie. I miss Paul. He left my church, but I still miss him. So
Uh-oh.
anyway, yeah, he went on somewhere else. Oh, well. But anyway, I came because the RISE initiative for the homeless are getting equal quality rent and homeless places, right, for your group. So I was down over at the Believe in the middle of the quad, helping homeless people, actually take them over to the Episcopal Church to feed them. So when I ran into this group, I told them that I would voice my opinion, that I agree with them there should be equal housing for the homeless. And so I'm glad that they're going to do that group. But my question still is, I think we're kind of missing the part was, with homeless, we can't just give them everything. We still have to make them work. So my goal is, why won't we do like how they have day labor? Why couldn't the city take like little groups from St. Vincent's or wherever the homeless, we help them, and have like little, I don't know, like little buildings where we say, you come and you want to work for the day, and then maybe over a few months we could talk them into wanting to working instead of just getting free rides and getting free help. So if we did every time I give you suggestions, you like my suggestions, but you don't work on them. So let me sit on a committee for this. I am totally against giving the homeless everything. I believe in helping them, and as we're running them down the river and sending them farther down the river, I do know the lady that's pregnant. I have run into that lady, and it breaks my heart to think that we, as a community, don't seem to help those that are truly in need. Our Reno police send them everywhere and run them everywhere, but if I found a woman pregnant, I would think as an officer of this court that they would turn around and say, now we gotta go put her in a shelter. So shame on them for not doing that, since I actually know that homeless person. But in question of the group, I still think if we did little committees where we help people working like day labor, kind of like for the homeless at St. Vincent for day groups, and we got a bunch of construction sites or a lot of our employment agencies and say, we'll let you do a pilot program to see if we can do that for them and give them breaks to hire these people for day labor, then maybe we'll get some of these homeless off the street and we might look better in Reno. So I noticed Andy Shoemaker was in the news yesterday. If you look on the internet, she said we're a dump. She really trashed us as a comedian of the community. And I thought, that's kind of sad. If she would put her money where her mouth was, she might come over and help us instead of making jokes. And, so I kind of thought that was sad. So I wouldn't want us to be trashed as a community, but I would think we could help our community. And I kind of still against the marijuana advocate. I think we're going to add to the homeless population when we start doing recreational marijuana. So I wish that would be reconsidered, but hopefully protect the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to your point, I did invite Amy Schumer to the biggest little city to show her how fabulous it is. I had to weigh in on that. Can't let that go. The other thing I would like to say, those are some fabulous suggestions, but we do have a program. I would encourage all of you to come and witness. It is one of the most tremendous programs we do here at the City of Reno. It's Councilwoman Jardin's brainchild called Reno Works. And I'm telling you, if you come and see this, it is so incredibly moving, and I'm very proud of Councilwoman Jardin. You want to just take a few moments to explain what it is and how it works?
Thank you very much. So Reno Works came about just over a year ago as a conversation between myself and Pat Cashel at the shelter to say, how can we provide some employment for the individuals living at the homeless shelter in an attempt to get them out of the shelter, off the street, and on their feet again. So it was a pilot program, and it started just as a conversation without kind of knowing how it was going to work, how successful it would be. But in 1 year, we have been successful in having 4 classes, and we have transitioned 27 individuals off the street and out of the shelter and into supportive housing. So my hope is that that program, because it has proven to be successful and it's constantly evolving and we're constantly improving it, is to see how we can expand it to help, again, with maybe some of the day labor. When you see people maybe panhandling or doing some of those things, is there an opportunity, which I have seen other cities do, where we could engage them to come and help us with some projects and that sort of thing. So we're constantly looking at this program, but we do have that. So thank you for talking about it. Yes, we did. Thank you.
And I would like to commend our staff. Matter of fact, this weekend, one of our Reno Works graduates is in desperate need of sheets and furniture and household items. And so I just want to, for the staff that's watching, thank you so much for your generous donations, and those will be taken over the weekend. So thank you very, very much. Thank you, Rick, for coordinating that for us. I appreciate it very, very much. All right. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Katie Calling, followed by Mike Thornton.
Hello, I'm Katie Calling. I'm the Vice President for the Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality. We host a community potluck and a free market every Saturday in front of the Community Assistance Center. Depending on the time of month, we serve between 200 and 500 people, 200 and 500 people. We also have giving gardens around town where we harvest organic food and serve it to our community. As amazing as that sounds, those are just Band-Aids that are put on the symptoms of our systematic oppression that we perpetuate as a city. So we're jumping into housing this year. We're currently have Phase 1 active, which is a housing voucher program. It costs $3,000 to $4,000 to put a family inside over the winter. So we're fundraising for that. We're also crowdfunding $23,000 to master lease a house and sublet the rooms to people so that they can build rental history, because that's one of the obstacles people are having. We'd like to obtain property, ideally a weekly or a building that can fit at least 20 to 60 people. Once we get that building, we're going to hire a workers collective to own and operate that building and have a housing and community building collective. We would like these ideas to be heard on equal footing as others. 3 minutes of public comment isn't enough. So we ask that we be put on the agenda. We would have liked to be on the agenda on September 21st, but we weren't allowed to. So if you could find a way to take us seriously, that would be amazing. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, do you have any questions? I have a minute and a half if you do.
Yes, make sure you see Rick and we'll put you on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay?
Any other questions?
I think it's fantastic. Certainly the community garden, it's great. Those are fantastic because it's very hard to find those options for healthy food. So, thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. You know, homelessness and all of the things associated with it and dealing with it from a holistic standpoint versus, as I call it, kind of dealing with the symptom rather than the root causes is certainly a priority of mine. And I would like to support your efforts. As a candidate, we can't give any donations until after the election. So, but I do think that the things you're doing are really great. So I just wanted to let you know that homelessness is my priority for the next 4 years.
Any other questions?
No, thanks. Thank you very much.
Okay, deal. I just wanted to say one more thing. If you want to take our voices seriously, if we have to be omnipresent in order for you to take us seriously, and you don't understand what people over profit means, I'm not entirely sure why we couldn't just run this city on a direct democracy and instruct the city manager that way versus having a council that ignores us.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Mike Thornton, followed by Arian Overly.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Mike Thornton, Executive Director of Action, and you may know that we are engaged in a week of action against gentrification, but more importantly for socially equitable development with our coalition partners, RISE and the Reno Justice Coalition. I'd like to thank Councilmember Breckus for speaking at our event on the campus of UNR yesterday, and let everyone else know that we'll be doing a public forum on socially equitable community development tomorrow evening, also on the campus of UNR at 6 p.m. You're all invited. I was going to use item J1 to talk about the philosophical way of looking at how to expend blight funds and other government subsidies and incentives. Since that's not on the agenda, I will just jump to calling something to your attention that you may already know. Some 61 families, as many as 100 people, were forcibly evicted from a number of buildings and apartments to make way for the Standard at Reno. That project apparently is now delayed. Many of the buildings are boarded up. However, one of the apartment buildings, 643 Lake Street, is actually being re-rented. People are now renting apartments there. You may or may not know that. I was over there with a TV reporter when we saw the fact that people were actually living in those apartments. The alley, of course, has now been chained off as private property. I really don't know what the fact that those are being re-rented, how that affects the abandonment of Lake Street, but it may be something that you might be interested in checking out. So, you know, our issue with all of this is to encourage you. I was here sitting through the discussion of the city manager and all of the thought and all of the consideration and all of the bandwidth that all of you and city staff put into dealing with that situation. And I would just suggest to you that there are thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people in this city who need that kind of time and attention for their issues and their problems as well. Whether they're the 3,200 or so veterans, elderly, disabled, low-wage workers, even children who are living in the weeklies, or the myriad of other people who can and will be priced out of the housing market here in Reno. That includes our nurses, our police officers, our teachers, people of middle income who won't be able to afford to live in the communities in which they work. So we're calling for socially equitable development, mixed-use development, economically integrated neighborhoods, and real thought and concern for the people who need your leadership in these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Arian Overly, followed by Barry Lynn.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Aria Overly, and I'm an organizer for Action. And I'm going to be reiterating a lot of what Mike said, but I also want to just encourage the City Council to really take moral leadership on these issues. The city of Reno is growing, and we've seen this with other cities like San Francisco, like New York, like Portland, that are becoming unaffordable for people to live. They may attract tourists. They may be a lovely place to live for many people, but for the people, for middle-class people, for low-income people, they are no longer affordable, and we don't want to see Reno going in that direction or to continue to go in that direction as it already has been. Yesterday, Councilwoman Breckus brought up the great point about the fact that the city is really prioritizing the building of homes over affordable rental properties, and that was also included in the housing report that was released in August. And that's one great point, and we're so glad she's taking leadership on that issue. But we really need affordable rental properties. Diane earlier brought up Susan Leak, who was in the article. We've been working with her closely. She was wondering what happened to her. She is currently living in a weekly motel after being evicted from the apartments on Lake Street. As Mike just mentioned, those apartments are now being re-rented. And we'd like to see some answers as to why almost 100 people are without homes because they're evicted for apartments that are now being re-rented. So we'd really like to see some moral leadership being taken. We're seeing the criminalization of poverty and homelessness. We were just across the street talking to dozens of people telling us about the harassment they faced, the ticketing they're receiving, getting $500 tickets for urban camping when they have nowhere else to go, being told to get out of sight rather than being provided with services. And these are problems. We're seeing a criminalization of poverty while people at the top of the echelons of society get severance packages for breaking the law. And so we would really like to see people at the bottom being treated with respect and dignity, being brought up, and making sure that this council has a moral leadership and a moral focus on solving these issues. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Barry Lynn, followed by Julie Rice.
Good morning. For the record, Barry Lynn. Yesterday, about 12 families showed up at the county commission meeting to ask them to intervene and stop the disinterment of their ancestors from Hillside Cemetery. Most of those people had to choose one day to take off of work, which is why they are not here today, but I am here speaking on their behalf. Every 10 years, someone attempts to develop Hillside Cemetery. The city of Reno tried to develop it in the 1970s, UNR in the 80s and 90s, and now Sierra Memorial Gardens, the current owner, since the turn of the century. The past development attempts have been abandoned because of the unique structure of the cemetery and the difficult problems it presents. The individual burial plots each have their own assessor's parcel numbers and are owned by the families. Sierra Memorial Garden only owns the land in between the plots. They've posted notices at the cemetery that they're going to begin disinterring the remains of the founding fathers of our city on or before September 30th, 2016. Edmund and Elizabeth Plum, George Peckham, Warren Gould, Peleg Brown, the Marsh and Mayberry families, a U.S. congressman, a Paiute chief, veterans of 4 wars, 5 former mayors, and hundreds of others. Over 800 bodies will be removed from 4 acres and relocated to less than half an acre. They're calling this a restoration project. At the 2015 legislature, a developer working with Sierra Memorial Gardens attempted to pass a bill that would make the empty burial plots automatically revert to the cemetery once the remains were removed so that they could develop the land. The amendment to the bill did not pass. It was called distasteful and dubbed the Grave Robbers Amendment by the legislators. Now it appears that they intend to disinter the 800-plus bodies and worry about the land ownership later. The families will never agree to sell their plots. This is undevelopable land. If they go through with the disinterment, we're going to be left with 4 acres that can never be developed. And right now, there's a nonprofit and a small army of volunteers that show up every week and clean and maintain the individual burial plots. The blighted areas of the cemetery that everyone seems to be fixated on are owned by Sierra Memorial Gardens. And if the cemetery is disinterred, the families won't come anymore, and this 4-acre parcel of undevelopable land will be the biggest source of blight the city has ever seen. Item L5, the resolution to address the City of Reno's expectations regarding public outreach on Hillside Cemetery. I'm here to tell you that that's not enough. Sierra Memorial Gardens paid $10 for this property. It can never be developed, and it's an important historical site. I'd like to see the city use their blight funds to purchase the common areas of the cemetery from Sierra Memorial Gardens, because the justification for digging up these 800 bodies is that the cemetery is blighted. The city could partner with a nonprofit fighting to save the cemetery and create a perpetual care fund and turn the cemetery into an interpretive site that educates the public about our city's founding fathers. That's a much better use of our blight funds than subsidizing a private developer.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Mr. Vice
Clerk.
Mayor, our next public comment is from Julie Rice, followed by Maury Kabaz.
Hi, I'm Julie Rice. I'm actually one of those volunteers every Saturday at that cemetery, and that's sort of a separate subject, but it's really neat, and I cannot believe that, I just can't believe, and everyone should come every Saturday. It's really neat, and it's not blight, and you would all learn so much about the city you represent. It's really fantastic. However, I am here to talk about affordable housing, and this is just from my person who rides my bike around and looks at stuff. This is just, that's it, but this is how it looks. That I spoke on August 4th, I was here speaking to you guys about affordable housing. Since that time, this is what I've seen. 2 motels were demolished because they were scary to students. The mayor actually said that they had to be torn down because privileged kids are scared of non-privileged people, apparently, and that's a political concern. And then the next door to you guys, that hotel was turned into student housing. Lake Street, empty, and a woman who was kicked out of there said, I have to move for the kids, a little old lady, for the kids. The oldest cemetery in the city is up for destruction, all for student housing, right? There's this big push. However, the mayor said on August 4th that affordable housing is the #1 priority of you guys. But I have not seen one thing being done for affordable housing. I hear you're having meetings, that's nice. But as a person on the street, I have not seen one thing done. And this is just how I see it. Maybe I'm missing, but I ride my bike a lot. I look around a lot because I'm interested in it. I don't see anything. I don't see any action. I think your words are pretty hollow. And I just want to be a thorn in your side. Like, I want to bug you guys so much that you have to think of the working class. Because we're here, we can't go anywhere else. And it sucks that you don't consider us as important as you consider student housing, because maybe there's more money in it. I don't know. And I get really nervous talking to you. I just wish the political will represented. You guys are supposed to represent all of us. I said that before, and I'll say that every day. I voted for you guys. All of us voted for some of you. You don't only represent the big people. You have to stick up for the little people. That's your job. I can't stick up for myself. I actually need you guys to help me, and that sucks. But please don't abdicate your responsibility to all of us. Thanks.
And
Maury
and-
Kabaz,
and
followed
just with
by
that comment, I hope to see all of you guys on Wednesday. We will have a summarized of things that the city is doing with affordable housing. Maybe it's on our bad that we are not marketing that or communicating that enough to the community, but we are doing lots of different things for affordable housing and trying to clear that gap. And so next Wednesday, look forward to the conversation.
Mr.
Yes,
Vice Mayor?
yes,
Okay.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Just a brief comment, which I know we can do. So care about this issue. Just wanted to, as Mr. Delgado mentioned, maybe we don't publicize this enough, but a shout out to Ken Crater in my ward, just under development right now, an affordable housing project with Matthew Fleming. It has a veterans preference. It's being constructed right now as we speak today. A second one has been approved by our council, again in my ward, where 25% of the apartments down at Summit Sierra are scheduled to be for affordable housing. So it's not enough by any means. It's not enough. But I am encouraged that we are moving forward, and we'll hear more about it at the Housing Summit. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Maury Kabaz, followed by Rosalind Riddell.
Good morning, Council. This council have known about the core of my complaint anyway since January 15. I'm going to save today's comments because I just spoke to Chief Soto, and he informed me that there is a meeting coming up, kind of sounded like high level with sheriff, and they're gonna bring up my case. And so I'm gonna save the comments, and I just wanna say this is a very ugly case, despicable, sinister mistreatment of Muslims, and I'm a Muslim, and I'm an American citizen. I don't have horns, and I don't have a tail. And I also have to say this council and this police department has been good about this. They have appreciated. I do have to say that coming on January, it's been 2 years that I've been coming here, and we need to get on with this. Basically, they need to return my property, which I had for 28 years, plus $90,000 in rent. My associates and their cop friends, the bad ones, of course. There was already a meeting, 6/23 in June. The other side was going to pay for my attorney. That's how ridiculous it is, that they are ready to do it. But I want to tell the council and Chief Soto that do expect resistance. This one perpetrator, Reza, is running his own racket. He's like Tony Soprano. Anybody he comes across, they end up in ruins or end up dead. I have no idea how somebody escaped the firing squad in Banana Republic and comes here and does the same thing. He's done his money laundering. You know, Reno gonna be an industrial hub. We gotta step up. We gotta meet entry-level criminal justice system. We can't just every crook fly over here from four corners of the world to launder money. Okay, they want to hide, they want to spend money, if they want to retire, fine. But doing the same thing that they did in some other place that had no laws or constitutions or anything. Anyway, I appreciate it. This council has been good. This police department has been good about this, and I appreciate it. There is supposed to be a plan B in action right now, and this is supposed to get settled before the end of the year. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer it.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a follow-up for Mayor Shivi.
Thank you. Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Vice Mayor, our last public comment is from Rosalind Bedell. He no longer wishes to speak, Mr. Vice Mayor, so therefore we have no further public comment at this time.
Does anybody in the audience wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Moving on to item A6, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion, please?
Mr. Vice Mayor, so move with the changes that were announced by our acting city manager earlier today.
Okay.
Do you want to go over those, or are you good?
Yeah, the acting city manager, Bill Thomas, can you please, for a refresher, what are the items that were removed from the agenda?
The items would be A.7.3, item E2, which is the dragonfly sculpture, item J3, the tennis courts to pickleball, and J1, which is the request for blight funds.
Okay. A motion?
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item A7, approval of the minutes. Can I have a motion, please? So move, can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item B1, cash disbursements. Any council have a disclosure to make? Seeing none, can I have a motion? So
Second.
moved. Second, all those in favor say aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item C1, proclamations.
Proclamation recognizing September and the commitment to exercise the equivalent of 10,000 steps a day during the month of September to raise awareness for people with disabilities. And I'll hand this over to Councilwoman Jardin, as I want to step down and read the proclamation.
Thank you.
How wonderful. Fantastic.
Gotcha. Awesome. This champ. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for anyone that wants to take pictures, more than happy to jump in front and take pictures, or however you guys feel most comfortable here, of course. Madam Mayor, we have quite the turnout here, right? In City Council. It's exciting for me to be here, and of course I have Chief Soto and also Chief Cochran, I believe, is here as well. It's a true pleasure to be here to present this proclamation. As we all know, the community, disability community, is sometimes forgotten during conversations. As we know, the stressors of those families and those with disabilities, it's a hard time to get to those tables. And so it's important for us to have champions of the community to make sure that we speak on their behalf when at all possible. Of course, we have our Access Committee here at the City of Reno that does a great job as well, but just furthering those conversations. This month, September, and through you, Mayor Sheevy, and through the council, I'm asking that we take on the opportunity to call September a Steptember, and an opportunity to bring awareness to, of course, the disability community, but of course, focus on the cerebral palsy. Chief Soto and Chief Cochran have joined me for this month in an attempt to walk 10,000 steps a day to bring awareness and hopefully raise some funds for the work that the cerebral palsy, United Cerebral Palsy of Northern Nevada does on behalf of those impacted and others with disabilities. I know it's going to be a stretch for me, even as somebody who's able-bodied, to do 10,000 steps, but I ask everyone to see if you guys can do that in an attempt also. And if you could all do it during social media, take a picture on your iPhones, post on that so we know that you guys are aware and you guys are participating as well. With that being said, I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas people with disabilities constitute the largest minority group in the United States, and whereas increased public awareness can help people with disabilities live an active, engaged lifestyle, and whereas the month of September can be used to recognize everyone living with the physical challenges of cerebral palsy and other disabilities, and whereas from September 1st through the 28th, disability advocates across the world will commit to exercising the equivalent of 10,000 steps a day to raise awareness and funds for this important cause. And whereas we will recognize September along with millions of people nationwide, and therefore I, Oscar Delgado, on behalf of Mayor Sheeby and the Reno City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2016 as September in and for the City of Reno, and encourage all of its citizens to join in recognizing those individuals with disabilities and support the efforts to raise awareness and funding.
Nice.
Yeah, and Mr. Eric Jimenez, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Eric Jimenez, and I serve on the board of UCP Nevada. We are one of the oldest nonprofits in this community. We were started in 1949. We came to Northern Nevada shortly thereafter. So we love this community. We love this city. And, you know, people with disabilities, myself included, I mean, it's tough out there. And, you know, just when we called Oscar up about this, he was so fired up. He was like, what can I do? Get me involved. I'm so happy to see Police Chief Soto and Cochran here, Fire Chief Cochran as well. You know, we need to do everything we can do to improve the lives for everyone with a disability that we can. And thank you for really just stepping up. I know there's been some controversial headlines, but this city's doing great work, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? I know it's customary now, Mayor Sheevy, that if we have people that are standing here with us to give them an opportunity to speak, and we have some great families here, if there's anyone that would like to speak today, please. Please, Marty, come on forward.
I'm Murray. I've been here 11 years. I like the president. She's a nice woman. She's the mayor. I say compared to my mayor.
Anybody else? It's a friendly crowd. Talking to friends here. Friendly crowd.
Okay, wait a minute. You look like a future mayor.
All right. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's put this pin on you because
Yes.
No, don't ruin the kid.
We have one more year to speak.
Thank you. I'm Jack Burns. I'm with Notables also. And I work at our store.
Now, again, the challenge goes out to the community to bring awareness to this important cause. I know I'm going to try my best to take the flights of stairs up to the 15th floor, and that probably won't happen every day. But again, it's bring awareness to those that are able-bodied and raise funds to those that need support and advocacy. Thank you all for being here, Madam Mayor. If you don't mind, I'd love for all of us to come forward and take a picture with our council, please.
Hey, Chief Soto, we need to post some paramedics on the stairs if
Right,
Councilman
exactly.
Delgado's going to be running up and down.
Let's do it, you guys. Let's get up for it.
Marty.
Good job. Nice job.
Both of you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, okay. Everyone's switching. Oh, you did? Future mayor, come on over. Okay, you ready? Okay, so let's start right here. We'll look at you first, squeeze a little. Oh, never mind.
Unless I can stand on a city council chair.
I can? Then we'll look at Paul. So look right up here at her. Okay, ready?
Okay, look at Keller. Everybody look at Keller.
Okay, and we need to get closer in, everyone, so move over. Move over. Okay. All right. Kneel down. Ready? Yeah, there you go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Cheese.
Awesome, guys. Doing great. You want to do a silly one?
Now look at Paul. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese.
Can we do a silly one, please?
All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Let's make a funny face. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, we were.
Funny
Oh,
face.
1, 2, 3. Awesome, guys. Thank you.
All right, let's take our picture really quick. Do you have your phone?
Here, I got it.
Okay, right here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese.
Okay, hold on. And Troy wants a picture.
Okay.
Joy?
Okay, right here.
Hey, Joy?
Okay, 1, 2. Look this way. Marty, look this way. Marty, over here. 1, 2, 3, cheese.
You got it?
Yeah, okay, apparently you're,
Okay, good. Come on.
you're well requested.
All right.
Okay.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Cheese. You got it?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you. Oh, you're very, very welcome. You're very welcome. It's all yours. It's all yours. It's all yours. It's all yours. Thank you very much. Thank
Madam Clerk, we are now moving on to item D1, presentations. Presentation of the Reno Police Department. Chief Soto.
Well, good afternoon, Chief Soto, Reno Police Department. Again, I'm very proud to be here today to recognize some of these fine individuals to my left from our department and recognizing them with some awards and recognitions today. I'm going to start off with both Officers Rob Garlock and Officer Kyle Messberg, who are both receiving the Medal of Meritorious Service today. On March 27, 2016, at about 8:45 p.m., numerous officers, including Officers Garlock and Messberg, responded to a traffic crash involving multiple vehicles on I-580 at the South Virginia exit. Two of the vehicles had caught fire, a driver was trapped inside one of the vehicles, and a large crowd of onlookers had gathered at the scene. Officers Garlock and Messberg began fighting the fire with fire extinguishers and assisted in pulling the driver from the burning vehicle. Immediately after pulling the driver from the vehicle was fully engulfed by the fire. For their actions, Officer Rob Garlock and Officer Kyle Messberg are awarded the Reno Police Department's Medal of Meritorious Service. Okay, now I'm going to be recognizing some other officers here for the same incident. On March 27, 2016, at about 8:45 p.m., numerous officers, including Officers Daniel Miller, Officer Isaac Meadows, and Officer Russ Stewart, responded to that same traffic crash involving multiple vehicles on I-580 at the South Virginia exit. Two of the vehicles had caught fire. A driver was trapped inside one of the vehicles, and a large crowd of onlookers had gathered at the scene. Officers Miller, Meadows, and Stewart kept the crowd at a safe distance, brought in fire extinguishers, and assisted with the efforts to rescue the driver from the burning vehicle. For these efforts, Officer Danielle Miller, Officer Isaac Meadows, and Officer Russell Stewart are awarded the Chief's Certificate of Commendation.
All right, do you guys want to take a picture? They're like, not with you folks. Come on.
Stay up here.
Yeah. I like to stay. I like to stay up here because it keeps me tall. Seriously. So I was gonna say. Yeah. Over here, there's a little room over here.
Okay, you guys ready? 1, 2, and 3. One more. Awesome.
There's more. Oh, more happening. You got it? Did we get it?
Okay. I have one more recognition here, and today I will be awarding the Life-Saving Medal to Sergeant Daniel Bond. On September 26, 2015, Daniel Bond was off duty at a local health and fitness center when a patron asked for help with an individual who was suffering a medical event. Sergeant Bond responded to assist and recognize that the individual was not breathing. Sergeant Bond began administering CPR and assisted with the application of other life-saving measures, all of which contributed to saving the victim's life. For his actions, Sergeant Daniel Bond is awarded the Reno Police Department's Life-Saving Medal. I also want to recognize two citizens who were not able to make it today because they have 9-to-5 jobs, but citizen Alex Akizian and citizen John Akizian also assisted Sergeant Bond.
Yeah.
David. That's right, it'll slip in.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Awesome, thank you.
Great. All right, great job.
Thank you.
Mr. Bond, would you like to say a few words? I could tell he was so humble over there. Congratulations. Do I feel like the proudest mayor in the world? Absolutely. I just want to thank our tremendous police department. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you for all the hard work you do. I know your jobs are not easy, and certainly in the media, sometimes it gets painted on a different angle, but I'm so incredibly proud, so blessed that you represent our city. Thank you very much. All right.
Madam
Vice Mayor,
we're-
where are we at?
We are on item E, consent agenda.
All right, thank you so much. Are we, what are we doing? Are we pulling it? Okay, so on consent agenda, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment on item E1A items. I believe there will be a disclosure made from Councilmember Bobzien on this item. I don't know if you'd like to
All right, well, we can get there.
disclose first and then take public comment.
Actually, I think we can, let's start to pull items for discussion and see what gets pulled and what doesn't.
Thank you.
So I think that's the best course to take. All right. At this time, are there any items that council wishes to pull for discussion? Councilwoman Breckus.
E1, B1.
What did you say?
E1, B1.
E1, B1? Okay. All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe I would look to legal on this. Can we pull just all of E1? Items 1 through 16? I'm sorry, 1 through
10.
10?
City Attorney, I'm gonna.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember McKenzie.
I have nothing.
Nothing? Councilwoman Dewar?
No.
No. Vice Mayor Delgado?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. With that being said, may I get a motion for the consent agenda?
Move to approve all remaining items.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So let's start with B1. Actually, before we do that, because of item E1, I would ask that Councilman Bobzien
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
read your disclosure, please.
Thank you. Fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, before we go any further on the consent agenda, NRS 281A .420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting on items E1, A1 through 10, package alcohol license applications for Dottie's. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that my wife, Julie Bobzane, is the Executive Director of Volunteer Attorneys for Rural Nevadans, a nonprofit organization providing pro bono legal services to victims of domestic violence and low-income residents of rural northern Nevada. My wife reports to the Varn Board of Directors. Severin Carlson serves on the Varn Board of Directors, and Mr. Carlson also represents and lobbies on behalf of interested parties in this case. I've consulted with the City Attorney's Office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this significant pecuniary interest, and because this is a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting in this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. I will step out of the room. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. So at this time, then let's take a motion on the items not pulled for discussion. So make it a motion.
Councilwoman Jordan is going to pull discussion for item E1A.
Or E1
Okay.
items 1 through 10.
1 through 10, all right. Go for it, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Could we get staff, we got a kind of a map showing all the different locations and what their current designation of their main business was, what their license was. We got kind of a pinpointed Dottie's PowerPoint map.
For the record, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mr. City Manager Michael Chomp, for the record. I think what you're referring to is the overheads of each Dottie locations, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the question on those? I think we had some questions at one of the caucuses that staff provide each location primarily to see what proximity they have with other types of businesses, parks, community facilities, and things of that nature. So those maps were prepared, each one of those, and as you can see, most of them, I think, are in a shopping center environment. But if there's one in particular that you want me to address, then I can address that.
Well, I think my question is more, when we look at these packaged liquor, privileged packaged liquor licenses a year from now, can we be looking at what they have defined as their main business and get some documentation to support that at that time?
Yes, and I apologize. I think what your question was, how does Dottie's define themselves?
Thank you.
What is their primary
You worded
use?
it much better than I did.
Correct. Thank you. Sorry. The applications, and I did bring a copy of one, but I will read to you the applications that we received for Dottie's. And as you know, some of these were licensed back as far as 2002, 2003, up to, I think, 2012, 2015. The description that they've used is tavern with restricted gaming, liquor, restaurant, over-the-counter tobacco, and incidental sales. And this is what they have brought to the Business License Division. What the division does is, since the tavern is a common term in Southern Nevada, we just refer that to the cross-reference for us would be a bar. So we don't have a definition of a tavern in the licensing code, but we do what a bar definition. So each one of those are defined. Their primary use, as we see it, is, again, they're here as well to talk about this, is the bar restaurant with the incidental gaming as well. In each location, they do currently have on-premise alcohol license to, if you go in there and happen to gamble and eat, you would be able to purchase alcohol for on-premise consumption. And these items, 1 through 10 before you today, as you know, are to add the ability to sell off-premise liquor. In a situation with off-premise liquor, a customer could not buy that liquor and open it on the premises. They would have to buy it and take it from the facility and drink it outside, not in the public, because you can't drink in public, but they'd have to take it home or wherever they're going to drink it. But they couldn't sit there with a bottle of whiskey, for example, and get a cup and buy the bottle and open and drink. So the on-premise alcohol license allows them to buy the drink. That's how they serve them, as I'm aware. And that's the situation that they are in as of today.
Okay, so my question is, so packaged liquor is something I know that we have been exploring, maybe more narrow definitions for different applications. We could make sure everybody understands here today that at next year's renewal, we could and will likely be asking for some proof in the pudding as to if you're saying your primary use is restaurant, we're going to ask for some verification of that.
And
We
that's
have that
correct.
right.
Yeah, and that is correct. The only correction I would add is that the privileged and the on-premise, off-premise licenses are renewed once a quarter. They do hold an annual license as well, and the annual license obviously is renewed once a year. And if there is a change in operations, or we have a complaint of a change in operation, they would have to notify us, or if we notice that in our proactive investigations or inspections, and we happen to go in there and saw some sort of change. I know there's been concerns of Dottie's turning into a convenience store. If that is indeed a change, we do have a definition of a convenience store, and we can address it at that time. It is my understanding that Dottie's is adding packaged liquor system-wide, not only in northern Nevada, but also in southern Nevada. So this, and again, they can answer this probably better than I can. It's my understanding that this is a business model change for them to add off-premise alcohol sales.
Kind of opens a whole nother discussion, but I'll let other council members maybe lead that one.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Drive. All right, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I think that we're about ready to get the Humane Society pulled on us for beating this dog. And I think that just as long as Dottie's is aware that we're looking at packaged liquor citywide, not just on these facilities and where we're going to issue packaged liquor licenses. And they're also aware that based upon the code changes that we've recently made, that there's going to be a time when we're going to check that they're in compliance with that new code. And as long as they're aware of that, and which I'm sure they are, then I don't see any reason to beat on this puppy dog anymore. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, similar kind of comments. I know Councilman Delgado had an L item on here to talk about geographic location of businesses with liquor sales. One of the concerns that I would have in that connection is, you know, where those facilities are located, let's say near or across from a park, or I'm sure we already have restrictions on schools. We heard that before when we discussed restaurants. I remember the one over at over by Roy Gom, you know, where we discussed proximity to even serving it at a restaurant, never mind selling it for off-premise consumption. So I just, you know, just fair warning to everybody. I just, that's very important to me that people know going in that there could be some changes, and we can already see them even on this agenda proposed. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Vice
And
Mayor.
thank you. And I believe Councilman McKenzie has just basically taken my comment, but I know that Councilwoman Jordan in the past had brought together an L item with respect to packaged liquor. My L item later today is respect to packaged liquor. So again, it's just clarity and reinstatement that within a year's time, things can possibly change. And so we'll be looking at land uses generally speaking. I know from my colleagues and everyone else that the biggest issue is not to have packaged liquors or convenience stores throughout the city, as we're trying to move away from where those are facilitated at. And just real quick, Mr. Chomp, just for clarity, I know there's been discussions about our staff reports stating that they're licensed as bar. Are all of them licensed as bar, originally primary license to dining room, or is one even a merchandise, or has that all been cleared up in terms of the primary uses?
Again, Michael Chomp for the record. So on the annual license, that's where the non-privileged activity is listed. Even though they have tavern on the initial application, when they submit an application, whenever anyone submits an application, you submit a general business license application for the use, and in addition to that, a privilege license for that particular privileged activity. In this case, all of them are licensed for on-premise alcohol. There are several locations that have a dining room alcohol license, and the difference between the two is that at all times that they serve alcohol, food has to be available and served. So they have discussed some changes. It doesn't affect what we're doing here today. It does limit them that if, for example, a dining room, and it's typical, this is what you'd find in a restaurant, let's say a Chili's, where they'd have a dining room alcohol license. It's the cost and the process for approval is all the same. It simply means that they're going to guarantee they're going to serve food at all times alcohol is being served.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks. But just to really pin down what Councilman Delgado is getting to is that we were understanding that they had a primary use, whatever, and I don't think you really addressed that, whether it's restaurant. I know that you said they have to meet these requirements, but
Right.
they also got licensed as a primary use. And I know some of them were restaurant as a primary use, some were bar, some were retail. And I think that's really speaking to the question is, that's what I was hoping that we get with this memo too.
Right.
So do you want to clarify that? And then I have one follow-up.
Yeah, and I may ask the applicants to come up and just correct if I'm incorrect, but I can speak to how the license application came in and how we licensed them. The primary use again, it's a bar restaurant, and that is really the primary use as we see it through the
So
application
there,
process.
in our world, there's not a separate thing called a bar and a separate thing called a restaurant. There's something called a bar restaurant.
There is now, yeah, with the newly adopted gaming ordinance, yes, there is now. And again, that relates to gaming. There is gaming on this site, as you know. There is a description of a bar. There is a description of a restaurant. It is in Title 18 in land use code and not in licensing code.
And last follow-up, I made this comment at caucus, and I just wanted to make it, while more people are here as well, which is that this is not, in my mind, a Dottie-specific issue, that it's all groups that come forward wanting to sell packaged liquor or do a new bar. I'm going to be putting the same disclaimer out. You know, I really believe in treating people fairly. And so it's just from this date in that we have items on the agenda and it's upcoming. Everybody needs to be forewarned. And I know a lot of times when we amend a Title 18, we put in grandfather provisions and we say, including when we did the most recent, rule changes. And I want to be careful that we don't allow people in and then do some kind of grandfathering later. That, it's just full disclosure to everyone coming forward at, this time.
No, thank you, appreciate that. And you've seen, an example that I would use is you've seen a lot of brew pubs, brewery, distilleries coming in.
Exactly.
And they're adding, alcohol for on-premise,
Exactly.
off-premise, because they're producing a product they want you to be able to buy and take home.
Right.
So it's not uncommon. And when we, whatever direction we get on this L item, we will flush that out, bring that back. And you're exactly correct. Any ordinance that the council adopts is not specific to
one business.
It's
Yeah.
it's citywide.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. You might have already stated this, and I don't recall. Are any of these locations required a special use permit?
Yes, there are several that operate under a special use permit. I don't have every one of them off the top of my head. I think there are 3, primarily because of hour restrictions. In certain areas, the hours of operation or allowable hours are 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. There are, I think, 4 of these locations right now that are operating under those. They may come back for an SUP. I know most recently Plum Lane, I do believe, is probably one of the newer ones that I know there's an SUP there.
Right.
So in some cases, and again, that's a land use planning issue where they would, once they do the review, depending on the application, they would, require them to get a special use permit.
Okay. Are any of them located near schools, parks?
I don't have the maps in front of me. I do believe in the Devani Ranch area, there is one that is located, on McCarran, Mariloma. I do believe. Mariloma Park is right across the street. That particular location, I do believe, has an SUP as well.
All right. And then just really quickly, and
Mariloma.
maybe the owners can speak to this.
I know, I saw.
The Dottie's that I was in,
not
when
on
you
the
talk about restaurants, wouldn't
it's
that
not
sort
on
of classify
not on the
tables that you sit down to and eat at? Do they have those?
Yes, the ones that we have visited, yes, they do have seating areas and tables.
Without the gaming?
No, with gaming.
So it's a table with gaming?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Separate from gaming. Right,
So
correct.
that's what would classify them as a restaurant.
Right,
I
yeah.
guess it's really hard. It's very convoluted because they come in and under so many different licenses. And I would think, to better serve them and better serve us, we really should be very clear on what it is those permits fall under. It's very, very convoluted.
If I may, Your Honor. Alex Woolley, Code Enforcement Manager, City of Reno. And that's exactly the reason why we created the new ordinance that was passed recently, was to clarify those situations and ensure that it's clear for all that once you go in, we know what they are and what their primary use is, and what their incidental use is maintained as incidental, to make sure that we don't have that
Right,
confusion.
and I understand that. I just think that, again, until we have that clarified, then it creates a lot of misinformation.
A final,
Councilwoman Breckus, were you?
No, I'm going to reserve my comments for the next item, which some of the same parameters that are coming up in this discussion are going on. So I'll just hold my thoughts for that.
Okay.
Madam
Right.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Finally, question. Now, there are other Dotties that are not on this list. Is that correct, of the 10?
There's one additional Dottie's, number 24, I do believe.
I don't know. Where's that one?
It's probably Mayor Loma.
Is that the Mayor Loma location?
Okay, so there are some, or at least one,
At least one.
that they would not be doing packaged liquor.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah, and just, sorry.
go ahead.
And just as I had a community meeting last weekend, and just for the community that may be watching online, is reassurance to them that there won't be packaged liquor there. I know there was a big discussion through former Councilwoman Sfraza to reassuring that community that there would be no packaged liquor at that Dottie's. And so just, again, it's reassurance that there won't be at the Mariloma Park across from Mariloma.
That's
Thank you.
what I understand, yes.
All right. Any further questions?
Move to approve.
All right, so
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
I'll stay right here.
Yes, stay there. Don't move for a while. All right. All right. E1B.
You did?
So this is a restricted gaming license up
Which
to,
number?
B1B?
Jen?
B1.
E1B1.
yeah. So this is a restricted gaming license of bringing up to, how many devices are proposed for this?
Is this the CVS location?
Yes.
There are 15 devices on premise.
Okay, so, and the Dottie's ones all before we had?
15 devices.
15,
yes.
so similar non-restricted gaming activity. And you can imagine my surprise 2 days ago when I went to this location and saw them up and operating, accepting coin and operating, which inconsistent with our regulations. So I think we need to maybe make sure that if this is a slot operator, that this person understands the rules. Once they go down to the gaming control board, the show's not over.
And I can address that. Again, Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager for the Business License Division. So in that particular case, they, when I did my site visit to this location, the machines were being installed at the time. It was an administrative decision to allow them to continue and to operate the machines until today. We granted them just a temporary 14-day, if you will, approval or authorization to go ahead and go forward with operating of the machines because we had a delay in the approval process. And the operators here as well. But the operator was under the impression that on the August 24th agenda, this item was already approved.
Okay, I don't think the code gives administrative authority to anyone to operate, to predetermine or take a jump step on council action. So I'm just going to put that out there, and we'll follow up on that. But I appreciate your upfront response to that
absolutely.
side statement. Okay, another thing, when you did your site visit, did you notice where the bathrooms are for this facility?
Not for CVS.
No, for the gaming operation. Where are the bathrooms?
I don't know where the bathrooms are. In the area that the gaming machines are, the front left, right hand of the store, I did not
Okay.
go any further to look
Okay,
throughout the store.
so 1808-202 C 2 B states that establishments must be physically separated by solid wall. Establishments shall not share common building facilities such as bathroom, kitchen, storage, and the like. Did you check in on any of this?
Again, I'd have to refer to planning. I did not
Okay.
check the Title
Okay,
18.
I'd like staff to take a look at this. Another one is, and I appreciate the mayor's comment about special use permits. This is a shopping center adjacent to residential development, as I know it, possibly on multiple sides. So I'd like to know if they have a special use permit, and is this deemed an expansion of a special use permit for adding this activity? So I also, since we're on the topic, would like to understand, as I did before on another item here, is are we getting any initial out of our Reimagine Reno, any comments, thoughts about gaming, building any policy work toward that? So with those three questions answered, is there a special use permit active for this? Is this an expansion that would necessitate an amendment to a special use permit or require a new one? 2 was 1808-202 2B administered and checked on by our staff. And then 3, what Reimagine Reno is coming up with gaming policies building. I'd like to move to continue this. It is in my ward to our next meeting.
Second. Well, wait till you get to discussion. I have just had one recommendation on the continuation. If you can continue till later in this meeting, if staff can get you these answers today.
No,
would
I
that
think
be-
I'd like to wait and have
Okay.
this so I can digest this information when you bring it forward in preparation of our next meeting.
All right, so, motion by Councilwoman Breckus, and a
Second.
second by Councilwoman Dorr. Mr. McKenzie, would you like to start
Thank-
discussion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I too was a little concerned when I found out that this operation was in operations before the gaming license had got its final approval. And I think that we have a lot of little slips like this where people take for granted that it's a routine process to get approval of things. I'm going to bring an item up later for discussion on the L agenda concerning business in a lot of instances takes advantage of the fact that they can ask for forgiveness rather than permission. And I think that that's the wrong way for us to be doing business. I know that we're trying to be business friendly, but when it's a privileged license especially, the idea that that's being business friendly to let them start operating before we've fleshed out the things surrounding the issuance of that license is I think it's a little far-reaching of staff to say that that's okay. I would imagine that what would happen if a citizen in the area that was opposed to gaming had found out that they were operating prior to getting a license from the city, what kind of kickback we'd be getting right now for that issue. So,
And with the continuation, the caveat to operating is that the machines will be shut down today.
All right,
September
so
28th?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, at this time, if council doesn't mind, I'd like us to go in for a break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Sound good?
Good.
Okay.
That was all the E items, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, thank you back. Thank you for coming back, everyone. Madam Clerk, just let me know when you're ready. All right, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, you're, sorry. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You're fine.
Madam Mayor, we are past our technical difficulties now.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so we will resume the meeting. So we are on item F1, our public hearing. All right, so at this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given.
All right.
No correspondence was received on this item. However, I do have public comment.
Okay, great. I'd like to open that up.
The applicant, Michael Peavy, is here and available for questions if council has some.
Okay.
Submitted for public comment if they'd like to come forward.
That's it? Okay, thank you very much. Any further public comment?
No further comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I am going to send it over to you, Councilmember McKenzie.
Does anybody got any questions? I don't have any issues.
No, I do. How about, would council desire staff report? Okay. Councilwoman Dorr would like a brief. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. City Manager. This particular item before you is a request for a change of location for a New Leaf Production Center. This is simply moving from one suite to the suite next door. The location is over at 800 Stillwell. This is Stillwell Road. This is off the top of Valley Road. But the applicant is asked to move from Suite 60 to Suite 50. And this is part of the legislative changes that were made at the legislature and at the city of Reno, that all requests for change of locations come to the local jurisdiction in which that facility is located.
Why they're moving the suite? Is it just more room or something?
It is less room, actually. So the Suite 60 is a larger space. For the production
downsizing?
side of things, they needed a smaller space, so they're moving over to Suite 50 and
Got it.
installing a
Great.
wall.
Thank you so much.
Move to approve.
Sorry about that. All right. Councilmember McKenzie, I have a motion from you. I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you very much. You do, and I do. All right, so we are going to move right along to item F2. And at this time, I will take some disclosures from council or city manager. Go. Any other council members have disclosure?
Madam
Councilmember
Mayor, I've met with
McKenzie?
the applicant about this project.
All right, thank you so much. Have any other council members met with the applicant?
Yes.
Yes? Councilwoman Dewar, Councilman Delgado, Councilwoman Jordan, and Councilwoman Breckus. I'm going to move it over to you. Do you have a disclosure, Councilman? No. Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, just didn't want to ignore you. City Manager Bill Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And council members, prior to my employment with the City of Reno, I owned a consulting firm that provided services to Lifestyle Homes T&D LLC. In one particular instance, with Lifestyle Home T&D's property, which is not this property that is subject to this request, I am party to a membership profit sharing agreement. While I do not vote on this item, nor do I have any pecuniary interest in this subject property, I've consulted with the City Attorney's Office and have concluded that I have a duty to publicly disclose this information. In addition, I feel it would be prudent to remove myself from the discussion. Eric Jensen, our Community Development Director, will be stepping in to advise the council as we move through this item, and I will remove myself from the table. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I do have a disclosure, fellow city council members and Madam Clerk. In the full interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Speraza. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. Currently, she is neither my employee nor my campaign manager. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. The public policy of the state favors the right to perform the duties for which the public officer was elected or appointed and to vote or otherwise act upon a matter, provided the public officer has appropriately disclosed the potential conflict. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record. Thank you very much. All right.
Ordinance introduction. Bill number 6982, case number LDC 16-00064, Train Town Zoning Map Amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, a plus or minus 441 acre site located plus or minus 8,000 feet west of the White Lake Parkway, US 395 interchange from unincorporated transition, 40 acres, to single-family residential, 15,000 square feet on plus or minus 427.3 acres and unincorporated transition, 10 acres, together with other matters, excuse me, 10 acres on plus or minus 13.7 acres, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. We will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, and one letter in opposition was received from Bonnie Crane.
Okay, thank you very much. So do we have any more public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Nathan Rosenblum would like to speak, followed by Suzanne Freeman.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi.
Does this work or am I just talking?
No,
Okay.
yeah.
I live out there a couple hundred yards from this parcel, and I don't know what kind of feedback you get from anybody. I don't know how involved anybody is in even knowing what's going on, and I just barely myself got word that this was happening. But basically, I just want to ask that you don't do this. And I think that there's 1,000 reasons I could speak to for a long time as to why I don't see how anything good could come out of this direction. This is obviously connected to the Stonegate project next to it, even though, you know, they're obviously separate entities. But we're talking about, what, 6, 7, 5,000 properties or something happening right in our little rural zone there. That's going to completely, basically destroy our way of life for anybody who's out there. And I haven't heard anything positive from anybody who lives anywhere near there wanting anything to do with this project. As well as Sierra County, who's butting up against, I know, that zone, and I know submitted a request to go over a lot of things before any of this went through, because there's obviously a lot of issues with that, as well as water, as well as traffic, as well as crime, as well as our entire way of life getting encroached upon. I can go on a lot about this, but the bottom line is I have not seen this work well towards the health of anything to do with the ecology or the people, towards a future worth living in when we expand exponentially like this on land that has nothing wrong with it. The land is fine as is. We've got plenty of things we need to fix in town. I love this place. This is my home forever. I'm a small business owner. I'm a farmer, and it's hard work to try to figure out how to get us local, small scale, good food, clean living, economy going in this town. And we're working hard all the time to try to make that happen. And I just would like to not see big business get a few people rich off of the rest of us having to live with a mess for 100 years. We know all the problems that always come with this type of expansion, and there's plenty to do in town, and I'd love to work on directing all this energy, all this cash, all the workers that need jobs into doing other things. So please don't expand on land that has nothing wrong with it. And all the infrastructure needed to do anything out there is just exorbitant, unnecessary, unhelpful towards anything good happening in the future for any of us in this community. As much as you can point this list out and that list out as something that will be good, that will come back, and tax revenue that we'll get, yada, 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 I think overall we always know that there's always a negative as we look at all the expansion of the cities around this country and the land that gets raped to do it, the water that gets consumed, and the pollution that ensues. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Suzanne Freeman.
All right, Suzanne?
Hello. I live in Cold Springs, and what I'm asking is to reconsider the size of, how many homes you put per acre. Because right now, we are looking at the Stonegate project, the Traintown project, as well as when that property around White Lake is sold, we're gonna be looking at all those warehouses. I suspect it will be warehouses. We don't really have the infrastructure up there. We have quite a bit of traffic. If any of you have been around Stead, Golden Valley, Red Rock at around 5:15 in the afternoon, you'll see it's already car to car. The schools are not going to be in place for Stonegate. Now, the issue is the rezoning, but I'm hoping that you can slow down with how many homes. Therefore, perhaps instead of the 1,200 homes to be created in Traintown, perhaps reduce that to 800. Just so we can minimize this, because as I say, we're looking at a whole lot of growth right around White Lake as well. Okay. So, and the reason for this is I'm asking this for today is because as soon as Stonegate gets going, once this becomes a precedent, if 15,000 square feet per lot is passed, then it will be basically grandfathered for Stonegate. So I'm hoping that you will reduce the number of homes by, I guess it would be 33%, because then I would hope that Stonegate would have the same thing. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment on this item.
All right.
Apologize. Madam
Come
Mayor,
on
I do
up.
have further public comment. Sarah would like to speak.
Fantastic.
Yes, my name's James Gazzaro, and you're going to get a handout here for Stonegate, which is a lot of homes. And what they don't say, it's 4,135 units. What they don't say is that there's only parking for one car per unit. And that is ridiculous way out there. And this property is adjoining the property what you are just going to be hearing today, which is also a high-density thing. That property does not face White Lake. It faces the National Forest, and I would like to see large lots being put in there for high-end homes, at least 5 acres, maybe 7.5 acres. We have animals on our side of the hill. They should be able to have animals on that side of the hill. And, or if they want a big barn full of cars or something, they could have that out there. But it overlooks the National Forest. They have wildlife coming out of those hills every time. We have antelope coming down. One of my neighbors, a couple doors down, just put a pond in there, and the antelope come there to drink water every few days. And they are also on this big Stonegate thing, and you could see them out there throughout the day by themselves. And it's just way too dense of a population. We have people driving by real slow in our property and our neighbor properties, and we get things in the mail all the time saying that they want to buy our property because we have large lots. And I looked on the internet, and California is building a lot of homes out there. They are all within the price range, are all large lots they're smaller, and even the manufactured homes are big lots. And they could have trailers or RVs on there, or if they're boating, they got boats. And I would like to see this Lionsgate thing is a historic ranch, and the house, I would like to see that preserved and donated to someone to keep it going like that, and for school kids could see how the old ranch was. And on the other part that is still a big parcel of land, a shopping mall should be put in there, like the Legends Mall to be put in there, because all these fellies out here, we have no place to go. And if I go to Legends or Meadowood Mall or something, it's a 40-mile round trip, and there's more shopping malls farther, and we really need something like that out there, not all these homes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment
Madam
on
Clerk.
this.
No further public comment? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that being said, I do want to remind council that this is for a zoning map. This is not the proposed project where conditions are put in, and once we get there, we can open that up for discussion down the road if that comes to council. So I just want to make sure so that people are not confused. All right. Actually, Councilmember McKenzie, it's all you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I agree with the people that spoke in comment that there are a lot of challenges with developing the property up there as far away from the center of our community as this is, and I don't think any of the people that are sitting on the council right now were sitting on the council at the time that this was incorporated into the city, and there was a big view about what this was going to look like, and when they did that, and it went through planning and master plan revisions, they went through the regional plan, and this particular piece of property was always intended to be residential property. And when they did that planning under the old council, and the developer knows, and this particular developer works very closely with us in trying to address impacts and infrastructure needs, whether it's our roads, the schools, the water, the sewer systems. I think that if a person checks back real closely, the sewer plant in Cold Springs was a large part because of this developer that occurred in that area at all. So I don't doubt that he's going to work with the community to come up with a development on this parcel that fits the needs of the area. I'm very confident in his willingness to work with the community. But that's another day that's going to occur. This is going to have a parcel map. It's going to have special use permits for hillside cuts. And at that time, we're going to address those issues. And I just hope that other developers in that area are as committed to working with the community as this developer is, and that they work together so that we can address the impacts on the surrounding community together rather than piecemealing what's going to happen up there. And there's several pieces of property up there, as were mentioned by the people that spoke in public comment, that are looking towards some type of development. And I hope that we continue to work together to resolve those issues and mitigate the impacts. I drive 395 every day. I know the traffic impacts that we have on that road, and every car that goes on that road slows our commute down a little bit more. So I very much feel the pain of somebody that drives that road because I do it daily. And we're working on those issues. It's a slow process. But having developers that are willing to partner with us and help us address those issues is going to be a positive step forward. We've got other developers in the community that aren't willing to work with us. But I hope that the people building in Cold Springs, because they're the furthest out, everything that they do impacts everybody between them and town. And they know that, and they appreciate those facts. And I don't think you'll find a better partner in the school system than this developer when we address the school issues out there. I have complete confidence in, as we move forward with this. Again, this is just a zoning change. We're going to address all those issues as we move forward, and I'm sure that there'll be several meetings with you guys in the community as he moves forward with his parcel maps, so that he can work and try to help address the issues that you brought up. So if there's no further comment from anybody else, I'm ready to move forward.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, I just had a few questions, just really process questions. So we have a SF 15,000 rezoning before us, right, staff? And so I just wanted to understand, is it an average, like, could they come in and develop part of the parcel as like, SF 9 or 6, and then others be half-acre lots, or how does this affect, when they actually go to develop?
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. They are asking for SF15 on the majority of the property, so that is the zoning that would be in place at that time.
Right.
If they wanted to go with a smaller lot, then they would have to come back and request SF6, or they could do a cluster lot development through a special use permit. Almost anything is going to require a tentative map and a special use permit.
Okay.
So it will all come back through public hearing.
The reason I'm asking is, we're working on Reimagine Reno right now. There's all kind of things that are developing out of that process. What preferences are for lifestyle. We're hearing that people want individual homes, and they want a yard, maybe not as big a yard as in the past, but they do, as they grow, start having families, they want a place to have those families play.
Correct.
There are issues with distance from, town, let's say downtown. I don't know how far north, maybe I should ask Mr. McKenzie, of McCarran this is. It's 20 miles or it's 15 miles?
Probably in the 10
roughly.
to 15, probably the 10 to 15 range. I would
15,
think,
right.
something like that.
So anyway, transportation will be an issue, just depending on, I don't know what kind of mix they're hoping for eventually.
I
But,
would turn that over to the applicant's
right, but
representative.
I think it's good to get on the record because, you're making a zoning change, but many of these PUDs I've seen before have come back multiple times. As more detail becomes available about the project you want to move forward with, you find out, well, maybe this isn't exactly right for this place or this section. And I just wondered, one, as to the timing, why now? Or, how ready to go are you? And then two, what do you see coming forward? Just to understand if this is the right zoning. I'm sure it is. That's what you're looking for. So,
Councilwoman Dorr, for the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant. So you asked a few questions there, so
yeah,
I
I'm sorry.
try to
Couple.
So as far as the process, so this is the zoning map amendment. As Councilman McKenzie mentioned, back in 2004, 2005, this property was annexed and master planned at that time. There was a significant neighborhood work that was done to establish what those master plan designations are. And for the majority of this property for Traintown, it's master plan single family. And so in the single family master planning designation, SF15 is a appropriate density. Furthermore, when we look at that density in comparison to, say, the greater Cold Springs area, most of Cold Springs is MDS in the county.
MDS?
Yeah, medium density suburban in the county.
And what does that mean?
Which is their three units per acre zoning as well.
Okay.
So this is very much similar to what has been developed in the majority of Cold Springs. The regional plan speaks of 3 dwelling units per acre as kind of that tipping point between the county and the city. So it is definitely an appropriate zoning designation for the interaction for that, the proximity to the county lots to the north. And we feel it's very appropriate. You asked the question about lot sizes.
Yeah.
Yes, the zoning in this case is SF15, 15,000 square foot minimum. We would have the ability, as Claudia Hansen mentioned, to cluster development, which we may. We very well may cluster development, which would lead to possibly some smaller lots, some larger lots. We're looking at about 1,300 homes on this property, which 1,300 homes in one market sector of one type of product is a lot. So we would definitely see a diverse.
That's exactly what I was
yeah,
thinking.
so we
That
would
just to have this large of a block all be one thing is probably not really how it would work out.
Correct. And we'll have, large amounts of open space that'll have homes clustered around them would be our anticipation.
And earlier today, we heard, in terms of the affordable housing, I don't know if you were here during the public comment period, but there was a lot of conversation about having a mix of housing types, sizes, demographics within developments. And knowing this developer, I assume they're going to attempt to do that kind of thing where you're speaking to various market segments.
Yes, absolutely. It definitely makes sense.
And
to
then
have a
on the
mix of-
timing, just.
So on the timing of this is definitely, we're taking a small step forward right now. As I mentioned, the master plan was approved more or less 10 years ago. So now we're taking the step forward with the zoning to rezone it. It's a necessary step because there is a lot of infrastructure planning that needs to go in place, and we need to understand, quite frankly, what density we have to work with. So we're taking that next step forward now. In the next year or so, we may contemplate either a tentative map or maybe a PUD, depending. There's obviously a lot going on with adjacent properties and need to see how that shakes out. But yes, this is an incremental step forward. We definitely have to walk before we can run.
And then finally, one of the speakers spoke to wanting a larger lots. In other words, half-acre lots is what I kind of took away from what she was saying. Basically because of density, road, crowding, that kind of thing. Do you want to speak to that? I mean, I know, for example, in the county to the south, so my ward kind of straddles areas that are city and county. Some of the county areas look exactly like the city. We're talking about Field Creek, the estates, then you move on to Saddlehorn, Arrow Creek, et cetera, et cetera. And within there's starting to be a mix. There was just one kind of, single family house, basically a half acre, then it was a third acre. And I just wondered, do you want to address that issue about the roads or the size of lots?
Like I said before, we definitely anticipate there will be a mix of lot sizes here, from a little bit smaller to maybe even a little bit larger than the SF-15, which is a third acre lot, more or less. But to be quite frank and quite honest, we don't have a land plan yet. We're working on that. That's kind of our next step.
Yeah. And then finally, we are working on our master plan, with this Reimagine Reno. I don't know what the outcome will be of that plan. I'm sure we'll learn a lot more. Once upon a time, there was proposals for developments even further out than this. I mean, how do you address that kind of issue? That we don't know right now what the master plan will say, what the people are thinking. Do you have some thoughts on that?
Well, I know we don't know what direction the master plan is going to take. What we do have is the information that you had mentioned from the survey that was completed last year.
Right.
That did indicate that, the residents of Reno still want a mix of single-family homes, and this serves that purpose. This continues to serve that purpose. So with the information we have now, I can say that I think we're headed in the right direction.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilwoman Jarden, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Something that we consistently hear at RTC is, and to Council Member McKenzie's point, is the traffic issues approaching the spaghetti bowl from all directions. But most certainly, something that I've been focused on at the RTC is the safety issues. There's significant safety issues, a wreck every 2.5 days from the westbound to southbound movement only. And you can imagine the emergency response time and taxpayer dollars spent on responding to all of those. With the developments continuing to occur in the North Valleys, is there a coalition of developers coming together to speak to the importance of the spaghetti bowl improvements and making sure that that conversation with the governor continues and with the State Transportation Board so that we can ensure that as we move forward, that the issues of the spaghetti bowl and the approaches to it are addressed?
Yeah, for the record, Bill Gall, Senior Civil Engineer. I don't know about a coalition of developers. I know the development community has been involved with RTC and NDOT in the North Valleys corridor studies that RTC is undertaking right now. The developers have been, involved in that as well, providing their input as to where their development plans are and those types of things. And RTC has been involved with NDOT as well. NDOT's been very, very focused on that. They've been to all of our meetings associated with the North Valley's corridor study. They're doing their own corridor study on I-80 and I-580 associated with the, with the Spaghetti Bowl. So they're aware of all the developments and everything that's coming in, and so they are taking that into account when they're doing their studies for their improvements on the interstate as well.
Okay. Having dealt with NDOT for the last 4 years, on Friday is an RTC meeting. And it's, we hold RTC meetings once a month. I would encourage anybody who believes the traffic issues are of significant importance, particularly coming from the North Valleys, and the issues surrounding the Spaghetti Bowl and correcting those are important as well, to attend those meetings. We've gotten movement with NDOT when we have been very vocal and repeatedly vocal with them on a couple of subjects. I think Madam Mayor can speak about a light in front of the Bonanza, that it took some continual addressing and being a very squeaky wheel on a very important issue that got the movement that we needed. So I would encourage anybody who finds traffic an issue to come to the RTC meetings and Friday at 9 a.m.
And
at County Commission chambers.
Yeah, and there was no question. I think Councilman McKenzie could confirm this too. The last public meeting that RTC had with the area, with North Valleys, they were very vocal as well. And NDOT was there. I believe NDOT did hear the cry of the community out there in the North Valleys as far as the needs for 395 in the north.
Keep crying.
Councilwoman Burkus. I think with this request before us and the next one coming forward, this council is at a very pivotal moment in our decision-making lifetime. I think we're trying to make a decision if we're going to be the way things have in the past, with development-driven, speculative development coming forward to us, or are we going to make decisions that we're going to be a thoughtfully planned out community and build upon the work that we've done with the master plan? And so, with this request, the one coming forward, we're looking at the next Lake Ridge, the next Double Diamond, the next Somerset, the next Collin Ranch. And I can tell you the history of this region and taking on those massive developments which change the character of your community, it's a lot more than a 3-page staff analysis than what we've been provided. And so I think that we really need to look at the documents we've received from our Reimagine Reno, which is saying, one, we want walkable communities, and we want to rebuild and put energy into our core. We don't have unlimited funds to blow up the Spaghetti Bowl every 10 years or 5 years. We have limited resources, so that's one. Also, page 45 of the 44, of the housing demand analysis that came out in the last month, which I know you've all read, shows a surplus of 22,000 units of this type of housing type that's being proposed by this development. So if we're going to walk a talk of building a community that responds to the demands of our housing needs, we're not going to just approve a blanket SF-15 in a nature like this. That just is not how it's done. And so, furthermore, I think when we hear a staff report that says issues like, fire is, how far away is fire? 12 minutes. Police is 17 minutes. There's no water. There's no sewer. You do not put out a zoning map of quarter-acre lots. It just does not get done in any metropolitan area in this country at this point in time to have this little ability to serve a development and say yes to it. And Mr. Durling comes up here and says that the SFR master plan corresponds to SF-15. It corresponds to SF-15 when you have services right there ready to rock and roll. It corresponds to UT-40, which is 1 unit per 40 acres, when you're in our situation, as poorly and ill prepared to provide services to this development request as we are. And this is nothing against this land coming into development at some point. At some point, it absolutely will. But we need to build the services, make the infrastructure plans to be able to bring it on in a timely and rightful manner. So I don't support this. I don't support the next one coming forward. I think a council that is going to build off of what we say we're doing with Reimagine Reno looks at this and says, thank you, but not now. We will have a conversation with you when we scope out a whole bunch of these issues on how we're going to get up and provide services to you. And that's the timing that you'll be on, and we'll do some land use planning with everyone out there, the California jurisdictions, the county, and furthermore, we're looking at the county saying they want to get rid of regional planning because Reno's encroaching and expanding. we're giving them a lot of fodder right now to be bringing in land use very much like and in conflict potentially with this unincorporated land use. So I think we should take a hold on this. We're under no statutory obligation to process this or the next one right now, and do a little more forward planning, and also change some books on the code. Some of the code, because we need a development agreement. This is a two-way relationship when you're talking about bringing on a mid-sized Nevada city. And we're talking about bringing on, between these two developments, a mid-sized Nevada city. So they need to say when they're bringing the land use to market, and we need to make our plans and commitments of when we're going to get police, fire, and all the infrastructure out there. Very premature development, not orderly growth, does not meet the findings.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Ruckus. Again, that's something that we can look at all of your concerns whenever it comes back. So I just want to make sure that, I appreciate your input. But I just think let's stick to
quick
what
question.
we're doing. Councilman?
Yeah, I just
McKenzie.
wanted to, or ask her.
Councilwoman Dorr, and
Oh,
then
I'm
I'll go
sorry.
to you, Councilwoman McKenzie.
Figured you were ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and
Oh.
I'd like to respond to a couple comments that my fellow council member made. And number one is that I also read the housing study, and a majority of people in this city still want a white picket fence. They don't want to live in an apartment. Number two is, if the majority did want to live in apartments, this wouldn't be an adequate spot to put apartments, because people that need, that want apartment living are the ones that want walkable communities. They can't afford a car to drive back and forth 20 miles a day to town, or 40 miles a day to town to work. So this is not the place to put the mixed use that we're trying to develop for the moderate income, low income families in this community. This wouldn't be the appropriate place to put them, because it would put a burden upon them to get to the services that they need to survive. This is the white picket fence community, and the majority of citizens in the state of Reno still are looking for the white picket fence. So, and this is an area that is well developable for that model, and we can save hopefully get people to build properties closer to the center and the services that are the type that we need for the multi-levels of income. The services that you're saying aren't there, if you'll read the memo that was given to us after caucus, it addresses the fact that those things are being studied right now, and then that they will be working on a conclusion to that stuff prior to building. Now, I'm sure that this developer is going to want to figure out a way to address fire services, him and every other developer up there, to address fire services, because they don't want the expense of having to put sprinklers in these houses. So that's probably going to be a big part of the discussion of what they're going to do. I also know that there's another development that this developer has currently got been entitled for, that a portion of that development, fees that he's going to pay, will help to increase police and fire services in this area when he starts building on that development. And so, I mean, like I say, this particular developer that's coming forward with this right now, I have complete faith that he knows what the issues are, and he's willing to work with us to try to resolve those issues. And right now, he's got the most affordable housing model of anybody building in the city. So when we're talking about workforce housing, he's actually building a house that somebody that's working at a job of moderate income can afford to buy a house from him. So all of the reasons that you say that we shouldn't approve this is the type of thing we need to get moving so that we can provide the housing that we need. The housing we got vacant is the stuff that's up there that nobody can afford to buy. I put my house on the market for 2 weeks and it was sold. So there's a shortage of housing that's in a level that people can afford to buy. So again, this is coming back to us for parcel. It's going to come back for special use permit. And I know the history we've had with this particular developer, that all of the issues that we have, concerns that we have about infrastructure and supporting the community, are ones that he's going to be willing to work with us to try to resolve.
All right, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, I wanted just a process question from our staff. So just to answer the question of what's the alternative. So right now, this has a zoning. which if you could just say what that is.
Right
now.
now it's UT40.
What is it called?
UT40.
Right, so the point is so developer comes in, they say SF15, it could be as something else, right? I'm wondering from a staff perspective, you made a recommendation for approval.
Yes.
And I just wonder, you know, do you look at every alternative that they could have come in for? You know, how do you evaluate that?
We analyze what they've requested. So
Okay.
we don't say, boy, it would be nice if you had done X, Y, and Z. We just say this is what they've proposed, and we analyze that request.
Okay. And lastly, the comment about development agreement. I mean, when and where do those happen?
They happen very rarely. I believe the only one we have in existence right now is on Meadowood Mall.
Okay.
As far as land use, we may have other ones on other issues, but I think Meadowood Mall is the only one we have. So it's where there's a partnership with the city and the developer, understanding a very detailed layout of what the project's going to be, what the utilities are going to be, where the utilities are going to be, how they're going to be funded. So it's a very detailed, structured.
So is
agreement.
that beyond a PUD? I mean, a PUD is pretty detailed, but maybe a PUD is done by a developer, whereas the other kind of development agreement is done in conjunction with the city?
Correct. A development agreement typically involves the city or other jurisdictions and their contributions to the project.
Have we done them before in our town for residential?
No.
Okay, just learning. I mean, I'm just learning.
To interject,
process. Yeah.
we absorbed the county's one out in the G. Curdy's and the Curdy Ranches.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, so they had one. So I mean, maybe if it's a useful tool, it's something to kind of, you know, recommend to the developer that they at least look at it. Is that something that would help them in any way, help us in any way? You know, I assume a partnership is a mutually beneficial partnership, so there's a reason that you do one. You're probably not mandated to do one, but.
Correct. We would look at the applicant bringing that forward. In this situation, I think a PUD would probably be the appropriate rather than a development agreement.
Right. Okay. All right. Just really helpful because we haven't had this scale of
Correct.
this kind of zoning. I mean, we've had things for 300 houses and 500 houses, but I don't recall, you know, something on this scale. So
No,
I think it's
Somerset was probably the last one.
right, but
that
I
we
wasn't
had in
here. What I
record,
mean is in
but
the
one
last
we
few
had.
years, just
Correct.
this is the first one of this kind of scale that's in front of us.
That's
So
correct.
just wanting to kind of get it out on the table, the process.
Yes.
So appreciate it.
Okay, sure.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Can we get a quick update? What is our vacancy rate in the city? 2.3%, I think, 2%?
It's just under 3%, 2 point
So it's
something.
just under 3%, so incredibly low, which is
Yes.
kind of the squeeze that everybody is unfortunately experiencing right now.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And can I get Somerset is a good example of how it was done right. So any things that can be gleaned from Somerset with regards to this, I think is really valuable.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd
Any
move
further?
move to second reading.
All right, so
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember McKenzie, a second from Vice Mayor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, item F3.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 6983, case number TXT 17-00001, boarding rooming houses in single-family zones. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.08.201C, Summary Land Use Table for Residential Base Zone Districts, Chapter 18.08.202A, Additional Principal Use Regulations to allow boarding houses in single-family zoning districts within a half mile of the University of Nevada, Reno, with the approval of the special use permit and other matters properly relating thereto.
All right. All right, thank you very much. We'll now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
All right, thank you very much. Any public comment on this item?
Yes, Amy Jones would like to speak, followed by Monica DePay.
All right, fantastic.
Hi, good afternoon. Amy Jones with the Reno Housing Authority. I just would like to express the Reno Housing Authority's support for the amendment to this Reno Municipal Code to allow the boarding houses in single-family zoning within a half mile of the university. We're all aware that we have a lack of affordable housing in our area. Thank you. And it's even more challenging for students. HUD has very strict guidelines as far as students receiving housing assistance. And so because of that, many students are not eligible for any type of housing assistance due to those regulations. So this would provide a great opportunity for students to find affordable housing. It's close to the university. They can walk, they can bike to attend classes and their events. So we support it. I think it's a creative way to provide more affordable housing for students, and I think they would definitely benefit from it.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, any more public comment?
Madam Mayor, Monica DePay would like to speak.
Hello, Miss Mayor and Council. I just wanted to stand up and speak in favor of this amendment change. With the city growing and with the demand for housing and the low availability of housing, this is really an opportunity for us to think outside of the box for our low-income students who really can't afford, aren't making the money, and they can't afford it. And this would give us some innovative ways to like Amy said, be creative and think of some outside the box type of ways that we can help our students that are close to the college. So I hope that you vote in favor of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. This did come before the NAB, and I don't believe we had any negative feedback. I think all of the comments were in support. I appreciate all the work of Monica and everybody involved that have helped with this issue. It is a creative way of addressing a growing issue, certainly with our student population as well as others. So with that, I would make a motion to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer to a second reading.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion and a second by Councilman Bobzian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item F4. Madam Clerk, we'll now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. No correspondence was received, and I do not have any public comment at this time.
All right, fantastic. Then I will send it to Mr. Robert Chisel.
Good afternoon. Robert Chisel, Director of Finance and Administration. For the record, before you today is a tentative agreement with the Reno Police Supervisory Administrative Employees Sergeants. To start out with, we'll also do lieutenants and deputy chiefs, also known as RPSAE sergeants. The prior contract was through June 30th, 2016. The tentative agreement has been approved by the RPSAE membership. And is being presented for your consideration. It is a 3-year contract from July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2019. And I know Sergeant Paul Sevchek is on his way here, hopefully not running any red lights to get here. But I would like to thank them and the entire RPSA team. It's been actually a pleasure to work with them to come up with what I think is a good contract for both the city and for the employee association. The notable changes included in the contract are primarily in the salary tables, and I'll get into that in a little more detail. The intent was to flatten out the salary tables that were prior in the contract had 8% and 6% increases, and we flattened about to 5% increases and changed the final top step for sergeants. But to go through the contract by article, Article 8, holidays and holiday pay will now be paid in the hours of the employee's regularly scheduled shift. So if they're on an 8-hour shift, they get 8. If they're 10, they get 10. Their vacation bank leave limit will be set at 540 hours, and they will be able to cash out vacation time in increments of over 20 hours. Military leave, we changed the language to meet that of the Nevada revised statutes. Salaries, the first, as I said, and if maybe I could put this up, we changed the salary steps, for the sergeants to flatten out the steps between them, so now they're at 5%. In the next year, they will go to step 5, which is an extra 5%, but in exchange for that, the special assignment pay, which is now at 10%, will be reduced to 5%. So it kind of washes the two changes out. In July 1st, 2017 and July 1st, 2018, their increase will be tied to the Western Urban CPI Index. Compensation upon promotion, Article 17, we changed it to clarify step increases upon satisfactory performance review. Article 18, overtime, we capped the accrual banks at 120 hours for employees and allowed them to cash out at any time. Article 21 is still outstanding. This is similar to what we did with our PPA. We are in the process of finishing negotiations on retiree health insurance for those over 65. Again, it's something I think will benefit both the city and the Employees Association, but we're finalizing the details of that. Article 22, uniform, bless you, uniform allowance went up $100 to $1,800. Special pay practices, as I talked about, July 1st, 2017. Special assignment pay will be reduced from 10% to 5%. And the shift differential will go from $3 to $3.50. It's a 3-year contract. And we added language to comply with the latest changes to NRS 288. And that, the special events, similar to what we did with our PPA, we took away the 2 times pay for Hot August nights in exchange for 3 pre-designated crawl special event days that will be selected by the association. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and almost here.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. Can you give a little more clarification on the special events about how actually the number of days has reduced?
Well, it's Hot August nights is 5 to 6 days, and they get double time for working currently the contract, and it's been that way for a number of years. They get double time for working those events. This is changed to 3, so it is a reduction in the number of days would pay overtime for at the double time rate, and so it is a reduction. It's to help reduce our cost, and so we're moving forward with trying to be a little more equitable in how we pay for the double time. The double time kind of came about after the riots in 98 or 97, now I can't remember exactly what year they were, from Hot August nights. So, yeah, and so it's a reduction in the number of days, so we do appreciate them working with us on that.
Thank you.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Chisholm, we talked about this, the health plan that you're working on, and what can we anticipate in a reduction of cost and for retirees medical under what we're working on?
On average, per employee, we're looking at probably saving at least $350 a month. So even if it's $300 a month, that's $3,600 a month. I believe we have about, in the RPSAE, I'm looking 32 people in the RPSA unit currently that would receive this benefit. So it'd be about $100,000 a year in savings for us. And what the idea is to place them on an Advantage plan which is basically a Part C, Part D Medicare plan, which would wrap with Part A and Part B of Medicare, would actually provide better health insurance, which is amazing than the city of Reno's health insurance, at a lower cost because it works with Medicare. And the other thing I'd point out is the number of employees that are over 65 that we have to, by contract, pay for health insurance is only increasing. The benefit was, if you look at the age of our employees, we see that growing. So it's going to save us more in the future as we go forward.
And I'd like to praise you and the rest of the staff, as well as the representatives from these different bargaining agents, for working to save us money and move forward in this new day. It's I've been involved in a lot of negotiations, and you guys are coming to the table, and both sides are trying to improve conditions from both sides, and I truly appreciate the work that both sides of the table have been putting into these negotiations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without Kelly Lehrman, Jennifer Maxwell, and Mandy Bowler, and Sergeant Sevchek. I have to point him out just to make him nervous.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Just real briefly, just want to echo the comments of support and the teamwork that you have and where we're going with all of our bargaining units. It's really impressive. So thank you guys, and thank you guys and gals. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments?
Second.
No.
No.
So I have a
Not ready?
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Boy, what a difference a day makes.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
think you've done a fantastic job, Mr. Chisel, and it's certainly a breath of fresh air compared to where we've been in the past. So thank you very,
Thank
very
you.
much. All right,
I got lieutenants next.
now
Now.
you're up again. Go
Yep.
ahead.
This is, do we have any?
Madam Mayor, we need to
Actually,
open the public comment
Hold on a second.
Okay.
hearing.
All right, Madam Clerk, we'll now open the public hearing. Any correspondence? The public notice been given?
Proper notice was given, no correspondence was received, and I do not have any public comment on
Okay,
this
gotcha.
item.
Fantastic. Go right ahead.
What I have before you is the RPSA lieutenants. It pretty much mirrors what we just went through with RPSA sergeants. It's a 3-year contract also, similar to the sergeants. This group had not had an increase since July 2010 in their salaries. So pretty much the same changes were made, except for with their salary scale, there was a slight difference in their salary scales. Their increases were flattened a little bit more because their steps were kind of odd before current, and this is what the proposed is down at the bottom, just trying to correct a little bit of the oddities that had built up over the years in the scales of the sergeants, lieutenants, and the deputy chiefs. Again, the special pay practices, the uniform allowances, everything else is the same as what I just went through with sergeants. Does anyone have any questions? Trying to be quick.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second, further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
One more.
Item F5. Is it item?
F6.
Sorry, F6. My
Public
apologies.
hearing.
We're now going to open for a public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have is proper notice given? Sorry.
Ms. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given, no correspondence was received, and I do not have any public comment on the item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chisel.
This is the contract with the RPSE deputy chiefs. It is also a 3-year contract, very much the same changes as for sergeants and lieutenants. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have in regards to this. This is a group of 2 individuals, so be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the table? See no questions. May I have a motion, please? Motion
Second.
second for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Mayor, we're on item H1.
Resolution number 8240, resolution revising and designating the dates of the regular city council meetings in November 2016, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Does council desire a staff presentation? Councilwoman Breckus.
So the dates that you're proposing for November are November 2nd and 16th?
Currently, our meeting dates are November 9th and November 16th. We have to update the November 9th date because the election, as you know, is Tuesday, November 8th. and that doesn't give us enough time to canvass the votes before our next council meeting. So we will keep the 16th meeting, we will canvass the votes then, but then we have to have, per our charter, 2 meetings. So we need to choose a new meeting date, which would either be November 2nd, November 23rd, or November 30th.
And so if we went with November 2nd, we would have meetings on the 20th, we'd have 2 back-to-back on the 22nd, 26th, and the 2nd, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind that if you pick the option of Wednesday, November 23rd, that's the night before or
Yeah.
the day before Thanksgiving.
Don't want that.
If we pick the option of Wednesday, November 30th, we will have 3 meetings in a row.
Okay, so that's why you're recommending the 2nd and the 16th.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right. So would you like to make a motion, Vice Mayor or Member McKen? Okay, so you make the motion. Okay. All right. So I have a
Second.
motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. All right, item H2, I will send it to our city attorney.
Resolution number 8241, Resolution to reapportion assessments for the City of Reno, Nevada, 2002 Special Assessment District Number 3, reapportionment number 15, RR Boulevard.
All right, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment?
We do not, Madam Mayor.
All right. Does council desire staff presentation? Seeing that there are none,
Motion to approve?
I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Yes, because we took off J1. So we are at J2. All right. Madam Secretary, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not, Madam Mayor.
All right. How about, does council desire staff presentation? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item J4.
Or J3, or, oh, we
J4.
pulled that, right?
Yeah. Item J4. Madam Secretary, do you have any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
Seeing that there's none, there are none. How about, would council desire staff presentation?
Yes.
Councilwoman Breckus would like a staff presentation.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Christine Fay, Resource Development Manager in Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. So you'll remember a number of months ago, you received a presentation from Tillery Williams in the City Manager's Office. And Parks, Recreation, Community Services, Andy Bass stepped up and suggested that our department would be happy to be the pilot program to get this started and hopefully be able to translate it out to the rest of the city. So to that end, what we have done, whoops, what do I need to push? Oh, just use that. Okay, thank you. So what we wanted to let you know is the vision that we came up with, and by we, I mean a group of us, both employees as well as volunteers. And that was to expand the capacity of our department so that we could provide more recreation programs, opportunities for our constituents. And of course, we see that as every man, woman, and child that lives in Reno will visit Reno, will come here, move here. And so we're looking at youth, seniors, adults, facility, and park users. Until recently, Parks, Recreation, Community Services did not have a full-time staff member dedicated to managing the volunteer program. We had a number of staff members that did pieces of it, but not one person that was kind of coordinating and having a central place for it to come through. We also found that tracking volunteer hours was time-consuming, And it was one of those activities, when done by hand, fell low on the list of priorities, of course. And so our successes so far, since we've started this, is that we did participate in the Service Enterprise Initiative training by Nevada volunteers, which I have to tell you was outstanding. It was 3 half days that we came together. We were there with a number of other agencies, and that training program was terrific. And for me personally, I did a 180 when I heard what really the capacity could be if you became a service enterprise organization. So that is something that we are working toward. I'll tell you in a second. PRCS also assigned a full staff member. That would be me. And I have a volunteer who assists in coordinating the program. And then we also purchased Volgistics volunteer software program, which you heard about from Tillery, to track our volunteer hours. But the really cool thing is that we can use it for assignments and to solicit volunteers for upcoming projects. So once we have our volunteers in there, and by the way, I should explain, they go through a full rigorous application program. They are badged, so they are, fingerprinted. They get all of that because we can't really allow a volunteer to be near our seniors or our youth without that. We do have other volunteers, obviously, who don't have to have all of that. Many of them come through Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful, but they're working in parks, and so they're not working directly with our clients. But the great thing is through the Volgistics volunteer management software, we'll be able to send out a notice saying, we're looking for volunteers for this, or, something like if we're part of the Heart Walk, or we're part of Alzheimer's Walk, or we're part of the Buddy Walk, we can say, we're looking for volunteers to help with this. And so that's going to be kind of an exciting addition, I think, for the city. Our opportunities, of course, are that we're going to be able to expand our ability to offer diverse programming, because that we're also going to find volunteers that want to do things that we don't have to pay for, but who are skilled, competent people, and we're very excited for that. And then, of course, to enhance our park maintenance, which is going to be really exciting to be able to move forward. We get a lot through our Adopt a Park program and those sorts of things, but we're hoping to be able to get more consistent volunteers who step up, because there are people that are willing to give you a few hours a week or a day a week kind of thing. And then expanding program opportunities and having better onboarding. In the past, as I said, it was kind of parsed out, and so a volunteer would come in and they would get one experience in this division and perhaps another experience in that division. We're trying to really get that so that everybody's onboarding experience is the same, and so that they have really excellent supervision, and then also to be able to track their assignments and make sure that we're matching their interests so that people want to continue and will tell their friends about it, and their friends will want to sign up. And then we are also working toward becoming a certified service enterprise organization. Right now there's one in Reno, and that is the Discovery Museum, but there are a number of others, including the Washington County School District, that are working on that. So we've updated our volunteer handbook and our collateral materials. We've increased our training opportunities for our volunteers, and we've updated our list so that we can identify who those volunteers are, and we know who they are. Instead of saying, well, we have about this many, we'll be able to actually record that and give you that kind of information on a regular basis. Our next steps are going to be to expand our volunteer committee to solicit more community involvement. I have a meeting next week, as a matter of fact, with 3 outstanding volunteers who have run big volunteer organizations, including the food bank, and they're interested in being on what we're going to call our guiding coalition, which is going to include staff members, but also community members who, again, are going to help us be able to really bring volunteers in, get out to service organizations and invite them to participate, that sort of thing. And then we're going to work with Nevada volunteers to gain our certification. And so here's some of our volunteers, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
All right. Councilwoman Beckus. Well, I just, thanks for the presentation. I'm very excited. I think this is a new way that we need to do business. And I think, we need to also, a little question for you is, metrics, how is it working? I've heard reports that sometimes when you up a volunteer effort, it takes a lot of efforts to staff that volunteer effort. And I guess your position is now doing volunteerism full time. And I'll just say, you know, for example, yesterday I was doing a tour with a citizen who's concerned about the declining condition at Idlewild, and he mentioned as an aside that, you know, the two volunteer ladies were waiting at Idlewild at the Rose Garden yesterday for the gates to be open, and yeah, I don't know what happened. It's not, you know, a blame. It's just so there needs to be a city staffer to open the key for them, right? So that's maybe, I don't know, a half hour or 10, 15 minutes of a staffer opening it for them, locking them up. So there are costs with that. Or do we get to the point where we trust these women and we just give them keys? Or I mean, what is that gonna be a big metric that you're following, is how much effort it takes to staff and support these volunteers? And can we get to a sweet spot, you think?
Of course. It's got to be beneficial to the city in addition to the volunteers. So if it takes us more time and more staff resources to be able to use volunteers, of course, that's not going to be efficient and that's not going to work for us. What we're hoping for, and this is something I told you I had that 180 when I went to the Service Enterprise Initiative, and that's when I recognized or realized that we can trust volunteers. We can trust lead volunteers. Once they've been trained and they know what they're doing, we can trust them to step up and be the lead in certain areas. And so that's an excellent example of the kind of place that we could do that. And so I don't know what happened yesterday, but I do know Pam Bedard, who is unbelievably stretched thin, as you all know.
Yeah.
She's our horticulturalist. She's the one who opens the door for them.
Okay.
So we're looking for a volunteer to be her assistant, actually, who would do this on a regular basis, maybe 4 hours a day or whatever it is, 2 days a week, whatever we can find, that would be able to work in that area. And so that's where we're learning. We're doing this learning curve, and our hope is that the lessons we learn are going to be able to save other departments from having to go through that same repetition, so that they'll know how to onboard them, they'll know how to be able to utilize them.
Great. Well, thank you.
You're
I'm
welcome.
very excited about this.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I know this is something, I think this is my item, right? Was I the one that? I'm trying to remember.
could have
It's
been.
been a little
It's been a while. Yeah.
And I am so excited to see this finally come to fruition. I think that, there's so many people that want to volunteer their time, and we were missing the link. We were missing the facilitator and as I would call it, the bird dog, to kind of bring everything together and coordinate the group of volunteers with the need. And an example that happened yesterday, which this is going to be so hugely helpful, at the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, the RTC donated 2, for lack of a better term, aged out access buses to our seniors, so that they could use them to transport seniors from, different recreational facilities and help them do some great things that we're offering in the city. So that was great, and we're figuring out the fueling and the whole thing. What we didn't have was coordination of a driver.
Drivers.
And how do you coordinate pickups and drop-offs and that whole thing? So this is going to be hugely helpful with volunteers to help us meet that need, which turns around and helps our community in a very minimal expense way. So this is one of those creative ways that the city is addressing a deficit and expanded things that we'd all like to see with our own personnel within our community that just want to volunteer their time. So I am so excited to see this finally come to fruition. I think it's going to be phenomenal. So thank you for all your work on it. And Andy.
Andy has been amazing. I should point out before he gets nervous, this isn't my full-time job. This is only part of it. I'm also writing grants and doing resource development and doing some customer service and that sort of thing. But it's a big one because we're trying to get it, off the ground and really truly launched. And so that is time-consuming at the beginning, no doubt. There's no doubt about that. But what it will give us in the end, I think it's going to be very cost efficient when we look at it in the long haul.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it's no surprise that the park department would have been one to pick up the mantle and run with it, and that you would be in charge of it isn't a surprise either, because the Parks Department is probably, while it was one that had some of the biggest cuts during the downturn and has come back the slowest, has been the one that has always jumped to find an opportunity to continue to provide good services to the community. And while we've still got a community that thinks they want more from the parks, you guys are definitely doing it with less than any other department in the city. And that goes great praise to the staff in the Parks Department. And I just think it's a great deal that you've brought this around, and we're seeing results from it. And now you get to go teach the other departments how to do it.
There you go.
So thank you very much for your commitment.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. This really is, I think, a great opportunity, and I was excited to get to do it.
All right. Any more comments? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan, would you like to make the motion?
Move to approve?
All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Oh, I guess I don't have to.
Yeah, I didn't think we had.
Do we have to? No. Okay.
We want to approve it. Okay.
All
Good,
right.
good job.
Perfect. All right, moving right along. Item J5. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment for this item?
And Madam Mayor.
How would council like a staff presentation?
I would like to hear a little bit about this.
All right, go right ahead.
Yeah, for the record, Steve Bonnell, traffic engineer, Public Works. The Regional Transportation Commission is administering federal transportation alternative program funding for the next 3 years. There's going to be approximately $370,000 available for all 3 of those years. Comes a little over $1 million. Staff is proposing 3 projects to apply for. One project is the green bike pavement markings for conflict zones at intersections to alert motorists of where the bicycles are crossing. And also 2 sidewalk projects, one along Mill Street along the south side of Mill Street adjacent to the airport, and another one on Peckham Avenue adjacent to the airport, and to give a little curb gutter sidewalk along there, make some connectivity between both sides of the airport for pedestrians, because right now it's just dirt. So those are the 3 projects. We're looking at about $200,000 for the pavement markings, the green pavement markings, and approximately $265,000 for the Mill Street sidewalk project, and approximately $175,000, I think, or right around $170,000 for the Peckham Lane project. And so we're looking for council to approve those projects, maybe prioritize those, because we are also competing with other agencies in the region. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dorr.
No, I just wanted to, I wanted to make sure I understood the criteria, and I just went back through and underlined it. I think the projects that you're proposing are good. I just didn't know, when it spoke about historic preservation, what kind of, in that it's RTC funds, what are they looking for there?
Well, I'm not real familiar with the historical preservation part of it. You know, there's several different categories.
Right.
We were looking at pedestrian-related improvements, but there are a lot of different categories, and there's a lot of other agencies too that can.
Historic preservation, usually like train beds.
Oh, okay. So maybe like train-related improvements,
Okay.
historical markers along the roadway, those kind of things. Yeah.
And environmental management, I mean, does that include runoff, like road runoff, or what are they looking for there?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Okay. And, I mean, in terms of these projects, I mean, they seem good. Anything we can do, obviously, in the Mill and Peckham area, those roads are kind of in need of some addressing. But I didn't know, did you consider anything else? You're giving us these 3 projects, but was there any others?
Well, there were
that
some other
in competition?
locations, that we looked at. These came up because they seemed like something that we could do easy in-house design for. Because there's a 5% match on these projects.
That's what I
too.
was going to
And
ask too.
so-
I wasn't sure where the match was.
Yeah, the match could be our design.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just put this out there. I don't think it probably meets, and it's probably for a further conversation with RTC and NDOT. it probably doesn't meet the needs, and there probably wouldn't be enough money here. But as we move forward, some of the roads, we've heard a lot about Kitski and the challenges there. I have 2 interchange on South Meadows and on Damani Ranch that people complain about constantly. And I know that you're working on it. I just been talking to people about what you're doing, assessing the timing of the lights, taking out wedges, having multiple turn lanes. Traffic is really backing up. I know it doesn't meet these criteria, but I just want to make sure that it stays on the radar. And I wasn't sure at what moment, when is the right moment that we would be discussing those things?
Well, those projects we can roll in. We're working with NDOT actually on those 2 specific, because that is their right of way, and we can get those on some spot intersection improvement projects, which there are funds for with the RTC.
Separate funding.
Yes.
Okay, so that's excellent to hear. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very excited about these ones, particularly the sidewalks in the airport area. It's always been a big issue for me, the connectivity over there. As a matter of fact, last May I was driving my daughter from Worcester High School over down South Longley Lane and saw one of her teammates who 5:30 after track practice lives over in the Miraloma area, walking all the way around the airport on the side of the road in the dirt. That's what this kid, to participate in track and field, had that walk every day. And I said, that is unacceptable that this community tolerates those sort of conditions for a young person walking around an airport in that area. And really it comes into, how we spend our transportation dollars that are limited and the land use connections to those. And that's why I'm still a little unhappy about the decision earlier today, because I think the more we sprawl, the more we keep these connectivities unmet needs. So I just want to go off of that. I guess one point I do have additionally is I recently wrote a letter to every elected official copied every elected official in the region. It was written to the RTC board about creating a locally derived set-aside fund for transportation enhancements, the historic preservation, the connectivity, the environmental products could fix the lid problem. So if we as a region decide that we want these exciting missed sort of things to be a priority, let's advocate that we use our regionally generated local transportation dollars for our own transportation set aside of 5%. Give it back to the local jurisdiction so we can have a local funding source to do these placemaking, sustainable, very special projects. And so that's food for thought. I guess one thought is, usually these enhancements come in as a layered subsidy, or not a layered subsidy, layered funding source in a project. Did you give any thought, because I think Virginia Street, which the timeframe's slipping with RTC, through Midtown, did you have any discussions with the RTC? Is that project going to run short on funding? Because it seems to be moving slowly, and they're still looking for federal funds on that. And I hate to find ourselves short on that one when RTC is trying to deliver that in 2 years.
Well, I haven't heard anything that they're short on the funding in that part. They're still going forward with it, and there wasn't any discussion on this particular funding being rolled into that. I think we're competing with a lot of other agencies too on this funding, and it is limited. So we're trying to get some projects out there, and I think these are good projects. And we're actually working with Washoe County and Sparks on the green pavement. Project as a regional project.
Okay, so that would be a regional, and these are federal funds that flow through to the state, and then are they earmarked for the MPO, the RTC MPO?
Yes.
Okay, so it's really an MPO decision of how we're going to use these funds.
No, the agencies will apply. The RTC will vet through the applications and make sure they meet all the criteria. Then it'll be brought forward to the technical advisory committee for ranking for the projects, and the citizens multimodal advisory committee, and then it'll be taken to the board for final approval.
So does the application come from the MPO board, or does it come from the city of Reno?
It comes from the city of Reno.
But we are submitting ourselves to this collaborative regional approach on these dollars. if you say, so if we get a negative turn down from the RTC board, we'll back off of our application? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, we won't back off our application. It'll still be put in. They're going to have 3 years worth of funding, so there will be several applications.
Okay.
And it may not get funded the first round, maybe the second or even the third year.
Okay. So they're taking it a 3-year cycle.
Yes, and they're going to take them all at once.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I too am very excited about these projects, and I'm hopeful and confident that we will get these funds. I did want to ask a question on the green bike lanes in the highest areas of conflict. Will you be putting in, as part of the application, some data that supports where the heaviest bicycle traffic is?
Yeah, we do have data on bicycle trips and actually high accident locations where we're seeing a lot of conflicts, maybe pedestrian accident or bike accidents and that kind of thing. We're going to evaluate all that in our final design with what areas we're going to be doing. We're looking at, Virginia Street, Wells Avenue, Mayberry, McCarran, that area, and some of these intersections to where they have right turn lanes or that conflict with the bike lanes, and we want to enhance those areas.
Okay, so when you gather that data, I guess my question is, how many conflict zones do you estimate will be able to be covered in this? I mean, how many intersections or heavy, the Mayberry and?
Oh, I think we can get quite a few done with the funding we have, and we need to see what other applications come in. We're not set at this $200,000 mark. Maybe it could be a little bit more, maybe it might be a little bit less, but I think we can get quite a bit done. Just off the top of my head, I easily get 20, 30 intersections easily done.
Okay, and then how do we? Because this is a one-time grant, right?
Yeah, this funding becomes available. I think after the 3-year period, there'll be some more funding that will become available.
Okay, so my question becomes this. Do we have, if you have, I think you said 30 intersections. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, we'll have at least that.
So if we have 30 conflict zones where you're going to potentially, if we win this, you're going to paint the bright green paths, do we have the capacity and to maintain these? Because the green paint wears off fairly
It's going to be thermoplastic, and it does last quite a long time. The streets will be periodically slurried or repaved, and during that process, it can be put back to at that time, but there will be some maintenance involved with it.
And we're confident we can, the last thing we want to do is do all these improvements and then not be able to maintain them.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to do it now.
Thank you.
All right. Any more questions? Vice Mayor Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and appreciate the colleagues and Councilwoman Breckes highlighting the need for sidewalks there between the airport. I know the airport is expanding out. It's in my ward. For a number of years now, driving through the conversation's always been especially in the evenings. There's hardly any sidewalk. There are no sidewalks there. They're walking in the dirt. People are on their bikes or sometimes shopping carts pushing through the dirt to get from one place to the other. It's extremely hard for the community, so that's very exciting for that. Question regarding Peckham, though. I know I've asked, Peckham, is that a city and county road, or is that just city?
That's
entire city. Entire city.
Yes.
Okay. So Peckham was entirely city. I know just the overall construction is somewhat of a smaller road, correct? Kind of like the county road.
Yeah, it's a
that's going to be between
Longleat Airway.
Longleat Airway. Okay. Gotcha. I was thinking for some odd reason, I was thinking of Peckham over near UNR Farms.
Yeah.
But I know I'm extremely excited. I know to Councilwoman Breckes' point, this community's been there for a very long time, wanting some sidewalk improvements for safety for kids as they go from Wooster, from that community. They're all supposed to go to Wooster High School, so a lot of them are communicating that way, commuting. Also, are we in conversations with the airport to help with that? Are we obliged to just do that?
They're on the TAC, they have a representative there, but we haven't had any conversation regarding their participation in this.
So this is a pure grant. We're paying for the entire thing. They don't have to come to the table to
The federal,
cover anything.
well, it's federal funds
Federal
that
funds,
we're
but
using, but no.
are there any other improvements right around the airport? I know they did all those improvements along Airway Drive. I'm just thinking, I know speaking to their CEO, they had said that they wanted to come to the table. I don't know if we ever approached them, or do we just go out and apply for grants as a sole entity and not including them?
Yeah, this one was strictly our application.
Okay. Well, I'm excited. Thank you for doing this.
Great. Any other questions from council? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion? All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Oh.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Excuse, staff was looking for a prioritization of the project.
Okay, who would like to? Councilmember McKenzie.
I believe most of this is in Councilman Delgado's ward. And
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, go right ahead.
No worries.
I just.
Priority-wise, I
Since you're
believe
on
that you guys said Mill Street, Peckham, and then the bike lanes. Is that a priority? Is that what you guys are asking for? Or is it a?
We didn't put in a priority. We're just asking if council would prioritize what.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the attachments. What would be easier? I know the color bike
I
lanes.
think actually.
But can you
the
move
one-
some in parallel of projects kicking off together?
Yeah, with the region, with RTs, with Sparks and Washoe County and city, the bike pavement, green pavement would probably be an easy one
Sure.
for us to get done right away. But the other projects can definitely be.
Sure. So we'll move with the bike lanes and then Peckham and then Mill. Perfect.
So-
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I might ask staff, are there more funding options for bikeways going forward that could potentially deal with the bikes as opposed to money for sidewalks? In other words, which one is likely, if we didn't do, to find other funding source in the future?
It's hard to say. I think either projects we could probably find other funding. It's a possibility. Which one would be easier? It's a possibility. Maybe the bike project it might be easier to find that funding.
The point being that, we're always struggling to come up with capital money for sidewalks and pedestrian ramps and physical improvements like that. So that was the only point I wanted to draw attention to.
That it might be easier to get money for the bike lanes
Later, yes.
from someplace else?
Right, to get those, if we didn't get it for the bikeways, there's probably other opportunities given the unique bucket, as I understand it, for bicycle facilities. Now, tell me if I'm wrong, staff, but the
Yes,
idea being
there
that
is some-
sidewalk, we always have a need, it seems like, for sidewalks throughout the city. And if it's not new sidewalks, it's replacing old ones. So that was my only point.
I just want to make a point. I think as far as this funding, that we have this TAP funding, because we're in competition with some other agencies, it would, as a regional project, the bike one would probably be easier to implement and get the funding for that. But we can certainly look at other sources through the RTC for that funding too. I mean, it is available. So, and
All right, thank you very much.
So, Bill, I think what are you suggesting here?
Sounds like what I'm hearing is that if we do the bicycles, we have a better chance regionally, but that locally, it might be better for us to do the sidewalks because we have a harder time coming with money to do those sidewalks. Obviously, what's been said here is it's a long time that we've had those roads without sidewalks. So if we pass the money opportunity here, the question would be, where would the money come from eventually to get those sidewalks that everybody seems to
Yeah.
think are really needed? That's the only point I'm making.
I mean, this is how RTC works, right? It's always the regional things that get done, and then individual jurisdictions, us in particularly, we have to make those trade-offs, and that's why the regional stuff is more exterior and not in the core. I think that the last time I looked at the POP, I think it was, or the program, there's like $1 million category for bike improvements. Does that ring a bell to both of you?
Okay, if I may, for the record, John Flansford, Director of Public Works. I think a good strategy with this funding based on the timing is probably a prioritization of the bike lanes and then Peckham and then Mill. That gives us enough time, I think, to get the upfront work, knowing that the Peckham project would be in there, to get the design, the environmental clearances, those types of things that we need to get accomplished for that. The bike lanes will not have near the hurdle of the environmental to get through. It would be much faster to implement, and because that funding would be available first, I think that's probably a good strategy. And that would just be my recommendation as your director.
Mr. Flamber, if you run into issues with respect to the sidewalks on both Peckham and Mill, I'd suggest we set up meetings with the airport to help us with opportunities there.
Sure.
I know they're looking forward to working with us with respect to that. So is that good for you guys? So make the motion priorities, bike lanes, Peckham, Mill. That's my motion.
All right, thank you. So I have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, moving right along. All right, item J6. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
I have none, Madam Mayor.
10-minute break?
Yeah.
Would be great.
Yes, let's hurry and do this because we have people in the audience for upcoming items. So if you guys can be strict on your 10 minutes, then
Yeah.
let's do it. Okay?
Break. Okay. Here. Here. Hey, John.
I was like, ooh, I recognize that format of a question. Well,
Councilmember McKenzie? Get up here. Where is he? Oh. Okay, Oscar, you ready? Councilmember McKenzie? Where's Madam Clerk? Where'd she go?
Yes, ma'am.
Get over here.
Man, that was fast.
Get up here. I told you. 10 minutes. Madam Clerk, where'd you go?
Clerk? Yeah, where's the clerk?
All right.
Clerk here.
You ready?
We are ready, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. I meant it when I said 10 minutes. Okay.
All right.
All right, at this time, item J6, and I'm going to let you take it away, Charlotte. Or before we do that, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, I have no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. Go
Great.
right ahead.
For the record, Charlotte Honey, City Arena Public Works. We're here today, Deanna and I are here today to talk about the Arch Refresh Project. Deanna's going to give you a little background on the project and the context, and we're here looking for direction on a couple of different items. So she's going to do the fun part, and then I'm going to do the boring part. Good afternoon, Deanna Gescheider for the record. So the context of why this came about, just to set the tone of why we're here today, was that we did a walkabout with the mayor and council, I think did it as well. The Reimagine Reno said that citizens were very concerned about downtown as a priority. And then we have this arch that is the #1 most photographed icon for Northern Nevada. It does truly affect and set the tone for the city's public perception. And when the leadership team did our walkabout, we walked by and we saw it as a true low-hanging fruit opportunity because there was so much disrepair that we wanted to make it a priority within the budget or within our resources as a staff and a priority. We put together a committee and as we looked at the state of disrepair and the maintenance needs, we also took into consideration the other multiple requests that we get to change the bulb color on a regular basis to acknowledge local world events, causes, the wolf pack, etc. Currently, it's very expensive and it's time consuming as each bulb needs to be unscrewed one by one by one. For these reasons, staff looked into the efficiencies of the maintenance needs, and we also looked at ways to address the reoccurring requests. And so Charlotte's going to take you through some of those options for you today. And we tried to give you options that remain. We wanted to keep the original design intact. So these options today are looking at the options to innovate the arch, to refresh it, to keep it current with the city's public perception out there. And so with that, I'll let Charlotte take you through the details. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Now I need instructions. Great. So the purpose that we're looking at today is not to change the arch in the sense of to replace the arch. Some people have been asking.
Can you say that again?
We are not looking to
I need you to say that again.
move or replace the arch at this time. That's not. You could always give us that direction.
Thank you.
But that's
Thank
not what
you
we're looking
so
at today.
much.
As Deanna mentioned, the options were to update the arch, the appearance of the arch, and perhaps bring in some ability to change the light color for special events. That's the arch at night. You see the blue lights. Currently, the only way for us to change the color of the arch is to replace the individual bulbs, the individual light bulbs. There's 2,200 light bulbs, and the cost for the materials is approximately $8,200 to replace those bulbs. They're expensive, they're outdoor, they're LED, special voltage. And then the labor, about $800 every time. So every time we change the color, currently it's expensive. Maintenance, I'll go through these in
in boring detail, but we do have some maintenance items that need to be done regardless, and then we have some optional changes for you to give us direction on today. So maintenance, repaint the textured background. You see the letters are kind of bleeding into the white, the rust color, and then the red really needs to be refreshed. So that upper portion needs to be repainted. Repair the bottom. There's some bird issues inside the actual arch itself. We need to replace that panel. We need to rewire the bulbs and then replace that deteriorated bottom silver portion. And then replace the damaged skin on the legs. The gold skin covering the legs of the arch has been dented, it's been graffitied, it's been stickered, scratched, so on, within reach of pedestrians, basically. So in any case, we need to replace the portion of the skin that's accessible and damaged. Looks kind of ratty. Optional. So now we get to the part that's optional. There has been discussion about changing the skin on the legs from gold to silver. The silver that was looked at was brushed aluminum or stainless steel. We feel stainless steel is a better option because it's more durable. You can re-scratch it or wheel it to get marks out, and it's also just a little bit stiffer than the aluminum, so it won't be as easy to dent. If that's what people want to do. And then replacing or removing the bulbs that are below the arch. Currently, there are some bulbs that are below the arch. They're mostly missing or broken or stolen. So we'd like to just eliminate that altogether.
Just the ones on the
Correct. The ones, the ones that you see on the picture on the right that are below the arch on the legs. Thanks. One of the optional changes is to remove the neon Reno and replace it with programmable LED modules. Now, what we're not talking about a digital sign, a billboard, a picture, something that you could put anything on, like a message or a photograph. More, they have some technology that's panel type technology where you could change the color of the Reno. It could be changed, in a variety of different ways, and there's a lot of different technology. So we haven't actually gone real deep into the technology before we come to you to talk about whether you even want to make these changes at all. So. Another option is to replace the biggest little city. Currently, that's like a plastic, they call it Lexan, and then it's backlit with fluorescent bulbs. The fluorescent bulbs aren't real efficient, and they're not as I guess, easy to maintain as the LEDs would be. There is options to be able to make that, either the letters or the Lexan portion, a programmable color change. And any programmable we're talking about being able to computerize, change the colors, sit at the desk, hopefully from here, and be able to program changes into that color without having to go out there and unscrew 2,200 light bulbs. Costs. The maintenance costs are estimated at $40,000. Those are the items that I mentioned, the basically 3 items. And then optional changes are estimated $135,000. Now, we haven't gone out to bid with this. We haven't investigated it thoroughly. We haven't looked at even all the technology that there is available. So these are just estimates based on the things that we have discussed. We've discussed this with the manufacturer of the sign, Yesco, because they are the most familiar with the arch. And we have discussed this with them, and these are just some things that were brought up during those discussions. Next steps. We need to select a contractor, vendor. We need to do public meeting. We want to get public input, obviously, for these changes. People are very interested and attached to this. This is a very important piece for our city. We were talking about ways to engage the public with social media, with online surveys, and then obviously before any decision was made to actually do anything, we would come back to council for direction on what it is you actually want to do going forward. I think that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Quick question. So we don't know a dollar amount of what it costs to, because I know like every time we turn those light bulbs blue. How much is that?
It's $8,200, $8,200 to purchase the new light bulbs, and it's $800 for the labor to install them.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes,
So
obviously,
it's-
if we
so
change it
9,000.
from blue to red and then we change it back to red, we already have, we already have the old color. Alexis told me that we have, I think, 4 colors right now.
Right. And I think because that we're able to do that, a lot of our citizens think that you can change it to any color. And so when we can't accommodate that, then, you know,
Right.
they're extremely disappointed. So, I mean, this type of option seems like it would really make sense. When's the last time, you might have mentioned that, but when's the last time we did any updating to this arch?
Oh, well, it was built in 1987. I know that. I don't think that we've ever actually changed anything. We've done some maintenance. I can see on the legs that the skin has been replaced within arm's reach before.
Yeah.
At one time, probably the same reason now. It's got scratched and dented and graffitied. We've done other maintenance inside wiring here and there, but I don't think that we've ever done anything substantive with respect to changing it.
Not a refresh. You don't think
No.
we've ever done a refresh?
Not that I'm aware of, but
And if you think about how important this arch is to the city, because a lot of major metropolitan cities have sort of an iconic structure or something in their city that represents their city, right? Think about all the different cities that have that. But then think about all the different cities that don't have that. So we're really fortunate to have this arch. And I think because it is photographed so often, and it really speaks to tourism and our destination and who we are as a city, and people identify, it's our brand. So really what you're talking about today is keeping your brand looking good. And I think that's important. So I think you did a very good job. It's good to know what the different options are. But we could change it to any color, is that right?
the LED programmable LED modules, you can change it to any color, basically. You can have it fade across colors, you can have it a rainbow, you can have it blue and red if you want. Different parts have different capabilities. And again, we haven't really nailed down the technology and said, okay, we want to pick this particular thing. We didn't want to go that far before we got direction, what you would be interested in seeing, and what kind of tolerance the public has for change.
Right. Okay.
So,
well, the biggest thing is I want to make sure that the public understands this is not a redesign in any way.
Right.
I think this is something that keeps us from looking old and tired. And now more than ever before, we've had more projects come into the downtown area. We have much more excitement, and it's something that people really identify with and recognize. So, so I thank you for bringing this forward. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. One question and one comment. The question was about the LEDs. So a lot of LEDs, I think, are tend towards a brighter white or a cool white, let's just say. And this encompasses the full color spectrum. So I imagine that's something that could probably be tuned.
Correct. What we've seen is, and I've looked at a couple of samples out in the community that we've been referred to, and the availability of the color is, it can be any color you want, really.
Right. I mean, it could be a warm red. It could be a cool red. Is that's by adding more blue or more yellow?
You would think that, but I haven't
You would think
actually
that.
seen the controls. So,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you get to pick like you do on the wheel for your text,
Yeah.
color and word.
Okay. Well, anyway, I hope that some of those cool LEDs, cool in terms of more trending blue, are a little cold, actually. So I guess in your research, I would just ask that you look for that and see what options are available there.
Great.
The second item is I sent to you a letter from Mr. Jeff Botterini with AdArt, and just a copy to the council. And he has been contacting me for over a year, waiting for this moment in time when we might be doing the refresh. And I just wanted to excerpt a paragraph as a short letter, but he just says, I'm writing in regard to the Reno Arch. It looked for a while that you were going to change the bulbs, maybe resurface some areas, add some silver metal coverings. I believe that now the council is considering revamping the electrical system and changing the gold to silver Not sure if this would encompass the neon, what end result you wish to achieve. The arch as it sits now is not only expensive to maintain, but is very expensive to operate. Would very much like to assist the council reaching their objectives. I believe your objectives would be to reduce costs, update the display, and he mentions Midtown, the revitalization of Midtown, and give yourself the latitude of how you can effectively use all facets of the arch. And just for background, Ad Art apparently were the ones who designed and built and installed the 1960s arch, which had then been relocated to which town in California?
Willits.
Willits. And then they did the design on this arch as well. They did not construct it or install it. But he does say, wrapping up, he said, I'd appreciate the opportunity of speaking with the council. I've been in Reno area throughout most of the life of the last two arches since '67. Been involved with them, even doing service on the old one. Considered an honor to help my city renovate, spelled R-E-N-O. The arch, they also, of course, talk about reducing costs. And they also just mentioned that, he mentions that the 60s arch was iconic. The one in the 80s, not so much. It had a flavor that was reminiscent of the era, but has proven not to stand the test of time. It still looks like the 80s, and in today's world, that's not a look you try to achieve. So I think I have sent this to you. I have sent him to you. I'm handing the baton to you from this gentleman who's had a long history with his company and himself with the arch. And if he could participate in the public workshops, meet with you, he may have a much different kind of concept, the redo the arch, not fix the arch. So I don't think that's where we are today. And you just need to talk to him if you wouldn't mind.
Of course.
And I just want to make sure the council knew of this conversation and
Baton accepted.
take it from there.
Got it.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is kind of a unique type project that we're looking at doing here because we'd like to have the public give us some input into how they would like to see this project move forward. But at the same time, we need somebody to be on board with us that can help present alternatives based upon those ideas. And while I'm not, and Councilman Bobzien can attest to this from our legislative days, I'm not a supporter of the CMAR process. I actually believe that this is an option we might like to ask Public Works to look at because we can get somebody that's going to do the work on board early, help us with the design portion of this, and probably reduce the cost of doing it if they're involved in that process. They can help us with the public input and putting visually showing what those ideas would look like after the public meeting so that we can probably get the best product out there. And like I say, I'm not a real rave supporter of this process, but when we originally talked about utilizing it the first time at the legislature, this was the type of thing that we were looking at a unique type project that would be a good tool for public agencies to do. Another good part of that in this process is that through our selection process, we can pick somebody not only that we can work with, but has a background in both design and the phases of constructing it so that they're more nimble in getting the project done. So I would ask Public Works to look at the possibility of proceeding in that method with this so that we can get somebody on board early during the design phases so that we don't have hiccups between design and construction.
Okay.
All right. Quickly, one of the things is what I wanted to know, how many bids did you look at? Or is there just one company that does this? I'm not familiar with.
There are several. There's numerous sign companies. We actually haven't looked at bids at all.
Oh, okay.
We've only just gotten preliminary estimates, based on
Okay.
very general.
So we really
things.
don't know that it would cost $175,000 then?
No, we do not.
Okay, so let's make that clear, because I don't want people to think that we're being frivolous with this money. And then also, if there's, I'm sure once you dive into it, you'll look at costs and affordable options to make
Correct,
sure
and
to
that
keep this
estimate
down.
was to do all of the maintenance items and then also to do changing out both the Reno and the biggest little city. So
Yeah.
maybe if your direction was to leave the Reno and just look at changing the biggest little city, that would
And
significantly
I want to point out
reduce
too,
that.
the RSCVA, this will be something that the RSCVA votes on as far as sharing in the funding, because it is so important to tourism.
I
So
understand
I think
that
that's
has
also
been-
important for citizens to know that piece of it. So, okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Yeah, I had a question. So whenever we have wanted to honor or support a city or a country when something has happened to them, like France, we have had to, our option was to just turn the arch off in respect for what has occurred. So this would allow us to actually modify the colors in order to reflect the colors of a certain country or?
Correct.
Okay.
It would allow us to modify the colors of either the Reno and the biggest little city portions, or one or both of those, whatever we end up deciding, not to change the colors of the light bulbs. We would recommend just putting the colors of the actual individual light bulbs back to white so that they stay white all the time, and that the biggest little city and or the Reno can change color.
Okay, so do you believe that it could change colors vertically in sections? Okay, so if you wanted
there
this
was a
section
lot
to
of
be
different options.
red, white, blue.
Correct.
So it would give you that opportunity. Okay, that's what I didn't understand. Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I certainly received a lot of correspondence and concern about this, and so I appreciate that staff is coming forward with a pretty robust public engagement process before we make any decisions. I mean, I personally am looking forward to hearing what a lot of that input is going to be. I think for myself, less is better, less is more when it comes to making some updates to this. Just because it came from the 80s doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I mean, some of us had a pretty good time in the 80s. So.
You weren't old enough to remember.
True, but so just again, thank you for understanding kind of the sensitivity of the community as we move forward with this.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you for reminding us, Councilman. No, I totally agree with you. All right, Mr. Bill Thomas.
Just quickly for the council, I think I want to bring back to specifically what we're asking you today. One is your concurrence on the process, because this is such an important, iconic piece that we're talking about a very different process than normally we might use for a public works refresh project. So we want your concurrence on the process that Charlotte's explaining. The second thing really is not so much what you want as much as it is what you don't want us to say. Because, very simply, you could say, go back and refresh it exactly as it is today. And if that was the message when we start these public meetings, that's what we would tell people. But we're really looking for those kind of things. What are the things you don't want us, short of the fact we're not replacing it, is there something specific that you have concern about that you don't want us to go out publicly and say, this is what we're going to entertain?
Can we go back to the photo, Ashley? Go back. Oops. So.
Or even one before that, or keep going,
Okay. That one, you want the nighttime one?
I think that helps.
I noticed too, sometimes it'll have graffiti on it. Has that been easy to remove or more difficult based on?
The problem with the current material on the legs is that it scratches really easy.
Right,
It's
I
very
noticed that.
shiny, and when you scratch it, you can't buff it out. It looks scratched forever. So. This is a little bit colorized, this photograph. You see all the purple hue around it. This is, it doesn't really look as purple as it seems right now, but the blue light bulbs are in place and in this photograph, and that's what we would recommend, changing that back to white. And the Reno could change color, and the biggest little city could change color. Those are essentially that's what we're kind of looking to change color on. And then third was also the color of the skin, whether you wanted to pursue a silver skin, kind of thinking UNR is more silver, kind of bringing the silver down, a little bit south. We could look at other colors too, but I'm not sure what is actually available. We didn't
As
really.
you see in updated homes, it typically, that's what you're seeing now, right?
Yeah.
Just when was this arch erected?
1987.
87. So we are using technology from 1987 is what this is. Okay.
And color scheme.
Which has changed dramatically, right? So
It has at my house.
I wonder, so all right. But it makes sense. It's an energy saver too.
We've moved past mauve.
Yes, that's what I like about it is that well, today, I mean, it's such a difference in lighting technology. So, I mean, it happens fast too. So, very cool. I wonder if
Deanna
you could
Gescheider.
do-
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, just really quickly, I wonder if you could do, what do you call that? I'm drawing a blank. From the sunlight, solar.
Oh, solar. We'll find out.
Solar lighting.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Put a big solar panel on one time.
No, but I just, how they have those lights that once,
Yeah,
then
we'll,
they go.
we'll see how the energy choice ballot initiative
Right.
plays out, and then we can go from there. We could become a power producer right off of the arch for next time. That'll be good. That's
I
right.
don't know, just a thought.
You can buy from the investor-owned utility, or you could buy from us, from our arch.
Hey, I know Councilwoman Dewar is in favor of that.
Of which part?
All right.
But I do have a comment eventually.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
I think
and then I'll go
Councilwoman
to
Breckus
Councilwoman
had her.
Breckus. Go ahead,
Well, I
Councilwoman Dewar.
guess, what I
Wait,
got.
hold on one, sorry,
Oh,
Councilwoman
sorry.
Breckus. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay. I'm going to put in a pitch. You said, what don't we want to see? So I'm going to say some things, even before the public speaks. I like the idea of stainless steel, but it will have a dull finish. This has a shiny finish. I think it will really change the look. So I would like you to explore different options there about shine. I'm not, I'm usually a lower shine kind of gal. And in fact, if you remember on the bridge, we had that conversation and we went with a more matte finish. But it would be a very big change here if we go from a shiny arch to a matte finish. So I'm not necessarily, I don't know that I'm recommending that, so it's just something I would caution. The other thing is if you could go back to the color picture. I actually prefer this blue, and I think the blue goes well with a lot of colors, whether it's orange for gun violence, any kind of flag colors, whatever. And the reason is, I love what you guys did at the bridge, but I will admit to one little bias. So we have white lights shining down from the bridge. And again, they're a little bit of a cold white. And we used to have lights that you could do colors under the bridge. You could do, I think, red, green, different colors under the bridge. I like the colorful arch personally. And if this was white, I'm not, and silver, and we lost the blue, I guess I'm saying if you're going with the silver, maybe keep the blue and work the other colors. This is just my kind of gut feeling. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thank you very much. The only thing I will say when you're talking about shine, just maybe staying aware of sort of that mirror look, because that can sort of look outdated too, so. you have to be
Exactly.
Careful. All right, very sorry, Councilwoman Breckus, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my comments, rather than focus on any one particular design element, I'm going to introduce the thoughts that I think I gleaned when our downtown planning consultant firm was here the other day, and they work in downtowns all over the country, and they're working in Las Vegas, and they were telling me how Las Vegas has really embraced in their downtown work, the glitzy casino imagery in and how that retro mania, kind of plays into that. And so, I think as we move in on our action plan and discuss the role for the public sector and the private sector, I think we're going to have some design considerations. Is that something that we are wanting to embrace, or are we ready to shed that off? And for example, if we were ready to embrace it, I think that we would have a downtown action plan which would have told the Seagull Suites, hey, there is value in that signage that you just removed. I just read an article about Tucson, Arizona that has taken on all their old neon imagery, and a doctor's office has the old neon, or an attorney's office neon of a motel. And so, it can work with new uses changing out. So I think that it'll be interesting to see, as we get into design elements, if it also, what we think about contextually of where we think downtown's going. The upgrading, for example, of the Whitney Peak with the climbing wall is very modern. It's not contextualized. So, where are we on that transition spectrum with this individual design piece, I think is where you want to keep in mind. So that's comment number one. And then comment number two is I would just really appreciate some exploration and understanding if it is a transportation improvement. It's many things, but it is a transportation improvement because it's an arch, a span of a road. Is it eligible for transportation alternatives program funding? Because I think it is one of those criteria that meets that, and I think that helps furthers my argument that if we as a region make a decision to adopt a local set aside for enhancements, then we'll have money to do these sort of things, because down the line we're going to have a discussion about where the money is for this, and we're going to be really trying to figure it out. So could you just look at the eligibility on that? Okay, thank you. I know and I don't want to pre-jump what I don't want to displace what we just did. I just want to understand if these sort of great things that are very important to communities are eligible for that sort of funding.
Good comments, Councilwoman Breckus. The other thing just to propose to this council is maybe it would be a good idea to go to the NABs to also have them sort of weigh in instead of just one meeting. So that might be something that I think would be good.
I think they would love it.
Yeah. And that was the brilliant idea of Ms. Geschneider. She reminded me that
The NABs.
with all the feedback that she gets, that the NABs really wanted to have some feedback, and I think the NABs would really be a great place to sort of do that at. All right?
So could I summarize?
Okay, so direction. So we want to give you some direction. How was that, all that direction
Good. No,
for you?
that's great, actually. It's excellent.
Okay, so you want to simplify this? Do you think you got it?
I think what I heard is go forward. You like the public process. You're looking at adding the NABs in. You would like us to look into CMAR. You'd like us to look at various finishes for the legs. Don't just look at just the brushed. Look at something a little bit more shiny. Look at the retro. Make sure that the retro aspect of things is taken into the discussion. Look at the TAP funding source. Less is more. So leaving the neon would probably be something that we would want to take out to the public, and come back after we get public input. Oh, and look at keeping the blue light bulbs on. Okay.
All right.
Does that?
I think
good?
that's great.
All right.
I'm good with that. All right. Any other from council? No? All right.
Okay. Thank you so
Thanks
much.
so much. Great job. Okay, so we're going to skip around, just skip over one item, and then we'll come back to it. But right now, let's move forward to item J8, because I know that we have guests in the audience for that presentation. So at this time, we will hear item J8. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment on this item.
No public comment? Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that being said, we would love a staff presentation. Mr. Dunn, it's all you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Bill Dunn, Revitalization Manager. In front of you is an exclusive negotiating agreement. The agreement is between the city, RSCVA, and the Reno Puck Club. And the Reno Puck Club, we've been discussing for the last several months with them the possibility of bringing professional minor league hockey to the Reno Event Center. This agreement is strictly to create a 45-day window in which to discuss the possibility of that happening. There's an opportunity for a further 30 days, short of creating an exclusive agreement to discuss the possibility. This agreement doesn't obligate the city to anything. At the end, we hope we'll come back to you with a plan to make this happen. But right now, this is just to create a window of opportunity for the city, RSCVA, and Reno Puck Club to discuss the possibility of bringing hockey to the event center. The plan is to eventually spend over $5 million that would be raised by Reno Puck Club to renovate the facility, to put NHL level ice in the facility. On top of that, it would be the Reno Puck Club would create a management organization that would assume management responsibilities for the event center, would work very hard to bring in many, many more events. We heard today the possibility of curling, amateur and youth hockey tournaments, ice capades, other additional concerts. I think this is an opportunity really, in addition to bringing hockey in, is to breathe new life into a facility city-owned facility that's really underperforming. It's an opportunity to bring more people downtown for more events and really help revitalize a corner that needs some TLC.
All right, thank you very much. So, any questions from council? Oh, there you, oh. Did you mean to do that? No. Oh.
I think that was from the last item, actually.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering. I thought that seems.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
so
Yeah,
would you like-
I wouldn't mind starting off.
All right, so go ahead.
Okay, thank
Councilwoman
you.
Breckus.
I agree with your presumption that it is an underperforming city asset. I definitely do. Unfortunately, it corresponds to a big chunk of city indebtedness too. I think the staff report mentioned that the city has paid $14 million in C-tax, our lifeblood, for our city operations over a 7-year period for the debt on the ballroom, the bowling stadium, this. So that's 1 year of parks. Of a pretty happy parks budget in C-tax over a 6-year period. So that's how the magnitude. I think then on the programming side it is shy. So I think comfortable moving forward in this. Couple questions about, obviously we're already in deep on this building on the debt, on the $2 surcharge because seems to be the only money that we could bring to the deal ever, because we're already hitting the general fund for this project, is I'm just wondering where we're at with bowlers, because that commitment of the the $2 surcharge for the bowlers for the 4th floor remodel could be diverted to help improve this facility if we're asked to bring some money or skin into the game. And I'm just wondering if, to get to the point where we decide, what we want to do in this building in partnership with this objective, which I don't oppose, is do we need to understand where we stand with bowling, and would that be part of your due diligence?
I think eventually, yes, it becomes part of it, and I
Okay.
think maybe the thought is that could be sort of the bowling stadium could sort of become a second sort of phase of the assumption of a new management organization. But we're not looking really to touch the $2 surcharge until most likely 2022.
Okay.
So there is
Yeah.
a fairly detailed report that I know that Robert Chisel provided you that was an estimate of expenditures and revenues over the remainder of the current agreement, which expires at the end of 2021.
Yeah. Yeah, so we might be faced with, and I'll call it, the West 2nd Street proposal, is we put money in, and then on the back end, and it's almost kind of like baseball too, you pay us back out of the $2 surcharge.
I think that right now, literally tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we're starting the conversation on how this whole thing would come together. So
Okay, yeah. I mean, I hate to pre-pledge money, beyond 2020 to out to 2022. That's a lot of years to pre-pledge, even on a reimbursement. That's where, if I could understand in the interim to 2021, we may be not, bowling may not be needing the fourth floor remodel because they're not delivering the bowling numbers to us, then that makes me a little more comfortable than talking about the $2 surcharge to other tourism related facilities. So that's going to be in play. That's going to be in discussion. And then the second point, I'm very concerned about the comment at the very end of the memo that Mr. Chisel wrote about the non-taxable, what is it, of the bonds, and that if we went over to a private enterprise, we could maybe lose that tax exempt status, and that would put us into a real world of hurt, right? Are we going to do any due diligence there?
We are including bond counsel in this and how we construct this whole thing. We're aware of that. I'm not going to speak for Mr. Chisel. If he wants to talk about his paragraph, I certainly would let him do that. But yes, we're aware there's that potential, and it's certainly something we are considering, and we'll include bond counsel in the discussion how to avoid the situation that you're concerned about.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, just one last point is, I come to the great debt that we're carrying for bowling stadium, event center, and ballroom, but mostly bowling stadium as a gift that the city of Reno did to the RSCBA, because we took it over and we're paying general taxes on it. And so they are in an agreement where they're suffering a loss each year from the action of, from that agreement that we have, right? And so if they're relieved of that in some manner, should we be made whole, for the terms of that? Should there be an outpayment for them to us or to this enterprise for what they're getting relieved of, or how do you see that structured?
Again, I see that as just another one of many considerations that are going to go into what will be a fairly quick but complex negotiation to try to put an agreement together.
Okay, and then process. Will you bring us, rather than agreement, deal points about how we could go forward? At junctures of, I think that's been the expression of the council. Don't bring us agreements. Bring us deal points with mapped out options. I'm seeing a lot of shaking on the table, so okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I mean, that's the first place that, naturally in this process we need to go. So.
So one thing I do want to say, I love hockey. It's probably one of my favorite sports. But the other thing I've been very clear about this, very vocal about this, and I feel really strongly, is that there will be no general fund dollars going to this project.
Understood.
And that the taxpayers will not have to pay for this, because we have a lot of other priorities in this city that we need to take care of first. So I want to make that clear.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I would also agree with Councilwoman Breckus coming back, bring some deal points back, and really looking at this a little bit more broadly.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and you just said something that brings concern to me, and that's just going to be a very quick negotiations, because that always brings deep concern to me when we rush in negotiations like this. So what is the timeline that, I understand the need for an exclusive agreement to negotiate so that we aren't going out and talking to somebody else about it. But what is the timeline we're looking at that they have to have an agreement for them to be able to move forward?
I'm going to let Ken Lenner, who's one of the partners with Reno Puck Club, speak to those specifics, because they have a timeline in terms of the National Hockey League's expansion plans and the minor league piece that goes with it.
Right.
Thank you, Bill. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to consider this. And first of all, I know this is not public comment right now about the Arch, but I do love the Arch. I have a picture when I was 12 years old, staying at Circus with my family on a family vacation from the Arch. So I do hope that you find the right next step for the Arch. And one of the things about the Arch that possibly could tie into hockey is that Many NHL teams, when the team comes out onto the ice, they come through some sort of inflatable or some sort of structure. So in Edmonton, they skate underneath an oil rig as they come out to the ice. And in San Jose, if you've been to a Sharks game, they skate out of a shark's mouth. So I could very much see us. I could very much see the Reno hockey team at some point coming out underneath the arch. So again, that's down the road, and we're not talking about that. We're talking very focused, obviously, on the next 45 days and then potentially an additional 30 days. And the reason being is ideally, as people have mentioned, the underutilization of this particular asset, the quicker we can get the ice in, the quicker we can start to do a number of these different events above and beyond hockey. But in particular for hockey, in order to play in October of 2017, we need to have an agreement with the city of Reno and or the RSCVA so that the commissioner of the league is comfortable with the fact that we're going to be able to play hockey here next year. You can't go and build a schedule and have Reno in the schedule and then not be able to have a building to play in. So really, that's the main basis for it. Everything that Bill said up until this point is true. I mean, sometimes deals don't get done until you get put challenged with the deadline, and that's really what the ECHL commissioner has done to us. And he said, listen, if you guys don't have this together by the end of this year, there's no way you're going to play in 17, which doesn't mean we can't play in 18, but we're very focused on 17.
So your idea is that we need this before the 1st of January.
Well, our idea is what we've asked for, which is the 75 days at the most. Okay. So that would be before January, yes. Okay. We'd have a lot to do because, as Bill briefly mentioned, we're going to take on the responsibility, from a construction and a financing point of view of, anywhere from $5 to $6 million to put the ice plant in and to put the ice down and the boards. We have to add some extra seats, like on-ice seats and things like that. So all of that would have to get going and, quote unquote, the shovel in the ground, or in this case, the jackhammer into the concrete, by January.
Okay. Then the other question I got is this would be an operating agreement, so the use of that facility, you would be scheduling all the events in the facility.
Well, we would obviously work in conjunction with the city, in conjunction with the RSCVA. If there's existing events that are already on the books, obviously also work with the downtown hoteliers if they're interested in having a particular concert or things of that nature. We also respect the relationship that currently exists with the NBA D-League team as well. So, yes, we would. But when you look at a 365-day-a-year calendar and you look at the fact that last year there was 40 to 45 events in that building, there's plenty of room, I think, for us to put in 40 hockey games, which automatically takes your utilization up 100% just with our hockey games, let alone bringing in the ice capades. One of the sports that Bill didn't mention was curling. Curling's very popular now. There's huge curling tournaments in Las Vegas that potentially could end up coming to Reno as well. So, yes, we would have a master schedule, but like we do in other places that I'm involved with, the city and the RSCVA would always be able to have dates if they needed the dates as well.
And that wasn't that you're going to tie up the facility. That means that you're going to be responsible for keeping the facility busy.
Oh, yes. Yeah, no. Well, really, you look at these facilities, you really have to get to 100 events or so a year in order for them to get to the point where, you're in a profit-making mode. And, we're a private entity, so we're in this to make money. So if we make money, then that'll help you guys as well.
Okay, and then one other question I've got, and I don't know if it's Bill or if it's going to be our bond counsel or if it's going to be Chisel that could answer this, is that how are we going to cover the continued payments on this? We would like to get off from under C-Tax supporting this arena. We'd like this facility. We'd like the facility to support itself. Is that something you're looking at negotiating into the agreement to make sure we get the payments out of it? As their ability to use the facility, we're going to get the payments out of it as part of the deal?
For the record, Bill Dunn, we are looking at every possible avenue to put together an agreement that's beneficial to the city and to our tenant.
Okay. Thank you.
The only thing I would add to that is I don't, we do not want you guys to lose your tax situation. Obviously that makes no sense to us either. If that were to come to pass, then we would come to you guys and say, you know what, can we just have a lease, to be a major tenant in your building and play 40 hockey games there a year? And that would definitely not affects any of the taxing situation. As far as the issue with the bond council, that has been brought to our attention by officials, including Bill Thomas and Bill Dunn. That is definitely on the agenda to speak about tomorrow. But what I don't think we wanted to do was derail a document that we've had on your schedule for a month to try to make that change when this document is non-binding. This document is non-binding that hopefully you guys are going to commit to today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill Thomas.
Just very quickly to clarify what Bill said. When he said we were moving fast, what we mean by that as staff is that we're going to get on it right away as a priority. We in no way would cut short the time that's really needed to make sure that anything that's presented to you has not been properly vetted. So I just want to clarify that. It just means we're going to move quickly in terms of it being a priority if the council approves this today.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to sort of further round out that conversation about the speed in which these conversations are taking place, I think it's also important to know that we've had an ongoing relationship, conversation that's emerged throughout the course of the year with Mr. Leisure and with Ken and the whole team about this possibility. As someone who had a great deal to do with the creation of the $2 surcharge, I have a special ownership. Sometimes I even call it PTSD as to how I relate to the surcharge. So I can assure colleagues that I've really been diving into this and taking a look at it, and certainly appreciate Councilwoman Breckis's questions about how this fits into the context of all the various uses of the funds. And very much appreciated Mr. Chisel laying out the complexity of the indebtedness about these three facilities that we have, and this is very much a part of that. Also appreciated that, as Councilman Breckis pointed out, we did flag that issue about the bonds and the tax status. I also appreciated that it was noted that there are some pretty clear and established safe harbor provisions for how we don't trip up and run afoul of that. What I will say is I remain skeptical. I will say I am less skeptical, though, having had the opportunity to really have some very frank conversations with the party as to what it is they're proposing and what it is we could do in terms of a partnership. We've had some frank discussions about the history in this city of past sports engagements, and I think, Madam Mayor, you correctly pointed out what our no-go areas are, and they have heard that loud and clear. I think also the story here is not so much about hockey. I mean, that's the headline grab, and I know that that's what people are excited about. But this is a clear situation in which you have a private party that has perfected a business model of how you program an event space. In the Boise example, and I remember this because they were breaking ground on this right as I was leaving. I lived in Boise for a short period of time, some of you may know. And 20 years later, they've been able to say that, this wasn't the thing that touched off the downtown revitalization in Boise, but it's certainly a major part of it. And it's impressive to see that Mr. Leisure and his development activities and contributions to Boise, it's like he's perfected it. He's done good work there, and now he sees the opportunity here where he doesn't have to start from scratch with his own capital in building a facility. There's a facility here that's waiting to be used and waiting to be, it's an asset that needs to be better enhanced in terms of its return. So I think that's a great opportunity for us. I think it's an exciting opportunity for us to do more and frankly get out of the business of running the event center. And so if the risk is appropriately on the private party, when it comes back in deal points, we'll have that opportunity to make that honest assessment of whatever happens as a result of this negotiating agreement. So with that, I don't know, Madam Mayor, if you're ready to accept a motion or if you want to hear from others. I think Councilwoman Jordan wants to weigh in, but
Great.
I am ready to make a
I'm
motion.
seeing her up there on the screen. It looks like we're running a little delayed because Councilmember McKenzie, did you want to speak again or no? No? Okay, because it popped up. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. My comments on this are obviously anything that we can do to expand activating these facilities is always something we want to aggressively pursue and look at. the big rub that we have, with the bowling stadium is the public says, we're, largely funding this space and we don't get to use it. And that's what I would be looking for as we move forward, is how this would potentially benefit the citizens of this region to access. I know there's lots of youth hockey leagues out there. What kind of access would they potentially have to this? I understand that you have to look at league requirements and certain things like that, but it's something that we repeatedly hear is taxpayers fund these facilities and the public doesn't largely get to access them, and that's frustrating. And I get that there's a lot of overhead expense to open them and operate them, but incorporating something that helps us further that, I think, is really, really important. And baseball, same thing. We made it crystal clear that we wanted to see the Aces Stadium to be used for more than just baseball, both during and outside the baseball season. And they have done a really good job of expanding the uses of this public, facility that the taxpayers are contributing to. So that would be my comments, is how are we incorporating the citizens and their access to these facilities?
Good question. Good. All right. So with that being said, I believe that we need to give more direction, or do we, what are you looking for?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Bobzien.
I'd move to approve the staff negotiation to enter into the exclusive negotiating agreement.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, we are going to now go back. Actually, so we have pardon? We have two people in the audience. Maybe if you could tell me what items you are here for.
Madam
then
Mayor,
we'll
they're
take
here for item L5.
L5? And then we can skip, if you don't mind, so we can get everyone going about their day. I know. All right, so let's move over to this, and before we start, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on item L5?
Yes, Madam Mayor, John Moran would like to speak on this item, followed by Garrett Gordon.
Okay, great. I'm glad we did this. This might have been a while to get to.
Mayor, members of the City Council. First of all, I have another colleague. We were told that this would be approximately 2 hours, and she left, and I sent her a text. So there is a third person who hoped to
Yeah,
speak.
if you'd like us to wait, we can.
Okay. Let's wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I just didn't want to make you wait if you didn't want to. So, all right. So, day 7. So, Madam Secretary, any public comment?
Madam Mayor, no public comment on this item.
All right, I'm going to send it over to Councilman Bobzien.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, before we go any further on the agenda item, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest regarding the current agenda item J7, resolution of support from the Reno City Council. No, this is the update on the comprehensive federal lands, public lands legislation. On this matter, I have sought guidance of the City Attorney's Office. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a professional relationship with the Conservation Lands Foundation. Based upon my relationship with the Conservation Lands Foundation, I have significant pecuniary interest in relationship, which requires my recusal from consideration of this agenda item. Further, based upon my relationship with said foundation, I have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the relationship set forth above. Because this is a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. And with that, I will step out of the room.
Your funny bone on your knee. All right, thank you very much. this time, does staff desire, or does council desire staff presentation? Go right ahead. Just checking.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My update this meeting won't be too significant or long. With the potential legislation, I've continued to communicate with Senator Reed's office and staff. I gather there's cautious optimism from the office that they could potentially have something introduced before the minority leader is out of office this session. I've yet to hear anyone be real confident that anything could be finalized as far as a passed piece of legislation this session. I think they're okay with that. They seem to find some benefit in introducing it while Senator Reed is still in office for some of the ongoing effect of that. It's still clear from the federal delegation that what they're looking for is a lands bill package from the region, the local governments, the main regional partners that there's no significant opposition to before they would want to proceed. At this point, before last meeting, the issue was being brought up before the regional governing board. That item was heard at a special meeting. The county brought forward a presentation about what their maps look like to date and talked roughly about the process going forward in very non-specific terms. The direction from the regional governing board was to continue for staff to bring that back to them, as a regular update as the progress of the legislation moves on.
Which was a little controversial.
I would say it was a little controversial. I think the regional governing board, it didn't really get in for the benefit of the entire council. It didn't get into a heavy discussion on what regionals' involvement in the decisions as far as what the legislation would look like. But they're now aware of it, and staff is going to keep the regional governing board up to date on what the progress of the bill is or the legislation. At this point, as far as the county's role in moving this forward, they've scheduled 2 open houses to answer questions and obtain feedback from the public. The first one is this Friday from 1 to 3, and then the following Monday, or this upcoming Monday, I should say, from 4 to 6:30. Staff and myself will attend both of the meetings and see what the public's feedback at that point is. At this time, the county has not indicated that they plan on that they've scheduled any further public workshops where they would obtain information and feedback from key stakeholders. I believe they want to do that. That will be part of their process, but what that looks like and dates have not been established yet. And at this point, Reno staff is going to come back on the 28th with a discussion of the Washoe maps to date, including any changes to those maps following the feedback from the open houses. Reno staff, particularly Mr. Jensen and his staff, will discuss the maps, provide their opinion on what the maps look like, and take feedback from the council at that time for any substantive direction the council would like to give staff going forward on this item. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Brockes.
Yeah, thanks. And I got the alert also about their open house and plan on attending one. Do you have, and I looked at the maps that they're still floating around, and they're still the same maps, and I'm wondering if you anticipate or have had any conversations with them for some greater refinement. And for example, one of the parcels, the parcel up against the that separates Township 23 North from 24 North. It's the one that's probably the largest parcel, probably, about the size of, the McCarran Loop area, was, the lands of Reno within the McCarran Loop. Is that one that got on the slate because the school district said we need a middle school? And so
I don't have an answer as to why that has been put on the map or who requested it.
Okay.
A lot of the details that have been given to date. So I think there's been some areas that specifics have been given as to who requested it and why it's on there. For that particular section, I don't recall we can look into that and get an answer for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm going to be looking for because, really, I guess, they were told, hey, you have to identify by the parcel. The parcel where there's some free land at the very tip, of Sun Valley is a large parcel. And was the school district the one who wanted that? I mean, whether or not it's good to put a school district at the very tip of the urban development front is another conversation on, good land use planning. But I'm just what I'll be looking for is where some of these parcels, who's asking for them, who's behind them, what's proposed. I understand one, Tumwa was approached and they said, well, we might need a water tower up here, but that appears to be, several quarter sections of land, which is like sections of land actually. So, a water tank isn't on a section of land. So I'm trying to figure out, I think I hope they're going to bring enough information to allow, those of us who have questions to understand what's going on.
I think I understand your question and concern, and you would like to know with some of the information that's on the maps to date, what's motivating those requests or what's motivating those suggested areas.
Yeah.
And who's requesting that.
Yeah. And then do you know about the airport? There's a lot of land around the airport up in Stead. Has the airport authority made, because I understand there's been a lot of shopping around to different public entities, what you'd like, what you're thinking of. And so is the airport authority, were they the ones who identified this land that's probably the size of half of Reno?
I don't know the answer to that question either. I don't recall from the discussions we've had that the airport authority has asked for any specific land. But we'll try to put that information together for the 28th and work with the county so we can provide as much information as they have and communicate that on to the council.
I could be wrong. Just to clarify, I could be wrong. It may be a different area where the other large chunk is. That might be that business park or industrial park that Sparks is talking about in between. So maybe that was Sparks that proposed those two. It'd just be helpful to have a list, a key that identifies large, parcels to who is requesting and for what purpose.
Yeah, we'll inquire with the county to get as much of that information as possible, or as much of that information that they're able and willing to give out at this time.
Okay.
All right, any other council members wish to ask Mr. Gillis some questions?
Yeah, I just, Madam Mayor, if
Go
I
right
may.
ahead.
I just wanted to make sure, I know that you are a little bit short on details about why they put this together, that I'm hoping that Eric will be diving down in the details so that when you bring it back, I think you said on the 28th, I mean, if you want active involvement from us to say, add this parcel or take this out or move this line here, I think those of us who want to get down in that level probably need a special meeting with you and Eric, to roll up our sleeves and look at this in closer detail. Looking at a map this size of that giant area, it's not very easy to suggest adding. I would like to hear what the staff would like to recommend. So I hope at that meeting that you can bring that back and also get us educated on what might be missing from this map or what might even be an overreach on this map, in terms of areas that might be inappropriate. I know that it's just a big box and each parcel or each section will have to be dealt with individually. But, and I don't think there's any problem with being inclusive, expansive. But at the same time, I think it will give us a much better understanding if you guys can get the understanding. So if you have to spend some time on Bill Whitney, that's probably part of the big answer there.
Right, and I believe Mr. Jensen and his staff have already started some of those conversations and will be prepared on the 28th to answer those questions.
Okay, and in the light that Eric's is still new, we may want to bring even some other staff that are very, very familiar with development patterns in our area. Have long time history on that topic. Might be a Claudia or somebody else. That's just been in the weeds for a while, so to speak. That'd be great.
Will do.
Right. Any other questions? No. No other questions? Okay, thank you. We'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, we're moving on. We are going to item K1. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, I have none.
All right, thank you very much. With that being said,
This is Councilmember Bobzein's.
okay, he's the liaison?
He is correct.
Okay, perfect.
I believe
So
he
I'm going to
should be
send it
coming
to you,
back.
Councilman Bobzien.
He's not here. He's not
Oh, he's not? Oh,
He
is
should be coming back in soon.
I know he was out for.
I think staff
so
just
he's
went
not-
to go get him.
Okay.
Do you want to come back to that one? I'll do the youth city council.
Yeah.
Go.
So let's move on. Item K12. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
All right, I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Delgado.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to appoint Samasoni Pugh to the youth city council.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, let's jump back to item K1. Sending it over to Councilman at Large, David Bobzien.
2 seconds, please.
Item K11, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Madam Mayor, I'd move to reappoint Jen Hunley Smith to the HRC.
All right, great. So I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
K13.
All right, item K13. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item? All right, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Burkus.
Yes, I'd like to appoint Marlene Olson to the Ward 1 NAP.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item L1, future agenda items for the Reno City Council. And I would like to put on there to start to have the discussion on what the next direction is, what the council would like to see and explore as far as what next steps for a city manager. I think that that's.
Oh, a process?
Yes, a process. And also, I think it's important that we engage the public in that process and see what they want out of a city manager. I think those things are important. So I would like to put that on there. With that being said, I am going to send it to Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. When we had the Ridge Hollows tentative map subdivision approval request a couple months ago up in Collin Ranch, it's the last subdivision up in Collin Ranch to map out over its long history. A member of the public brought up to the council, and staff went up and did some research that the Collin Ranch community is not subject to impact fees. There's been a per house and a square footage payment in lieu of what was impact fees. And I think it was timing, because I think impact fees were being designed at the time the ranch got its approval at PUD. Well, lo and behold, there is a line item in the street fund of $750,000 that is dedicated for impacts associated with Collin Ranch community. And so I'd like an item that is used 2 hours or more of staff time for a discussion and possible direction to staff to involve the applicable public in a discussion about the expenditures of funds within the Collin Trap impact fee component of the street fund. Because we got to spend that money. It's
Okay.
there.
All right, anything else, Councilwoman?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Bobzien. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I would like to propose an item to bring into compliance the city and its medical marijuana establishments facilities with state law. The city adopted the draft state language, and it requires that each medical marijuana facility have separate buildings, entrances, and bathrooms, and the state removed that language when they adopted the new law. Sparks, Carson City, and Washoe County have changed their ordinances. We have not yet done that, and so I'd like to discuss that.
All right, that would be great. Thank you. Also, maybe we could get a staff update on the one that we approved right over here. Can't think of what the name is. But it's really overgrown. It looks awful. And so I really think it's important that we ask them what's going on with that. Looks terrible. So anyway, okay, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I had an incident in my ward that brought rise to this L item, and it was a SUP that we've approved that had a construction time set, and the contractor blatantly came in and violated that. And evidently, his apology is all that's going to happen over it, because it's a one-day event, and he came in and poured his concrete and left. And the neighbors are pretty upset about it, which I think they have a right to be. I've got a guy doing the same thing near my house. So I would like, and it doesn't mean not necessarily something that we need to have an L item on, unless it's something we have to take an action on to address. But I would like to know exactly what process we utilize when these special use permits are violated like this, because the idea that they can apologize and it's all over is not, we don't put conditions on those permits for them to violate, and then a day later it's okay that, and they just get to continue on. There's no harm, no foul. If need be, maybe we need to come up with a stringent penalty phase for that, so that the developer, if he doesn't lose his SUP, at least gets a major monetary penalty, so that this isn't something that they can just do and say, well, I'm sorry, it was a mistake by my subcontractor, and I didn't know they were going to do that, and so then there's no foul. So I don't know if a memo will do that, Mr. City Manager, or if we need to actually put it on as an L item.
All right, thank you. Any further? The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I completely forgot, but just was reminded by looking at my notes, that I would ask staff to explore with proceeding forward with the retreat that council was supposed to have. I think it's a very good and opportune time to do something like that. So let's explore. I don't know where we were in the process, obviously with Olive Grove, but I think that's something that we should definitely look at and do it as soon as possible. So, all right. Anyone else? Councilwoman Dewar? Okay, thank you. Sounds good. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, any liaison reports?
No, I don't have any.
None? Okay. Councilman Bobsey? Councilwoman Jordan? Councilman McKenzie? Councilwoman Dewar? Councilman Delgado? All right. Moving on. All right, item L21. So update discussion and potential direction regarding liaison reports. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item? None? Okay. Would council like a staff presentation? Because I don't see anyone here. Okay. Does anyone want to weigh in on this item? Item L21.
Gotcha. Was this regarding the memo that staff would be attending board meetings when we're not able to, and would be able to provide reports on our behalf? Is that what this was regarding, Mr. Thomas?
Good afternoon, Council. Amber Durlick, Management Analyst for the record. These are the staff liaison reports that are in your binders. They've been appearing for a couple of meetings. Staff just summarizing the boards and commission meetings so that all of the council can get those updates, or if a council member is not able to attend as a liaison, they have those summaries.
All right, I read that memo.
Yeah.
Was everyone clear on what we're talking about now? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any direction from council?
Good job.
Seeing that there's none, all right, we're gonna move forward. I don't believe we have to take any action on that. All right, item L3, any professional meetings or conference updates from council? Seeing that there are none, I'm gonna move right on. Okay, go ahead.
Matt, I was just wondering how many people were planning to attend the League of Cities meeting that's going to be in Sparks, and I am too. Anybody else? Just the three?
I have plans to be at a sort of a mayor's forum breakfast, I believe.
Good.
So
Okay. I thought I'm the alternate to David on the League of Cities, so I think it'll be a good conference. And we can't attend day one too well because it overlaps, I think, with our city council meeting. But day 2 and 3. So
okay,
just want to mention that. Thank you.
all right, thank you so much. All right, item L4, I'm going to send it over to Councilman Bobstein.
Yeah. Yeah, so Madam Mayor, you will recall our wonderful partnership with the Girl Scouts that we have up in
Yes, I
Northwest
love it.
Reno. Mayanne and Rob, I'm happy to report that those flags are still there and
Still
still
there,
being used. And I think that the secret ingredient, of course, is the stewardship partnership that we've got with the partner. This is an item to look at possibly replicating that model for other intersections around town that might be problematic and that might have sort of obvious partners that we could engage. I am thinking of one particular intersection in South Reno and doing some outreach there. And so this would be to get staff time to be able to look at doing that.
All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. And as we're maybe looking into where additional locations would be applicable for this flag program, can we also look into to see if the flags, if we can find flags that are glow in the dark?
That'd be cool.
Yeah, we have some, dark stretches of road that I don't know if it's a realistic, thing to have them glow in the dark, but if they brought attention to you crossing the road when it's dark, I certainly would think that would help. So just to look into that.
All right,
So Madam Mayor, I'd make a motion.
please. Your motion?
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So item L5, I guess we're still waiting, so we'll move, are you waiting still? She's still, okay. Item L6, I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's regarding just giving us a broader range of options with respect to best practices when approving packaged liquor. I think this can probably be in addition to Councilwoman Jordan's request earlier in the year. City Manager Bill Thomas, I think you've been made aware of this too. Would you be able to find language to just kind of combine the two and come back to us with some best practice ideas?
Councilwoman Breckus.
This is, when the Dotties came up, I went and researched the record. This has been on the list. It's not this year or early last year. It's been on since 2014 when Ms. Jordan originally asked for it to go on. So, and I think we have another one. I think, I stopped, I think a while ago saying, I'm not going to ask for any more Title 18 amendments because there's 50 plus growing. So, maybe we just, and I know Mr. McKenzie brought this up in his evaluation of Mr. Klinger as a real point for him is maybe we just need to get to the point where no more Title 18, just get working on it. Come forward to us with the plan to do Title 18 and bring in one each, 3 months, bring in something, work with the right public on that. Let's get going on it. I know, and if we can't even get to the schedule, maybe we get to the point of Mr. Thomas, tell us when the staff resources will be in place to get going on it. Because, we've got 50 of these.
And to that, I think, Mr. Thomas, I know with respect to resources at the planning department and trying to find someone to work on that is maybe something where our hope is that that position can get filled, but moving in parallel with some items that we see as pertinent and also looking at the overall code as something to look forward to. But That being said, make the motion for my L6 item.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. A number of projects have come up in my ward, and there'll be in other wards as well, where we're looking at locating large institutional uses. Institutional is something like a school, something like a hospital, something like a skilled nursing. The last two that I've had to work with and try to balance have been proposed to be on residential streets or access through parking lots. Right now, we have a requirement that that there's an array, for example, of schools. So elementary schools can be located on a residential street. A middle school has another requirement. High school is required to be on an arterial. Our staff have told me that there are a number of things in Title 18 that already speak to this, and the idea is just to, when they move forward, this is not to preference this or advance this, but as they're moving forward with Title 18, to take a look at the location of institutional uses and make sure, my recommendation would be that they be located on arterial or commercial type avenues where there's, you know, multiple lanes, turning lanes, ways to access these kind of facilities. And that's it. So appreciate it. It's not a priority over everything else. It's just while they're doing it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
very
And
much.
I would,
So could you give me a motion, please?
I would motion to move forward to item L7.
Okay, thanks. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Really enthused over
I
here.
heard that.
Really enthused.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L8, back again at you, Councilwoman Dewar.
Right. So on this item, this has been a big issue, which is, at least I've heard about it at the NAB and talking to constituents, which is that they're just not responding to our little yellow postcards about notice of development projects. They don't usually read them very, you know, it's in small print, it's in legal language. I shared, a year ago with Mr. Thomas, a different kind of way to go. And again, due to lack of resources, I guess we haven't made that happen. We had a staff person here who's actually working on it. Then they left and the project got dropped. And yet it still continues to be an issue. So because we constantly, and again, in my ward, last NAB meeting a couple days ago, 5 development projects this time, a record for us. We have a lot of times we've had 4. Now we have 5. So the second aspect of this is that there's a question of, right now people get noticed if they're a property owner. And in my ward, and I'm sure in other wards as well, there's a lot of apartments or condos or houses that are rented. And yet those people don't get the same right of notification as an owner does. And the theory maybe has been, well, they don't care as much because they don't own the property. But just like in our government, we did away a long time ago with needing to own property to have an opinion or to vote. I think it's important that people, especially many of these people live there a long time, that they have some input, they know the neighborhood, they get to have some input on a development project. So those are the 2 proposals. It may be unworkable. I mean, it may be too much money. It may be too difficult to do, but it's just involves sending the notice to the street address as well as to the owner's address if there is a different owner. So those would be my 2 parts of this noticing provision. And I would make a motion to that end.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Item L9, I'm going to send it to Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a contribution for the Northern Nevada Walk to End Alzheimer's next Saturday, unlike the Buddy Walk that you're going to this Saturday. And I'd invite anybody that has a few minutes to come and walk to show up and help support this great cause. And I would move to approve.
I'm so glad you're supporting this event because it's a fantastic event. It really is. It's
So before you vote,
fantastic.
resolution number 8242.
Okay.
Resolution donating council donation funds to the Alzheimer's Association of Northern Nevada's Walk to End Alzheimer's on September 24, 2016, the amount of $500, general fund. Councilman McKenzie.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Carl. All right, we're going back now. Item L5. Thank you for your patience. At this time, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, John Moran would like to speak on this issue, followed by Garrett Gordon.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, first of all, thank you very much for allowing me the time for the other interested parties to show up. I encourage the council to look into this matter if that's what's required by staff. My name is John Moran. I was born and raised in Reno. Both of my parents were born in Reno. I have grandparents that were born in Reno. I have no less than 5 direct ancestors in Hillside, plus about the same number of relatives. In my opinion, this whole thing is nothing but a land grab. The city of Reno may feel that it doesn't involve them, but this is the 4th time we've had this fight, and we need to go back and look at what Bill Thornton did, and there was special legislation or special laws written by the city of Reno to enable this to move forward. I don't know what else to say other than I have retained counsel, and I will be fighting this to the best of my ability. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for coming. All right, Madam Clerk.
Garrett Gordon, followed by Mashawn Eben.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. For the record, my name is Garrett Gordon with the law firm of Lewis, Roca, Rothgerber, Christie. Today, speaking on behalf of City View Terrace LLC. They're the entity that has an option on the Hillside Cemetery property. We heard some of the public comment this morning and thought it'd be very important to come down today and make a statement on this item. Our plan is a multi-phase project. Discussion about long-term development is premature. Today and for the foreseeable future, we are focused exclusively on phase 1, collecting the names of the heirs and family members of those buried at Hillside Cemetery. To that end, the Hillside Cemetery has gone above and beyond what Nevada law requires in an effort to connect with these families. This is evidenced by the statute requires a mailing. We've already created a website. We've already created a 1-800 number, and I'll put those on the record here in a minute just in case anyone in the crowd or on TV are listening. Since the notice period began last month, we understand several families have come forward to communicate support. We have many folks in support in having their family members relocated. Once the final phase is completed, Hillside Cemetery will remain in better condition than exists today and will include an ongoing perpetual fund, which currently doesn't exist, but there'll be a fund created to support the preservation of the cemetery. So in other words, I want to make sure the public knows that Hillside Cemetery is certainly not going away. To reiterate, again, in an effort to communicate and contact and be contacted by any heir, relative who is listening or who is in the audience, please contact either 1-877-247-4662, or we do have a website, hillsidecemeteryrestoration.com. Again, there is no action in the foreseeable future that will be taken other than tracking down heirs and family members, and we'll work with them each on a very sensitive and connected manner. And I'm here for any questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the time.
All right, thank you so much.
Our next public comment is from Mashawn Eben.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening, City Council members, Mayor Sheevy, thank you. My name is Michonne Eben. I'm with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. I am the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, and I manage the Cultural Resource Program. I'm here to talk a little bit about and give you some information from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony Tribal Council. Our Tribal Council has given direction to staff, the Reno Sparks Indian Colony staff, to strongly advocate for the protection of the Native American human remains who are currently resting at the Hillside Cemetery, and to advocate for them to stay buried where they are and not to move them. Also, to advocate on the preservation of this historic cemetery. It's a very important Reno history, very important to remain as is. We just wanted to mention that public outreach, according to any law, is to ensure to everyone to be aware of the project and to be aware to protect these projects. And this project, the cemetery project that wants to disinter, is not made in public awareness by just posting a sign out on the cemetery. So I just want to kind of make that clear that public outreach is to make aware, to protect a historic site, not to tell us what is going to take place, to give us that outreach. As the TIPO for the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, we are dealing on monthly on projects that sometimes we find unanticipated discoveries of Native American human remains, and we work collaboratively and closely with these project proponents, with the landowners to work on them because it's an unanticipated discovery. This project is a little different. This project, we know they're there, and we want them to be protected. There are several Native American human remains up there, and we want to make sure that that our ancestors, just like the gentleman a couple minutes before had stated, that this is historic, this is important, this is history, and very well to all of our hearts, and that they need to remain the same, and we need to all step back and take a look of what's happening here. It's very important. We do not want our Native American human remains moved. I'm trying to look at my notes. Thank you. Unanticipated discoveries versus what we know is here at the cemetery is very different, very different. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. So thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Mayor Jen Richards would like to speak.
Good afternoon. My name's Jennifer Richards. I'm an attorney here locally, private citizen, native Nevadan, multi-generational Renoite. My grandmother really wanted to be here this evening, but unfortunately she's not able to make it. She is on the board for the Hillside Cemetery Preservation Foundation, which is a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to preserving, protecting, and perpetuating the future of Hillside for Reno, Washoe County, and the state of Nevada. I don't know if you know this or not, but Hillside actually dates back to 1869, which is almost as old as Washoe County. Last night, I was at the Ward 5 meeting. I spoke a little bit about the individuals that are buried there. It's not just famous people like Plum and Peckham. There are also everyday Americans that are buried there, immigrants. My ancestors were Swedish. There are Japanese, Chinese, Native Americans, Hispanic, you name it. They're all there coinciding at Hillside Cemetery. That is an important piece of history, an important piece of our city that needs to be conserved. I know the city of Reno in the past, in my opinion, has failed the families of the cemetery. They did have title to the property way back when, and instead of doing right by the families and turning it into a heritage park, they sold it for $10. And I'm not even sure what interest this individual, Mr. Lawton, has, but I think it's time now for the city to do right by the families and the community and protect Hillside Cemetery. Where was code enforcement when mattresses were being dumped trash there on the street. Frances Tyrone, who is the founder and head board member of our Preservation Foundation, she's an elderly woman. She's there every Saturday cleaning up the cemetery. She hauls off trash at her own expense. Where's the city of Reno helping with that? That's what I would like to know. Like I said, I have several family members buried there. It's not just the famous individuals, it's also veterans, it's also children. I have a family member that was an infant that is buried there. I know that I personally do not want to see them disinterred, and my grandmother is extremely upset by this. And she would be here speaking about it if she could. In my time remaining, I would just like to point out that the families have not received any kind of direct notice, and we're waiting. We haven't been contacted, we haven't been involved. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to ask you, when was the Preservation Society, how long has that been in existence?
They've been active for years cleaning the cemetery. They recently got their nonprofit status this summer.
Okay.
I don't know if you know this, but Nevada Legal Services, which is a nonprofit as well here in town, recently got a staff attorney position to do community development and nonprofit development. So they're available to help people form nonprofits for free. So one of their employees was able to help them finally formalize what had been in existence for many years.
Okay, that's great.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, John Moran, one of our previous speakers, has requested to utilize the last minute of his time.
Sure. All right, come on forward, sir.
Need the projector, please? Okay. As you can see from the date on this, excuse me, John Moran, as you can see from this date on this letter, I had my council contact Sierra Memorial Gardens on June 30th, 2003. They know who I am. I live at this same address. Per NRS 451140, they are required to provide written mailed notification. Websites, phone numbers don't cut it per NRS. They are clearly not following the intent or the letter of the law. Madam Mayor, thank you for letting me retestify.
You're very welcome.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment.
No further public comment. All right, sending it back to you, Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to express appreciation to staff for sort of fast-tracking the placement of this agenda item. When this kind of touched off, and certainly I received communications of concern from various quarters of the community, all sorts of different constituents. And when I read the sign myself and realized that the notice period was to end at the end of September, and a reasonable person could be led to believe that the dozers would start moving the next day, I felt it was important for the city, if they were going to weigh in on this matter, to do so before the end of that notice period. So by getting this agenda item on just at my request for this meeting, that allows us to bring back a resolution at the next meeting. I've communicated to staff what I would hope to see in such a resolution, so I look forward to seeing the draft when it comes back. And it is really, hopefully it will speak to what I foresee as a gap in the conversation happening right now between the interested development parties and folks who are concerned in the community. Certainly, I had reached out to Mr. Nebeski at the Colony. We have a long and fruitful partnership with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony on these sensitive issues, and I sought their guidance. And so I'm pleased to have both Scott and Michonne join us this evening and give their perspectives on this. It's my hope that a fuller conversation, and when I say conversation, I mean two-way, not just, hey, here's the website, here's what we're doing, any questions, but actually having a conversation that will be a conversation. It will be robust. It will be wide-ranging. Extra effort will be made to reach out to all the parties concerned before anything proceeds. I do take, I appreciate Mr. Gordon's comments that nothing is immediately going to happen. So what I hear is that October 1 is not going to be featuring news coverage of bulldozers rolling up in Northwest Reno. But hopefully when we can come back at the next meeting with the resolution, it'll be made very clear that the city has concern about this cemetery and that we want to see a greater amount of outreach happen before anything happens. It's important to note the history of this cemetery, its importance to our community, its scenic importance. I mean, it's on the bluffs overlooking the original Lakes Crossing. It has incredible value as a place for our community, absent the history, absent the remains that are there, the ancestors that are there. I'd also encourage council members, if they can, to read a document that involves our good friends Bill and Barbara Thornton here in the building. It was a finding from 1988, Thornton v. Commissioner, and it has to do with some question as to the tax benefits of conveying interest in the property, but it contains in it, it's a fascinating read, all the iterations of consideration for what to do with this set of properties. And I think that, of course, is the issue. It's a set of properties, and that's what kind of leads us to this conundrum that has sort of plagued this cemetery for so long. But it's a fascinating read. It's a fascinating history. And I applaud the members of the foundation for stepping forward and trying to find some solutions. And I hope that everyone can get together and have the conversation and the back and forth and the dialogue that's needed for this important place.
All right, thank you, Councilman Bobzien. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I just, I'll direct my questions to Mr. Bobzien because, he's setting up a resolution, so we go on an up or down vote on a statement of intent of this council. I guess, to me, and you don't have to answer these now, but I'm wondering if I'll be seeing a resolution that says, yes, it is our council's value that this be preserved, and we want to become a part of working towards a solution of that? Or is it more a process sort of thing, like we want to make sure everyone gets a chance to say something or work with this law, the law's filed? And then I guess another one is, does the question raise in any minds, because it does in mine, having studied this property about more than a decade ago, very closely, read the document he referenced, is this a property that is being taken without compensation? Has the state of Nevada passed a law that allows a private entity to go in and take someone's property, and then following down that chain, that property may be before us for these city view apartments? And so we do have a play in here in terms of the permitting authority. We have a line on an application on a form that says, do you own the property? And I think we should get out ahead of this in understanding what is ownership of this in this unique statement. So I'd be looking for a resolution that says, looking down, if not calling for preservation, looking forward to, could there be a property taking that then we could become party to? Because I know these are individually owned properties, and it sounds like they're being able to be physically occupied. And then we would pass a compounding regulation, a zoning ordinance, that would allow, or a building permit, further occupation of these properties if the title issues are not cleared out. So anyway, I'd be looking for that.
Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobzien.
Real quick on that, I think what Councilman Breckus is asking for is included in the staff time is some legal analysis of that issue. I think that's totally appropriate. Is that a motion?
All right, so is that a motion?
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Oh, I can't see you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councilwoman Dewar.
I don't know, my thing wouldn't go.
Sorry, I know, I didn't see it up there, so I
Well,
apologize.
it wouldn't go.
Okay.
Anyway, I too am very interested in this property. I think most of us have an interest in the property and what's going on with the situation. I will admit that I was extremely concerned, given what I've read, but it's just what I've read through the newspaper. It isn't a full briefing from staff about this. I just wondered, does the city has a regulatory role if a development comes forward? I think there'd have to be rezoning from a cemetery to a something else at a minimum. And where I get concerned is that often we see this kind of site preparation, I'll call it, for lack of a better word, in advance of a permit being applied for. We've seen it where properties are allowed to go into disuse, disrepair, and then the argument's made, well, it's blighted property, so we should do X, when it's actually the owner's responsibility to make sure that they don't neglect their properties. It's not to neglect them to the point that they can be redeveloped. Similarly, and everybody knows I care about trees, but it was just right this weekend at 9:00 p.m. that trees were being cut down on a major thoroughfare, Holcomb and Wonder, over near the Silver Peak Brewery, in advance of property prep, and I don't know if it was permitted, not permitted. I know I got a call at 9. Should I rush out there? I mean, the bulldozers were happening at 9 p.m. out in the dark. And we've seen this a lot where people will go in and do some kind of things as a site prior to developing, submitting an application. So I have a concern there. I also want to go 2 steps further. One is I want to get on the record that I personally would be quite interested in exploring the possibility of some kind of historical park. And but I think it's premature until we get some legal analysis and some staff analysis to understand, is that even a possibility? So I don't know if it's appropriate to incorporate into the resolution, Mr. Bobzien, or to do a separate L item, but I'd just like to know what would be involved. There's a private developer. Each of these graves are individually owned. How do you work in that environment in today's world where we really care about history and we really care about these kind of things? I mean, at Virginia City, this kind of cemetery is a landmark tourist destination, and it could potentially be the same at our city. So that's one, is just, do we need a separate L item? It's probably too much to put in a resolution is what I'm thinking right now. But the second is, a speaker earlier spoke about the use of blight funds. And one of the basic premises here is that the property's blighted. And I would love an exploration of, is it even appropriate, use of blight funds to help, maintain the cemetery, even until such time as something else is happening. So I don't know how to incorporate those. I don't know whether to do a separate L item. I really appreciate, I said I wasn't going to say this. Appreciate Councilman Bobzien, though, coming forward with this item, because it's really what we need right now, is to have a very robust dialogue and more voices in the conversation, being at the same time respectful of whatever portion of this is private property rights, which it sounds like all the graves, and then land in between the graves are different property owner. I don't know how you work in that environment. And so I know this isn't, I don't have any kind of motion. I don't have an amendment to the resolution to offer. It might be a separate L item. It could be premature, but I at least wanted to get it out on the table. I'm interested in getting some staff input on what is our role, responsibility, opportunity to move forward with a different kind of an idea.
All right, thank you. Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I think that my biggest question and the initial analysis we've got on this was that the council didn't have a regulatory ability to in the disinterment of the remains. But Councilwoman Doer brings up some interesting points. They're going to have to disturb the ground, and does that not require a grading permit? There's different things. If we're going to go in and tear stuff up on a lot of ground in town, there are certain requirements we have under code. So I think along with Councilman Bobzien's resolution, it'd be really nice to have a real in-depth code analysis of what and state law analysis. And, I mean, because the way I'm understanding it, this is all on the Washoe County Health Department. The state's saying they don't have any control over it. Our initial report from staff said we didn't have any control over it, and it's all on Washoe County Health Department. So the question I've got is, can a guy go dig up his backyard to put in a swimming pool without getting a permit? And, I mean, that's
Or
some
put
of
up a fence.
some of the questions that I'd
Yeah.
like to have answered when we get the resolution, to see what role we actually play in this whole process.
Right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. Some questions I did have on this. And every time we have another conversation about it, it brings about more questions. I think there is a lot of vague, unknown things going on right now. My question is, my concern is having our staff go spend a ton of time pulling together a meeting for the city of Reno and have there be, this finger pointing going on like this. Is there any way that we can coordinate something with the health department and Washoe County in an expedited fashion so that we can get answers and clarification without there being a kicking of a can or finger pointing or confusion with everybody involved as to who's where at what point and how we move forward or don't? I mean, and I too have received many communications about this, and it brings about more questions, but there seems to be a lot of finger pointing going on. So I would like everybody to get in the same room quickly and try to get some clarification.
All right. Councilwoman Breckus, it looked like you were putting your hand up.
Yeah,
No?
I mean, I think that we need to take the lead on this. We have the land use permitting authority. We are past owner of the property. We have a role, an element, a historic plan. I mean, we're the keeper of historic resources in this community to a great degree. I mean, the health department, I think, is almost ministerial. And so, the assessors is, data. So I think it's us.
All right. Mr. Bill Thomas.
Excuse me, Mayor and council members, I know we've struggled with staff, and clearly you are, and this is often the case with the city council because you're the closest level of government to people. This has been a very difficult and a very infrequent, I can say in my 30-plus years of land planning in the Reno, Nevada area, I haven't come across this issue. So clearly there's not a lot in law dealing with the removal of bodies. My guess would be that the reason it sits with the health department, because that would be the first immediate issue. We will certainly pull together information, and if the council's requesting, we'll ask all the parties to come together maybe for an informational meeting to allow people to ask us the questions. My only caution, I guess, is that, we're a Dillon's Rule state. We are a creature of the state legislature. So even though people come to us frequently and ask us to do things, we are bound by the power that's given to us by the state. So, and I know the frustration is, why can't we do more? But we do have limitations legally, and I feel compelled, and we will as staff, to tell you what those boundaries are. It may not make anybody happy, but that's the kind of research we'll do to say, here's what we can and can't do.
And Mr. Bill Thomas, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Question. I mean, we had several developments come to us for some rezoning today, and we approved it. Now, if we were to hear that they were out clearing their property, they just got the rezoning. They don't have any kind of development permit, tentative map, or anything. I think we would be a little bit on our ear, that they would be working in advance. We talked about people installing gaming machines prior to getting a license. So, my focus is just on site prep, which this is. And, they have a very established intent on kind of consolidating the graves to create room for a development of some kind. It even has a name, apparently, which I didn't know till today. So I just think that we know that. We can't unring that bell. We know it. And so just like we would require a permit for a fence even, and this is a lot more work, let's say, than that kind of activity, I think we need to take a close look at close look at it. So I appreciate what you're suggesting. You know, maybe in tandem with this resolution that has to do with public outreach.
And we will certainly look at to what end any kind of permits that are required. But again, the issue from the staff standpoint is, you know, the first step is asking for the permit. The question is now, what do I do with it when they ask for it? You know, we have to have boundaries under which we determine whether the permit could be issued. But we'll address all that and information back to you.
I mean, other agencies that I've worked at had when pre-construction took place before a required permit, that was basically a no-go. That was a sign that, you know, a construction was imminent and, you know, very much not allowed. So as you look into it, find out about that, the grading permit, you know, whatever.
If I may,
All right,
Madam,
Councilmember McKenzie.
the thing that confuses me in this whole deal with the cemetery more than anything is that the person that's interred in the cemetery, their family owns that plot.
Right.
There's a property ownership there. How does somebody else come and do something on a piece of property, even if it's only 8 feet long and 3 feet wide? How does somebody come and do something to that piece of property without the consent of the family member? The person that actually owns that property. And if in fact it's a blight issue, then they should be coming to code and saying that those family members aren't maintaining their property, that boundaries, the other property owners' boundaries, and ask code to do something about the maintenance of that property. The idea that they can come in and assume those property owners' rights and do something to their land, their final resting spot that was bought for them, for their future, how that happens was something I'd like to hear a clear definition of, and just what the process is that the owner, the developer who owns the big piece, how he reconciles the fact that he doesn't own the entire piece, that there's a number of partners in that ownership, and those partners aren't agreeing to what they may be minority partners, but they aren't agreeing. And how do you reconcile that?
I know. Absolutely. I completely understand what you're saying.
So just so we're clear in terms of expectations as staff, we will move forward with the resolution and try to answer as many questions as we can that you've asked, but there may be, because these are complex questions, we may not be able to have those ready for the resolution. My understanding is you want the resolution on the 28th, regardless of whether we can answer every question that's been asked today.
Yeah, I guess, Madam Mayor, as I'm hearing my colleagues and trying to think of what can be encompassed in this L item and what can't, certainly, you know, I appreciate Councilwoman Doer, you know, raising some of these bigger picture issues and questions. You know, can you use blight funds? You know, what are the opportunities for a park? You know, those are definitely things that can't be answered between now and the next meeting 2 weeks from now. Some of the more urgent and pressing legal analysis and questions that we can ask, you know, hopefully that is the kind of stuff that can come back and accompany a resolution. So, you know, I would leave it to staff to try to put together all the comments that have been made here at the dais and understand that there are some things that we can bring back 2 weeks from now, given the urgency of the notice on the fence that says September 30th. But then understand that, you know, there's other things that were identified that may need a separate L item to kind of take us into the future. But this first step is really kind of let's understand in the time crunch, what can we do in engagement right now?
And I don't know, I just think it's so confusing. How does something like this happen at the legislative level? And then I mean, can you maybe explain that? You were the one that saw you down there.
No, I tell you, I can happily report I was not in the legislature for any of this. You know, there was something that happened in 2001. I mean, there is a whole other legal history, and I do know that other legislators are taking a look at this and trying to get some policy briefings as to what the landscape is at the state level. I understand that there was a run last session at trying to clarify the statute a little more on this situation. But yeah, I mean, you come down to this fundamental property rights issue that has been, intractable for many, 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 many decades. And so, Councilman McKenzie kind of laid it out pretty clearly, is that it's a bit of a mess. So here we are.
Well, I mean, I can support the motion or the L item, but when the resolution comes up, if it's written in a way that's crafted that I feel I need more information, because I don't know how it's drafted, I may not be supporting at that time. So, yeah.
Because I think
yeah.
there's a lot of questions.
Yeah.
I think this council
Yeah.
is very concerned. Can you honestly imagine 100 years from now that there are council members up here moving our bodies? I mean, think about how these people feel.
I'm gonna be spread to the winds, but yeah, no,
Okay,
for real,
all
no,
right.
no,
Well, I'm
and
just
I
saying-
and I don't mean
but
to be
I
I don't mean to be glib. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, that is the
sympathize
seriousness of this issue,
of-
is that this is, this puts into
Of
a
family
longer term
members and-
context what it is we do up here. I mean, this has been an issue for many, many, many years, and we are the latest council to face this, and it's with that seriousness that we need to engage with the issue.
All right, thank you very much. So, are you going to make that motion then? Or did you? Oh, you already did, okay, sorry. Long day. So a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, where are we at? Public comment, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we don't have any.
Move to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Cotton.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
It's a
Nelson.
pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, Nelson.
I believe in love.
Equal opportunity.
Una comunidad unida.
I believe in family.
I believe in magic.
There's a lot of things in life to believe in.
I believe in sprinkles.
There's nothing more important than believing in yourself, and you can make a change happen.
Attend a neighborhood advisory board meeting. Connect with your council person and make your voice heard. It's how change happens in Reno. It starts with you.
All you gotta do is, well, you get the idea.
Due to a series of winter storms, we've seen an increase in roadway failures in the form of potholes. So we have multiple crews out working to alleviate the situation until the city engineers, working in conjunction with RTC, come up with a permanent solution for the repairs of the roadways. What we're doing right now is temporary repairs. We have a rolling closure, as you can see behind us, and we move along, and we're using a rubberized asphalt to seal it, and then they're planning to, in the future, do some reconstruction of the roadways. What we put together is a pothole hotline. What we'd like to see is the citizens, when they see a pothole, to call Reno Direct, and they can call them at 775-334-INFO or 4636 and give them the location of the pothole. Reno Direct will make a work order and issue it to the public works staff, and within 5 working days we'll have that pothole repaired. They can go to the City of Reno's website and post comments or locations of potholes or address their concerns with any of the infrastructure that's out here in the City of Reno, and you'll get prompt response.
For so long, people have wondered why there's a Las Vegas license plate, but there isn't a Reno license plate. Well, now we have a City of Reno license plate. It's got the distinctive logo